Hello once again, welcome to the PokerStars Arena. In a week's time, this venue will be hosting the World Championship of Online Poker 2021. In the run-up to WCOOP, we've had the 50-50 Series WCOOP edition, and that concludes tonight with the $50 main event. That's the format of the 50-50 Series, 50 tournaments, all with a $50 buy-in, and this one is a big one. In fact, it's huge. Hello everyone, I'm James Hartigan, alongside me, Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And Mr. Griffin Benger.
Hi, Mom.
So here are the details, guys. A $50 buy-in, this main event, a $1 million guarantee. Total number of entries, 26,325. So a prize pool of nearly $1.2 million, nearly 20% over the guarantee. You'll be pleased to know that most of those players have fallen over the first session, over the first day of play. We come back on day 2 with 121 remaining, competing for a first prize of $51K plus bounties, because this is a progressive knockout event. It is a PKO, bounty, bounty, bounty. Come get some. Let's get straight to the action, guys, because we do have one player in particular who we're going to be watching this evening, and that player is Mr. Dominic Nitscher, a.k.a. Bunataru, who we see here with ace-4 of clubs, blind 61-20.
Very interesting to see an open limp here from Bunataru to
Isn't
kick
that
things
like
off.
his thing? Isn't that Dominic's thing, the limping?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I guess so. I would just think that at this particular stake, that he would probably feel quite comfortable to, open up as much as possible, get a lot of folds from the big blind of hands that should probably be calling with. I would expect with this particular flop to see Dominic Nitscher to peel one off, especially at that price. But up against top set here, serious business.
Well, the good news is that Lubito can't make quads. The bad news is it's the gut shot on the turn.
I wonder how we get through 26,000.
Wow. So Dominic came into day 2, third on the leaderboard, and could be about to increase his position, could be about to boost his stack, because unless the board pairs on the river, I think we're going to say goodbye to Lubito, and that King of Diamonds is a brick.
I said goodbye to my Lubito years ago.
Has got less than pot behind, and is worth $96.31. Dominic shoves river. Lubito
and you
can't
can see
possibly
how
find a fold here.
Perfectly sized the turn raise is by Bunataru here, making it so that the shove on the river, is exactly pot. Lubito can't possibly fold here. Obviously, you're losing to ace-4, some 4-6, but your opponent can have pocket 5s, pocket 3s. You kind of have to call it off, and massive pot for Dominic.
And spades and hearts.
Yeah. So that is a KO. That will see Dominic move up to second place on the leaderboard behind the chip leader Margrela from Brazil, who's got just shy of 23 million chips. Just a comment on the field. 16,848 unique players. 9,477 re-entries, and now 115 remain. So they've all earned at least $346.50 in prize money, plus, of course, those all-important head prizes. The chip leader right now has a bounty of $1,200 on their head. So there are some big sums out there, already 4-figure scores up for grabs for eliminating certain players.
Now, James, I don't, obviously we work for PokerStars, and I don't want to seem like we're tooting our own horn too much, but this event absolutely crushed the $50 50-player guarantee. I mean, that is just insane. By over 26,000, they beat it. Like that's crazy.
I know sometimes poker sites can be accused of being too conservative in setting their guarantees. If the 50-50 series literally was a $50 buy-in with a $50 guarantee, I'd say that might be uber cautious, but no. 50 events with a $50 buy-in. That's the theme of this series. This one with a WCOOP vibe and the run-up to the start of this year's World Championship of Online Poker. This main event, we knew it was going to be big. It's bigger than anticipated. And congratulations to everyone who's made it this far, cutting through the vast majority of the field. But hey guys, it's an MTT, and you know that means big ladders, big jumps in the prize money along the way, with the huge sums up top for the final tablists, and particularly those 6-figure scores, or rather 5-figure scores for the top 6.
Defend with the 5-6 off here for Q Clind. Definitely going to want to see a turn card on this flop. A bit surprised to see a passive route facing this continuation bet. Of course, Gougy, we can see, does have the king, but maybe playing this as a check raise would be easier most of the time. We'll see how Gougy reacts to this turn card. Decides to bet again. Should get rid of Mr. Clind.
I think it's Q to be Clind.
So, Joe, when you went on vacation earlier this year, you missed an installment of PokerStars Retro when we were revisiting the LAPT main event that Dominic Nietzsche won.
Oh, shit. Ooh, shoot.
About
Sorry.
10 or 11 years ago. And you missed the fact that Dominic joined us for that stream in the chat. So I'm wondering if Dominic becomes aware that we are streaming this tonight, whether he pops up in chat.
He's usually has Google alerts for whatever I've got going on, so I wouldn't be surprised if he was in there. How unfair is it, by the way, that you've got Bunatiro in here, right? And is unfairly better than everyone else here, but then still drills the gut shot on the turn with the ace-4. Like, it's just unfair to be that good and to, like, run well at the same time. I don't care for it.
Well, I think, Griffin, you probably have statistical evidence to prove that if you are a perceived pro, you hit more turns and rivers, right? That's in the algorithm?
That's in the algorithm.
How would Griffin know?
Check the fine print.
Griffin's had his fair share of success over the years.
Womp, womp, womp. Gougy here, opportunity to bet and take it down, but the ace highs now are going to feel quite confident on that 10. Gougy can certainly have hands like pocket 7s and 8s that might protect here now that 2 checks have gone through, so I'd like to see a bet like that to force out these ace highs.
I mean, trying to get Dominic Nietzsche to fold ace high on this board is not something I particularly want to do, but look at that. Gougy does it. Sorry, Griffin, can you talk to, like, the amateur in me and maybe in the audience, amateurs in the audience out there, and just, you know, I definitely would have that thought, right? I would have that thought in that spot. Dominic Nietzsche, I don't want to try to... I'm afraid to even make him fold ace high if I think he has ace high there. How do you talk yourself out of that? How do you talk yourself out of saying, like, wow, this player is so much better than me, and no matter what I do, they're going to make the right decision no matter and just beat me no matter what?
I think it's important to put yourself in. I know it's difficult to do, but try to put yourself into the shoes of someone like Dominic Nietzsche in a situation like that. Like let's assume that you're worried Nietzsche's going to have something like ace high on that 10-10-9 board against your king queen. You know, there is a player in between yourself and Bunataro. Like, for him to continue there, he's going to have to be, you know, worried about the person behind. So even sitting there with something like ace high, you know, maybe if your heads up, more circumstantial, like if you're raising the button and Nietzsche defends the big blind, maybe you don't want to bet king queen on the turn there because you're not going to fold out ace highs. But we're talking about an under the gun raise, a flat at, you know, in late position. Dominic Nietzsche is coming in from the small blind. It's going to be really tough to continue with anything that isn't, you know, well, 2 pair because of the paired boards. So
right.
I think that's just it. Try to, you know, as much as you might sort of fear and respect your opponent, try to think like, okay, you know, how handcuffed are they in these certain situations? How can they play, you know, marginal showdown hands like ace high here? Can they really continue if I bet the turn? Probably not with the under the gun guy behind.
All right,
So,
cool. Thank you.
Blinds have gone to 75,000, 150,000. This 50-50 series main event playing with 15-minute blind levels. And again, the limping strategy from Dominic. And
oh my gosh.
A
and
set
the last 3 in the deck.
And Gougy 444 in
Oh my
from
gosh,
the
two
big
pair.
blind. The
Oh,
big
no.
blind special 8s and 3s.
And look at the bladed sizing here. I mean, this is not standard. We usually see a size here of, this is a limped pot, so you don't expect your opponents to have an ace very often. You block 2 pairs. So it's crazy that he bets this big. I think it's just like expecting players at this level not to be able to fold an ace and probably not folding big flush draws. So I'm going to get max value, and he's going to get the whole rack here.
Well, Gougy, 4.5% equity and just over pot behind.
And Bunataro licking his lips, expecting his opponent to have 2 pair a lot here.
Snapped.
And that is going to be another KO. That is a 100 big blind pot being sent in the direction of Dominic Nietzsche, who has now taken the chip lead with 107 players remaining. Dominic up to nearly 30 million chips.
And we've been live for 10 minutes, and Dominic Nietzsche's won 200 big blind pots to take a commanding chip lead. And then this is now trouble. Surprising to see this 3x now with King Queen. Maybe part of the strategy, get blockers, slam it bigger. Interesting. I mean, it's you know, Nietzsche doesn't always play within the lines of what people's expectations are of how you're going to play. I mean, one of the most talented players on the tour. So it's going to be interesting to see what kind of adjustments Bunataro makes playing against this. You know, it's a field that is not nearly as strong as, you know, the $100,000+ buy-ins that Dominic Nietzsche has played in his career.
Oh, top for DJ Ahon or DeJahan. That guy. Anywho, Kanioya with the overpair and almost a 4-1 favorite.
Fair play to DeJahan just flatting here. You're sitting there with, you know, sub 20 big
Oh,
blinds. Ace queen
DeJahan
suited.
really putting some mustard on it.
Yeah, once you get this flop, you got to put it in. And just a call, surprising to see from Kaneo. And not the turn card DeJahan needed.
Guys, we should have this wrapped up within the... Oh, man.
Not the Barry Greenstein, not the ace on the river, but the queen on the river for trips, and that is a double up for DeJahan.
Kaneo, if you want to write something mean in the chat, I'll allow it.
Lost in the shuffle of all this talk of Dominic Nietzsche. Better than Phil. Bit of a regular on the PokerStars streets. Seen him play a lot of WCOOPs and the like, so definitely a player to watch out for. A pretty decent stack, all things considered, 50 big blinds.
But here's the question, Griffin. There's a lot of talented Phils in poker. Which one does this player think they are better than? Or all of them, maybe?
I can promise you it's not Galfond.
No, I would say it's probably Helmuth or Ivy.
But he's the greatest player in the world. I mean, I've just been watching him literally crush everybody heads up for the last year.
He's the best. I guess. I don't know. I don't know anything about. I can't.
Well, also,
can't make any judgments about
would like
Phil
to remind
anymore.
everyone that Joe and I had Phil Helmuth as a guest on the 200th episode of the podcast. He told us he's the greatest player in the world. So I don't know what further evidence you need.
That's true.
I mean, there's lots of evidence besides that, guys. I'm an unapologetic Phil Hellmuth apologist.
This has all got spicy. The open from Phil. The 3-bet.
Dominic can still fold. Oh!
And very interesting here what's happening. So Kenio losing that brutal hand there to DeJahan, deciding to take the equity of the king queen suited. It's a bit ambitious. You're facing a raise and a re-raise, but it is two, regulars, so to speak. I mean, they could be 3-betting light. You take the equity, you only have eight big blinds. Probably offsuit, Kaneo folds it. And then better than Phil elects to call because Bunataro can't re-raise. And now with that flop, better than Phil might want to peel one off. Going to expect to be against ace queen and ace king a lot. The problem is inherently, Bunataro could have something like pocket aces. You could be drawing dead, but does peel it off and hits the 8. Oh, Joe. Oh, Joe.
Trips on the turn this time rather than trips on the river, and Better Than Phil has the best hand.
And, you know, the problem for Bunataro now is that I think that the range of hands Dominic Nietzsche is going to put Better Than Phil on way more include worse aces than it does something like 9-8 suited. He's going to be completely bamboozled when he sees the hand here. So betting for value we can see, and not folding, any intention of folding, hoping to get max value from the ace-jack suiteds that would call, maybe even the ace-jack off. Ace-10 suited, why not?
So
and this all-in should be coming now.
Yeah. No, just a call. And now Dominic Rivers a queen, so has a better two pair, ace and queens rather than aces and eights, still losing to Better Than Phil's trips.
How's Kenny Yo doing? Oh, not good.
Oh, yeah, I should point out we are going to see a bounty awarded here. $177.34 will be deposited in Better Than Phil's PokerStars account.
And this is actually the stone worst river card for Dominic Nietzsche. Any other card, I think there's a realm of possibility where Bunataro checks it back. Probably not, but the queen, you have to shove for value. Ace-jack, probably going to call you, and there's the big pot for Better Than Phil.
And there is the KO. By virtue of losing that pot, Dominic moves back into second place on the leaderboard. Margarella from Brazil is top of the counts once again, as we see Lone Hicks with the Snowmen's Num Num against Q Klein's pocket sevens, and eights are still good on a 10-5-5 flop. Just to address Raceland 661's question, this is a 2-day event. I know, right? More than 26,000 entries, a 25k starting stack, that's a lot of chips in play. And by my amateurish calculations, this is probably going to conclude around the 6 million, 12 million blind level. But we will hit that blind level in around 6 hours' time. So this probably will conclude around midnight UK time, around 1 o'clock in the morning Central European time. Of course, being a PKO, it can play more aggressively, could be done before that, but they will hit the final table tonight. They will play down to a winner tonight.
It's a 2-day event in that we are playing it today also.
Nice.
Man, last week we saw a whole lot of these situations of hands that should have really been chops, and someone ended up with the flush. And generally, it was the unsuited hand that was getting there. We did see a fold here.
And we see the pocket rockets, the bullets for D. Jahan.
And another old school reg in Lone Hicks up there. I'm such a fan of like iconic avatars, and Lone Hicks has not wavered from that Sandlot avatar there in all these years. But someone I played a lot with, you know, especially about sort of 10 years ago, playing every single day, and still kicking around here in the 50 to 50-50 here, trying to win a huge sum of money.
And how long have we been playing for now? Just shy of 20 minutes. So 18 minutes of action and already down to 95 players. We have already crossed through the 100 threshold, and I didn't even spot it. They are falling fast during this early session.
Dijahan just shoving almost 5x pot on the King Jack 8 board. Definitely you know, something more amateurish of a move. You know, you're not getting value from those mid pairs, and even probably folding out a lot of weak top pairs there. So maybe a bit scared money. Got lucky there with the ace queen to stay in and said, I'm not busting with aces after I just sucked out kings with ace queen. Like, you got it, I'm all in. So
More importantly, you keep him from sucking out on you, Griffin. You got to keep him from trips again.
Better than Phil.
So you just shove this flop with ace 7 and you get him to fold the jack 10, Griffin. I don't understand how you don't understand how this works by now.
Well, jack 10 is now better than ace 7.
And Lonix is going to be in a very difficult situation. especially with the 8 in particular. I know it seems like a bit of a dud card, but the reason why the 8 is interesting is because, and a quick fold from Lone Hicks, I love that. You think about the kind of hands that Better Than Phil is going to call with in the small blind and then call on the flop. There aren't really any bluffs on the river. You know, you think of the hands like King, Queen, and Queen, Jack. Those are mid-pair. They're probably not going to bet. They're just going to check the river. And then those 10s all made trips, and the only hand that could have potentially been a bluff, something like Jack 9 suited that you call with pre-flop there from the small blind, call one on the flop, makes it straight on the river. So that, I think, explains the quick hold from Lone Hicks, even though aces and 10s is a pretty strong hand. You'd think you would have gotten a bet there, but really experienced, really great fold there from Lone Hicks.
Griffin, do you think that, obviously ace 7, I don't remember what the rest of the board was, but the 7 played, right?
The 7 did not play, no.
Did not play. Okay. If you had a better kicker that did play, is it maybe not a snap fold?
I mean, I don't really know if it makes a difference. I mean, I think it would have probably brought a bit more pause, but, knowing you're chopping, Better Than Phil couldn't have had an ace that did play, right? The board was ace, queen, 10, 10. So, you're chopping with the queen chops with everything. Ace, king would have been re-raised pre-flop. Ace, jack is even still a chop. So the fact that, he so quickly folded the a7, I think is still reflective of the actions that he would have made with ace, king.
I don't know whether you've...
7, 8, 9, 10.
That is
Jack.
straight. Not that RUS virus needed to improve. 10s were ahead.
Sometimes it throws me off when there's a
9s.
letter in it. Like if it's all numbers, I get it right away. But then there's a letter and I'm like, what is that?
I don't know if you saw this anecdote, Joe, from Tomazu, who says, wow, D. Jahan's still in. He knocked me out when I flopped a straight, and he put all in with 99 hands. He got full house in the end, and that's made my tournament's end. So there is a follow-up question, because obviously I think what Tomazu is trying to say is that the all-in was with pocket 9s. Would you explain for me why 9-9 is a really strong hand in long games? Griffin, do you want to handle that one?
I can take that one, yeah. So there's something called confirmation bias, and you've probably played a lot of poker in your life, and for whatever reason, there are certain hands that you see winning more than others because you're watching a lot of hands, and you've seen, for whatever reason, 9-9, and now it's just ingrained after that pot. You're like, always pocket 9s. I got to get to the bottom of this. So you go on Twitch. You're like, these guys are going to know. They work for PokerStars. They're going to have an inside scoop on this. But the reality, man, it's all in your head. It's all in your head, man. Except King, Queen. That's the stars nuts. Play that.
I thought 9s was the stars nuts.
Yeah, what the heck?
So King, Queen used to be the stars nuts. Now, you know what? 9-9 is the stars nuts.
Yeah, Griffin, it ain't 2011 anymore, buddy.
You're right. You're right. Okay, sorry. Joe, you should answer then. Explain the stars nuts.
9s are like the 5th best hand. I don't know any other way. Aces, kings, queens, jacks. The 6th best hand. I mean, it's really of all of the hands that you can start with, 9s is the 6th best, and there's like 150 of them or something.
But it's not. But that's the thing, is that because it doesn't really have the reputation, it's not in the penthouse of they're not living. He's not living. They're not living on Broadway, right?
They're working for a living. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. Good $70K a year job. 9s are. They have a nice
they're not
life.
Flashy.
No, a real soft 8 for a wife. They're life is good. Life is good for the 9s.
No faces on them.
I don't like playing cards without faces, kid.
I don't look. Royalties out these days. As far as non-royalties concerned, just for regular old numbers, they're second.
Yeah,
they're number 2.
Yeah. When you go to a movie and you're like, that was a 9, you're like, that's a great film.
So blinds have gone up to 100,000, 200,000 now.
And a pattern emerging with the kind of hand selection we see Dominic Nietzsche, also known as Bunataro. See him limp these kind of hands that he wants to see flops with, the kind of hands that can, it's amazing how much it's paid off, but hands that can really make nut hands, ace 4 suited, pocket 3s. But something like ace 7, which is, very difficult to make a nutty hand, just has a blocker. These players are obviously going to be playing a bit more passive than what he's used to, not fight for pots. Opens up the ace 7, gets it through. So we're getting to the bottom of that strategy, James and Joe.
Well, I can confirm that Dominic has appeared, watching the stream. Hello, Mr. N.
A wild Dominic?
Feel common.
I hope he's been here the whole time and heard some of my good jokes from earlier, because I don't know how many more I have left.
Did I pronounce Bunataro wrong? Is it Bru?
We all say it differently, so I think our bases
Bune-
are covered.
Bunitiro. Bunitiro. Bunitiru?
We've got Jack 5 versus 7-6 here.
Just gonna get that 5, huh? Oh, give me that 5.
Better than hit Phil here. Limping pre-flop. Gonna think the Jack high is actually good a decent portion of the time. Not gonna get your opponent to fold a deuce or anything like that. So no real reason to bet. Unless you want to fold out something like Queen or King High, but King High probably not folding on this turn.
I mean,
So
are we not
hoping to just check it down?
going to comment here on the awful play from Optimus, who folded potential quads?
Bunatiro. Bunatiro.
I mean, when people write things out like that, boo, nah, Tyru. It doesn't really
Help us.
doesn't really help unless you use the actual phonetic spellings of things.
Look, regular viewers of our live coverage of these online tournaments will know Griffin says what Griffin wants to say. And sometimes it's a fair approximation of the actual letters on the screen. Sometimes it's a million miles away. But Griffin does what Griffin does. And we let him.
Right. I like it.
What up now, Sweds?
Yeah. Every broadcast team needs a loose cannon, I guess. And here comes Bunataro. Just a little baby sizing. Did I say it wrong again? Yeah. Let's just go with Dominic.
Bunataro,
Let's go with Dominic
obviously,
Naichi, right? Dominic Naichi.
Cousins of Tignataro.
I just love the fact that Griffin would think he's the loose cannon on a stream that Joe Stapleton was co-hosting.
Hey, we're all the hero of our own story, James.
Yeah, exactly.
where I'm sitting, I'm the protagonist. I'm the loose cannon.
Well, somebody just figured out that they put a third broadcaster in the booth. There's just less opportunity for me to F things up.
We need someone to take word time away from Joe.
So
What about the loud
Paratens
Canadian?
and the straight draw for Dominic here, who rather appropriately has 88.8%.
Ha.
Wow. Nice free advertising, James. 2 pair. Now, Mr. Prime in the big blind, facing this big bet, should probably find a quick fold, but there are some Jack X bluffs that Dominic Nietzsche is going to have here. Some King X too. Maybe some 8X with a backdoor flush shot or something like 8-7. So there are some bluffs that Optimus can find a call because Nietzsche could have.
Oh,
So
I
that's
don't
where
know.
the pause is coming from.
Yeah,
It
I
does
like to
make the right decision.
Do you think Optimus got real excited thinking they somehow got the name Optimus and then realized they forgot the I later?
I'm guessing that's why the T is capital, so you say Optimus.
Optimus.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think that's a good workaround. Instead of being like Optimus _ 99.
XX Optimus XX. Hey, oh, there we go.
Like this
One
shove
way to
here.
play it.
I like this shove here from Bunataro. You're effectively shoving about 26 big blinds. QK Lind is going to have a lot of raise folds. Hands like King 10, King Jack, King Queen, Ace 10, Ace 9. It's going in the muck. Less than 100 people left here. 83 remaining. And then you just have those 2 stacks behind with as much or less. So I like that shove there from Dominic Nietzsche.
10-8 suited for Optimus.
And big gut check moment here for Flame Shadi. You hate to have to shove with a raggy ace facing a button raise, and that is why we see a fold. I'm inclined to agree. It's really not a hand you want to just bust with there. Would have gotten it through, but no. No!
So what have we had so far? Just shy of 40 eliminations in the first 30 minutes of play. Came into day 2 with 121 remaining. Now 82 competing for tonight's first prize.
Already a third of the field. Of course, it will slow down, but that is quick.
Yeah, we'll have to remind ourselves of this moment during the 5-hour Threads Up match.
Nice flop for Lone Hicks. Big fan of Lone Hicks. Really needed this here. Dominated pre-flop. Only on 12 big blinds to start the hand. So a lot of boards that could have been spelling disaster.
The rotation of the domination working in Lone Hicks' favor and still ahead. But Optimus has picked up a straight draw on the turn.
Which pair will Optimus hit?
This becomes a bit of an annoying spot for Lone Hicks with just an SPR of 2-1 facing this half pot bet. A lot of jacks in Optimus's range. You're going to be calling about a quarter of your stack here. You have to do it, but the question is, can you find the call on the river if Optimus shoves? Does your opponent have something like ace-queen, king-queen, which you block, ace-king?
Go for it.
And does shove it in, and you're just sitting there and you just get a quick fold. Yeah. It's tough, you know, especially because I know you guys don't like talking blockers, but when you're sitting there with one of the blockers to the bluffs, you know, the ace king, king queen, and ace queen, it's really tough to call it off there.
Which is exactly like why I don't like talking blockers, because it did not help in that case.
Yeah, it did not. And that's trouble for Lone Hicks.
Turns out there were 3 other kings in the deck still.
Or
well, 2 at least.
2, yeah.
But when you have one.
Yeah, there's 3 other in the deck. Yeah, you're right.
It's almost as if there's still a lot of kings.
I had a math brain fart there. I was like, I'm pretty sure there's only 2 left.
Anyway, credit to Optimus for that river bluff, which won them the pot, as we see. Better than Phil open on the button. Dominic calls out of the big blind, has a pair of kings, but it's a pair of kings with a better kicker for better than Phil.
Yeah, I think the bottom of Nietzsche's defend range, button to big blind here. I think queen deuce off. We would have seen a fold from Bunataro, but the king maybe a bit too strong, deep enough. And this is going to spell trouble. Better than Phil going to have an opportunity to get a lot of value here and really put in a big bet on this turn card. You're going to get called again by kings. You should have the strongest king. And, you know, you're going to get a call again from pretty much all kings, some jacks. Especially, you know, Jack X, 4X that includes spades. You're going to get, you know, paid for this pot bet.
Well, Phil has bet flop and turn. Is Phil going to go for value on the river? Still has the best hand. Nearly 5.5 million in the middle.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a bet here. The question is just how much. I don't think he's going to get too greedy and bet in the realm of anything more than 4 million, but we'll have to see. Could be really in tune and does bet 3.7.
And gets paid off on all 3 streets and actually leapfrogs Dominic on the leaderboard. Better than Phil from Canada, now second in chips as Dominic drops down to 8th.
Yeah, and just a really well-played hand from Better Than Phil, finding a way to get, I think, the exact amount you want to be able to get, sort of 2-pair to 2-pair, getting top pair to top pair. You know, 3 full streets is real nice.
Ace King versus Ace 9, and Ace King still ahead on a Queen 5-4 rainbow flop. Yep, David 7519 points out, wow, 81 left. That is 40 KOs since play started less than 35 minutes ago.
Pretty irregular flat call from the big blind here. I think there are, maybe some scenarios you want to just flat ace king, but I don't know if this is one of them. Did get a very fortunate river, and your opponent is also sitting there with that ace. So we'll see how it plays out. Could see a smallish bet, and we should get a quick call from the virus.
It's the weirdest picture of Shrek I've ever seen.
Optimus wins another pot.
Pretty unfortunate for Dominic to lose half of his stack since the height of the chips that he's had, nearing 30 million. But if you think about it, since the start of day, 13 million to start. We've only been live here for just over half an hour. So, gaining 20 big blinds, it's not a bad return.
Yeah.
Doesn't always happen in a straight line. And again, the big sizing on the flop, not allowing hands like straight draws are saying like, here, take this.
Well, Lone Hicks
I like
short
the way he's playing.
Gets it in with ace-7, however, better than Phil, has woken up with the boots.
Woken up with better than ace-7. That's for sure.
And assuming everyone else folds here, it's going to be a serious case of domination nation. Lone Hicks needs to get very lucky. Not looking good.
Later.
Over on the turn, and Lone Hicks is KO'd by better than Phil. Bounty claimed, and better than Phil consolidates their position second on the leaderboard behind Margarella, the current boss from Brazil, who's moved over the 30 million mark for those of you keeping tabs.
Margarella, jeepers.
Ooh, could have a classic here. Just under 20 big blinds for Flemschede. Flemschede.
Flames.
It's all been coming up better than Phil in the last 20 minutes or so. With ace king. Here we go. Strap in.
King on the flop.
Bam.
Diamond, not a factor, of course. The king of diamonds for better than Phil. A no good flush for Flames, who is extinguished. And we are down to 77 players now.
Would like to see a 3-bet here from better than Phil. You don't often want to get in, 40-ish big blinds with pocket eights, but when it's a regular like Russ Virus, you have pocket eights, small blind 2 button. Sometimes you want to 3-bet call this off, but I can respect the shove. You have such a big edge in this field if you're a player like better than Phil. You don't really want to 3-bet and get 4-bet shoved on by something like, King Jack suited, which might think your 3-bet is not a legit hand, and then you lose a flip like that. So I like the shove there from better than Phil.
Gunter Mose gets in touch. Greetings from the Netherlands. Classic Gunter. Greetings from the PokerStars Arena. And the blind's up to 125,000, 250,000.
Nice and pacey, just the way we like it.
Good opportunity here for Mr. Lind, I think, to acquire some raise fold chips from better than Phil. This would be a classic race, of course, but a bit too many chips for Phil to call a shove, so I would like to see QK gain some there, but doesn't find the trigger pull. And I think that's I think that's an objective mistake. I really do. I think that, you're going to get so many raises with worse hands than King Jack from better than Phil with over 100 big blinds that you need to take advantage of when you have pairs that, might get called when you shove for your 17 big blinds, but you're going to be flipping a lot of the time. And most of the time you're just going to gain chips.
So
you're just going to fold out all those Jack 9s and 10-8s and Queen 10s and Queen 9s.
Yeah.
Oh, Telly Savalas for both players, and both turn a straight to the Jack.
Quincy's?
And you know what they say? Oh, am I early? Sorry.
Early.
Lollipops? What is the Telly Savalas thing? Oh, Kojak. Ha ha ha.
We're already getting ratings on Twitch.
What I love is that you immediately went to like the thing that Kojak was known for before you got to Kojak.
Well, it's weird because you said it when they made the straight, so I was like, what?
I don't even know what Kojak is.
It's the nickname for King Jack, Griffin.
No, I know, but what is all this other stuff about Kojak?
Kojak was a TV detective played. Oh,
Yeah,
first
that's
of all,
obviously what I'm asking about.
that was a chop pot, and you know what they say?
Everyone loves a chop pot.
Okay, that was
Ding,
terrible.
ding, 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 ding.
Secondly, Kojak was a 1970s cop show with Telly Savalas as Kojak, did suck on a lollipop, wore a fancy hat, and said, "Who loves you, baby?" It was terrible.
And
Or, I tell you what, however bad you thought that rendition of Everyone Loves a Chop Pot is, Kojak was worse.
but you
It ran
clearly watched
5
it.
seasons. And TV Guide ranked Theo Kojak number 18 on its 50 greatest TV characters of all time list in 1999. Before the modern era of television.
I'm going to say even before that, that was placing Kojak way too high. Or maybe they were trying to... Who are famous TV show characters?
They just couldn't even get to 50.
Pretty aggressive 3-bet here from Dominic Nietzsche. And I understand why he's doing it. You know, the problem with Better Than Phil being on the table with you with more chips is that, you know, he's going to have the opportunity to open first. And you got to find some spots where you say, like, no, like, listen, like, we're going to share this table. And I think with the suited ace, hoping to find some folds from hands like, you know, King 10 suited that might open here. Something like Ace 9 suited that might even be able to find a fold. But Better Than Phil has shown to be a bit stubborn. So a bit of a rivalry here in the context of this tournament because they are, you know, they're just so much more established in poker than sort of the rest of the players on the table, and they have a lot of chips. I mean, you combine their chips, we're talking 40 million here, James. 40 million chips.
This hand is already pretty cool. If it goes one more street,
So,
No, I can't get a continue there.
before we get to the action here, although I don't think Kings will get any customers, Joe, obviously you've opened a whole can of worms now with this TV Guide rankings from 1999. People need to know who was number one. Rosero says, was it Herman Munster? John Delano reckons Gomer Pyle would have been number one.
I think something like Andy Griffith or who was the guy from Gunsmoke that was on for like 100 years? James Arness.
I mean, is it going to be like Arnold from Different Strokes? Is it going to be
pull it up.
the Fonz from Happy Days?
Ooh, it's actually really good. If this is correct.
What year is this, guys?
From 1999.
The number one TV show?
No, this
Number one
is
TV character.
TV Guide did a list of the top 50 TV characters of all time, but the list was compiled in 1999. So
Okay.
these TV characters all have to have nostalgia value in the year 1999. It's quite a big ask.
Okay, I managed to dig it up from an old GeoCities page.
Heisenberg.
Okay, this list was published about 12 or 13 years before Breaking Bad premiered.
No, I know.
Some suggestions, Joe, of who it might be. Frasier, that's the right era. Michael Knight, Knight Rider, was big in the 80s. Who else? Homer Simpson.
Homer Simpson may be on this list.
What about Ted Danson and Cheers? That was in the 90s.
I
right?
would have guessed pretty high for Ted Danson. Homer's on the list. Homer was number 14.
Okay. Higher than Kojak, I'd like to point out. Columbo is Vesper DS's suggestion.
Maybe
Columbo is number 7, so that's pretty good.
The Baywatch guy? I don't know.
The Baywatch
Can anyone
guy.
guess? Anyone without cheating guess higher than 7?
Columbo. Oh, we've already had that number. So Al Bundy is Rosero's next suggestion.
I don't think Al Bundy was appreciated at the time. He might go on there now. I don't think he's going to be on this list at all, to be honest.
MacGyver,
No.
Matlock, Isaac from Love Boat, someone
MacGyver,
from
no.
Friends,
Matlock, no.
Mr. Spock from Star Trek,
Spock is on there. He's number 6. That's their highest so far.
Ironside.
Ironside. I don't know if Ironside. I don't think so, but no Ironsides.
Oh, and QK Lynn folding
Gross.
the nuts here.
Oh,
And 2 pair now for Optimus. Probably just going to be shoving for value with less than pot left. And Dijahan just kind of playing their hands, waiting for those big hands, betting big. Here, flatting pre-flop where a shove would have gotten through. Calling
This-
on the turn with the flush draw and missing.
this is a good suggestion from Polder. JR
Yeah.
from Dallas.
J.R. Ewing from Dallas coming in at number 11.
Oh, wow. So we still haven't got any higher than 6?
Haven't
Fon-
got any higher than 6.
Hang on, Joe. I said the Fonz earlier on. You tell me the Fonz.
Okay,
isn't
I
in
missed the
top 5?
Fonz. The Fonz is number 4.
Okay, I'm pleased with that. I'm pleased with that.
Lucille Ball, I just saw in the chat. She's number 3.
Okay, here we go. What was Lucille Ball in?
I Love Lucy.
Right.
Oh, we got quads here, ladies and gentlemen, and we've got a full house for Dominic.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy.
Maybe a time to focus on the poker for a second.
I mean, unless we cannot see death by quads here due to the stacks.
I mean, listen, we could maybe, no. I was going to say we could maybe even see a fold from Bunatar here. This was checked on the flop. Was it checked on the flop? Or was it bet on the flop? Trying to do the math here.
What you do here is you call this tiny bet and then hope it's a bad river card. So you
Yeah,
can
I mean,
fold.
it could be a block bet with king high even for protection, but so I think that's why we see a call from Bunataro. But Bunataro, I don't think is thrilled by the check back on the flop because you don't really do that with air, right? Ace A3, you're the aggressor. You're probably going to bet.
Okay, so that was near enough a 5 million chip pot. I'm going to call it slight wounding by quads.
Do we have a song for that?
Winged
Slight
by
wounding?
quads.
Winged by quads is good.
I like
I
it.
like that.
All right, let me
Dirty
read some-
Harry is not a TV character.
Let me
Yeah.
read you
Can we
some
get a-
of the
can we get a
more
ban here, Joe?
ridiculous ones. Number 27, Steve Urkel from Family Matters.
The guy from the Key and Peele sketch?
Got any cheese, Laura?
Have you seen that Key
this-
and Peele sketch?
A little something for the Europeans. Number
Doctor Who?
28. Number 20. That should be on there, to be perfectly honest. Number 28, Edina Monsoon
Sorry,
from
who is that?
AbFab.
Oh my God, that's. I guarantee you do that list now, no one is even remembering that show.
Let me see if there's anything
Well,
else.
that's
on
because
here
we've
that's-
had like the, golden age of television or whatever.
Number 46, Xena from Xena Warrior Princess.
Nice.
Lucy Lawless.
She's an icon of my growing up
Yeah, all of us.
on YTV.
Oh, here's one you'll like, James. Number 30, Frank Pendleton.
Frank Pendleton. Why do I know that name?
It'll come to you eventually.
From the Pendletons.
Frank Pendleton.
Great show.
He plays. He is on another cop show now where he is also fantastic, but it's a comedy where he plays Captain Raymond Holt.
Oh, nice. That was going to be my guess.
Frank Pendleton. Is it from Homicide?
Homicide, correct.
Is it Andre Braugher's character?
It is Andre Brower's character from Homicide, Life on the Street.
So he made it, but Detective Munch didn't?
I don't think Munch is on there, no. But with all the crossovers Munch has done now, who knows? He
More
may have
shows than any other character, right?
eclipsed him. All right, so number 4 was Fonzie. Number
Yeah.
3 was Lucy. Number 5, Archie Bunker from All in the Family.
Right.
Number 2, I can't believe as poker fans, nobody guessed Ed Norton from the Honeymooners.
Who's Ed Norton? Like Edward Norton?
He was like the second banana on the Honeymooners, like the Kramer character.
But was it played by Ed Norton, like the actor?
That's the
No,
name
it's
of the
not
character,
played by
I
Ed
think.
Oh, we're doing characters.
never-
Where does Buffy the Vampire Slayer fall in? I feel
Buffy
that's
is not
more
on
like
this list.
2000s. Maybe it was a bit 90s though.
Never seen the Honeymooners, Joe, so never would have got that one. Who's number one, and is it deserving?
Number one's a pretty good shout. I don't think it's truly number one, but it definitely needs to be talked about somehow. And I don't know how this got in there, but number one is Louis De Palma from Taxi,
Ah,
Oh yeah, that
Yeah.
was a quite loved.
who I do believe deserves to be part of the conversation. Obviously, this conversation is wildly different now that we really have been in the golden age of television for like the last at least decade, I'd say.
Is that the character played by who? By the
Danny DeVito.
Barry do? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
isn't it awesome that we got that little conversation out of two players being dealt King Jack? You're welcome, Internet.
Yeah, you are welcome. So
And
I
thank you,
would
TV
say
guy.
that Danny DeVito would probably fall in the echelon of just like if they did this list today, he would probably maybe have two characters in the top. What was this? Top 50? No, it's top 100.
Top 50. I don't think you
50.
could do
I don't know
a
if Frank
top
Reynolds
50 now.
gets
There's
in the
just
top
too
50.
many.
I don't know if Frank Reynolds or his Taxi character get in the top 50, but they're definitely.
You
in
would
the
have
top, like,
to you would have to
200.
break it up so many different ways. You'd have to break it
Yeah.
up by decade. You'd have to break it up by comedy and drama. You'd have to break it up.
Or you'd have to concede that a lot of network TV shows from previous decades were actually a bit shite and don't actually deserve to be on the list.
Fair enough.
There's
There's a lot of filler in there just because those are the characters and the shows that people remember. Doesn't mean that they were necessarily that great.
It's
Sounds
true.
like you didn't watch enough Xena Warrior Princess.
I did not include Xena in my list
Good.
of non-deserving inclusions, Griffin, but thank you for double checking.
It was important to me.
Lander Pincher all in with Ace Deuce. D. Jahan reshoves with Jacks.
Oh yeah, were there any X-Files character? Was either Mulder or Scully, or was that?
I don't think either Mulder or Scully are on here.
That's ridiculous considering in the 90s that was the only show people were talking about.
Oh
Better than
my
Phil
God!
Calling
Hey, back
here
to the poker.
with 10-8.
No, dude, this is. I'm sorry. Like the 9/8 suited thing was one thing. But this is just. Oh, it's a bounty. How big is Landa Pinch's bounty? Ah, well, that's embarrassing. I should have known that. I mean, I know we talked about the bounty thing earlier, but
5, 6, 7, 8.
going for the double bounty with the 10/8.
So Lander Pincher is KO'd. It's a near triple up for D. Jahan. We are down to 60 players. We have lost more players in the first 50 minutes than we have remaining. More than half the field's gone is what I'm trying to say in a roundabout way. 61 gone, 60 to go. Day 2 of this 50-50 series WCOOP edition main event, playing down to a winner tonight. Blinds up, 150-300.
I wonder how Dominic Nietzsche is going to react on the button here to a better than Phil open. Might decide to just let him have this one, but I don't know.
You can let him have it, or he could let him have
I
it.
don't know. Yeah, he might pop him with $2 million here. Yeah,
Yeah, he's letting him have it.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
And DJ Hone, come on, buddy, free money out there. Oh God! Stop the broadcast. I cannot continue under these
Wow.
conditions.
Old Ace King
I
pre-flop.
can't continue under these conditions. Didn't even
Don't
think
do
about
that,
it.
Griffin. I nearly pressed the button. I thought there was a genuine issue.
There is a genuine issue.
Good.
Well, as Dominic points out, good fold. We do have a case of domination rotation.
Oh, I love playing results. It's my favorite. It's the only way to do it.
Amazing laydown. Jahan destined to make the final table now if they can make disciplined folds like that.
A precarious situation for Better Than Phil. Even though if Better Than Phil thinks that he might be good here percentage of the time, it's so tough to keep on continuing on certain streets. Is going to peel one, which I don't hate. You also have that backdoor straight draw, which has come in a little bit here on the turn before would make a straight. Some more equity now. Nietzsche's got to imagine that he has the best hand here. Puts the rack in.
Phil.
So good.
Fun chat from Dominic saying, we like the fold. Of course, referring to the ace king of a DJ Ahone. And, you know, even though he played this hand 30 minutes ago, he didn't know what DJ Ahone had. So it must be a fun little reveal for Dominic there, as going to the break now with more chips, sort of back to the status quo, nearly 22 million.
And Dominic's still a top 10 stack, but not the chip leader right now. As we hit the first break, we have got 57 players remaining, and it is Gus QLS 70 from South Korea who's the biggest stack with 37 million. Pargo 18 from the Netherlands sits second on the leaderboard with just shy of 32 million. 56 eliminations to go, 56 bounties to be claimed, and then we will have our winner of this 50-50 series WCOOP edition main event. And talking WCOOP, I did say at the start of the show that this time next week, the World Championship of Online Poker 2021, the 20th edition of WCOOP, will be taking place in the PokerStars Arena. I figured, guys, we should talk about our streaming plans for WCOOP. The series starts on Sunday. I think 102 events, which means 306 tournaments, because WCOOP has the tiered buy-ins now, the low, medium, and high. As far as streaming is concerned, we are focused mainly on the high buy-ins. Now, we're going to be streaming 3 nights a week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, for the 4 weeks of the series. And our focus is really going to be on the Sunday majors and the high rollers, whether that's 5K high rollers, 10K high rollers, or the 25K super high roller. So let's immediately identify one big highlight there. Monday, August 30th, that super high roller final table. We're also going to throw in a medium event and a low event. On the second Tuesday of the series, there is a medium event which started on the Sunday, that 2K 8 max. And because we love to stream the Sunday Million here on the PokerStars Twitch and YouTube channels, we've got a Sunday Million special edition. That is event 63 low on Tuesday, September the 7th. And I think it's fair to say, Joe, that the highlight for us is going to be that last week of the series, the main event. So the last Monday, you've got day 2 of the No Limit Hold'em main as they play into the money and beyond. We'll take a brief hiatus from that tournament on the Tuesday as we get the PLO main event final table in the company of Mr. Joey Ingram. Then we'll switch back to the No Limit Hold'em main and watch them play down to the final, and that final table will conclude our coverage on Wednesday, September the 15th. And Griffin, of course, you're going to be part of that coverage. Maria's on board, Sam Grafton is back, Nick Walsh is part of the team. Should be a fun series, right?
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. WCOOP is probably my favorite PokerStars series of the year. All the big hitters come out for it. We're just going to see some... First of all, we're going to see some like excellent poker at the highest stages, but we'll be bouncing around too to some people's dreams being made, which is really what it's all about. So I'm really excited to be a part of it, and kick things off next week. Let's go.
The other thing I wanted to highlight, actually, very quickly, is you'll notice that column on the right. We've got final table replays as well. So GJ and Pi are going to be handling these streams. These are going to be Twitch exclusives. And this is a chance to showcase some of the non-Hold'em variants that are a really important part of WCOOP and really make sure that this series is the World Championship. It's not just Hold'em. You've got PLO, Horse, 8-game, 5-card PLO 6 max. We've got Raz for your entertainment. And whilst we're going to be covering the final table of the high PLO main. Notice on the last Wednesday of the series, GJ and Pi are going to have a replay of the medium buy-in PLO main event, the 1K PLO, and those streams will take place in the hours leading up to our live coverage. So every day, those guys are going to be doing a final table in the afternoon, and then at 6:30 in the evening UK time, 7:30 in the evening Central European time, you're going to get the live broadcast Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays throughout WCOOP, the usual start time, the usual channels. Yeah, like Griffin, Joe, I'm looking forward to it.
I am also looking forward to it. A couple things jump out to me there. The 2K medium event, that sounds like it's going to be pretty awesome for a medium. I do have one question about the main event coverage. Now, I know we're picking up on day 2, playing into the money and beyond, but then we're not coming back to the final table. So are we going to have like a cut 2? Is there going to be like...
No, as I said, when we do the PLO final table, as we did with Scoop, as we did with WCOOP last year, once that PLO is over, we'll pick up the action in the No Limit Hold'em main and watch them play down to the final table. So it's going to be a mix of the two on the Tuesday. So we'll know where we're at coming into that FT on the Wednesday.
Awesome. Really looking forward to it. You know, the WCOOP main event is always, it's always exciting. There's always names we know who go super deep in it. And it turns out, like, usually it's kind of like if it's a name we don't know that wins it, they go on like a little heater after that. We end up seeing them more and more. So it's just always fun to see who ends up in that final, you know, bunch of players there.
Action has restarted, by the way, in this 50-50 series main event. So back to the action. I'll leave you in the company of Joe and Griffin.
Notice he didn't say capable hands this time. Hello, my babies.
We've proven him wrong too many times.
Welcome back to the 50-50. Either win it or you don't. Joe Stapleton, Griffin Benger. 57 players remain. We haven't talked that much about laddering because the prizes sound relatively unimpressive right now. And I say that with a grain of salt, as they say. 57 remain. 47, we get a pay jump, and the jump goes from $494 to $591. But keep in mind, this was a $50 buy-in event. And what that means is with 26,325 total entries, all of the money is going to be up top. And when I say all the money is going to be up top, first and second place, both paying out over $51,000. And when you think about that for a $50 buy-in and half of that buy-in is going to bounties, that is really, really massive relative to the size of the buy-in for this event. So that's really what we're waiting for here. Dangerous situation here for Better Than Phil, who is not better than Russ Virus, outkicked right now.
Yeah, I mean, we've been playing for an hour, and we've lost almost half of the field. And I think that the bounty structure really lends to that. A lot of people are, you know, calling all ends a little lightly to get that bounty. The pay jumps aren't as big. So I think that's where it falls in and why we're seeing this go maybe a little quicker than usual.
And Better Than Phil still in trouble with the spade draw now. Now, Pac-Man 0909 asking who won the main last year. You might remember someone that we referred to as the part-time fisherman, PT Fisherman 23.
That's right.
Took down the WCOOP main. I actually did remember that. I just had to double check to make sure I wasn't confusing main events, but really fun final table.
Bit of a cooler here for Better Than Phil. You're going to pay off at least 2 streets here. With that river, I think it is easier to find a fold, but, you know, you are sitting there with top pair. I do want to highlight a question here on Twitch from FatDog74 asking, does anyone find that AK fold by Dijon? I go broke there 100% of the time. I think the question sounds kind of like, oh, like maybe we're supposed to find folds there. I think you need to focus on your process, man. Make the right decision, man or woman. You can't fold ace king there. Don't do it. It's a mistake. And, you know, DJ Hone would have just gotten unlucky there had they put the rest of their chips in. Wow, a huge, sorry.
Yeah.
Boom, Better Than Phil down to 9 million now. Wow.
Yeah. Got all of it as much as possible. Russ Virus won the maximum. up over 21 million now, near enough 22 million. We're down to the final 7 tables in this event.
Curious to see the regs really going after each other here, but you know, that's going to happen. A lot of situations that are a bit coolery. We've seen straight versus straight. We've seen, you know, 3-bet 3-way pots between, you know, Bunatiro and Better Than Phil with the top 2 against the trips, and just there, Better Than Phil didn't believe Russ Virus.
I find myself in those situations a lot where it's not even a matter of not believing them. It's just a matter of like, okay, like it doesn't matter if I believe you or not. Like I have to make this call like a certain amount of the time. Especially when you're playing against good players, you know, it's really hard to lay down in those marginal spots. It's so easy to think.
This is really impressive pressure being put on here by Dominic Nietzsche against Better Than Phil. Better Than Phil finding themselves losing a lot of pots, sitting there with what often appears to be an 8, but does decide to call again. You think about Better Than Phil with a queen here, might find a check raise on the flop, but with just a call on the flop, Dominic Nietzsche decides to put on that pressure against those 8x hands. Knows you're going to get some folds from some weak spades as well, but doesn't fire the 3rd bullet.
And not only innocuous river card for the pair of 8s, but a card that it's actually really good because Dominic didn't feel the need to fire off another bluff once he hit that 6. So
yeah, all those ace-x, you know, of spades would certainly have called on the turn, having, you know, still being good a lot of the time too. So I think that is a good card in the context of not having to face that 3rd bullet bit. But Better Than Phil proving that willing to call it down as we see an all-in here.
Domination Nation, Ace Queen, well,
chop it up.
Really. I consider that a loss with Ace Queen. That pot ends at a chop, and you know what they say?
Everyone loves the chop pot.
That sounded really good to me, which leads me to believe it's not going to do well when it actually goes out there, but we'll see.
All in shove for just under 13 big blinds here. Face from that under the gun raise from Komarov 87. You're not thrilled to see a shove when you raise under the gun with ace queen suited from late position. It's going to be pretty strong. Not a lot of ace 10s, ace jacks. Going to be happy to shove here, but you're flipping a lot and it's a bit too strong to fold. So we should see an all in, especially in this bounty format.
So sorry, QK. Oh, queen's held there. That's crazy. Always nice to win a flip. QK Lind doubling up to 8.3 million. A little more comfortable now.
And speaking of flips, Joe, be flipping crazy if this guy folded ace queen, and that's why he's all in.
And won't be exactly a true flip given what some of these folded cards are.
Oh, Mr. Blocker, eh?
Don't worry. We still hit the ace. Double up for poker, 2350. What a name, huh? Poker.
Can't believe it was taken. Can't believe it was taken.
I wonder who has the name Poker on PokerStars. Anybody? Anybody in the back end?
Yeah, that's a good
listening
question.
to this? Can you tell me anything about the player named Poker? Stat
Probably
trick?
the guy who started PokerStars. Just like, I'm taking poker.
Pocket sixes here for Q Klein.
Excuse me, Q Klein?
You gotta be Q to be Klein.
Uh-oh. Boo, misclick. Well, this is awkward. Dominic, no spoilers, but how did this end?
What is this? What is this?
What? the hell is going on?
What is this?
What kind of side world have I stumbled at? What timeline am I on right now? What is
Oh,
this?
and you hit the set too. This is so
Oh,
good. When you play a hand
no.
super weird and you just get there.
I love that Q Clind here has the Bruce Lee avatar too, because it's kind of just like, it's like they're just like, oh, I'll hit you back. Oh, you're
Right.
making 1.2 million.
Slap, punch, kick, punch.
Exactly. Yeah, it's like this is like Chuck Norris versus Bruce Lee.
Pair of tens now for Nietzsche.
Uh-oh. By the way, such a bladed check here by QK Lind. Like you took the aggression and you got a board that's like, Bunataro's going to be on some of the time.
Oh,
and now
checking again.
you get the check to get the 10, and like now Dominic's going to think that is probably good against, hands like ace, queen, ace, king. This is a fun hand.
And somehow it is not a bad river card. Now, granted, there were no good river cards for Dominic, but
After the after the misclick, I'm loving the way that he's playing this hand. In fairness,
wait, do you really think it's a misclick?
Do I really think that he misclicked 600,000 with 10-4 off? Yeah. You think that he clicked him back pre-flop to 900K?
Yes.
Why?
Why would you think it's a misclick? You think this guy doesn't know how to handle a mouse?
I don't know what to believe anymore.
I would just try to figure out a way that could have been the right move.
Joe, I'm not even sure if you're trolling me anymore, but it was a misclick. I don't want to talk about it anymore.
I mean, I haven't heard Dominic say it's a misclick yet.
I mean, he said he rolled high, which is I think like a randomizer joke, which technically confirms your theory that it wasn't a misclick.
Rust virus misclicking the 600,000 with Jack 10. Some fun hands shaping up here. Pocket fours for poker 2350.
But by the way, lost in the shuffle of this misclick. How did we not see a bet from QK Klein? Like I don't understand.
That was weird to me, especially how bad the board was by the turn too.
Yeah, it's like start getting some value, man. Like, so weird. And now he's gonna punt it with ace 10.
Thank you, Tyke, who says on SharkScope there's a user named Poker on PokerStars who's played 48 tourneys but has not opted in.
He's holding out. He's in contract negotiations with PokerStars. We've seen your name, Mr. Poker, and we want to sign you. I'm holding out. Better than Phil. Probably going to shove in these 38 big blinds, and QK Lind sitting there like, oh.
Nah.
Maybe I should have got value from my 3 of a kind.
Big bounty that QK lined is not eligible to win. Lets it go. Okay, Dominic going more than 3x with 5 high. Misclick, regular, normal.
No, regular. I like this this play with this hand selection.
Wow!
If your opponents are going to fold hands like that, I mean, you don't want to just limp in with a hand like that when you can get ace hides to fold. It's just a great use of aggression there by Dominic Nietzsche.
Don't you mean Dominic misclick? Better than Phil, the old sourdough, artisanal, suited.
Love this. Better than Phil recognizing that Rust Virus certainly raising quite wide on this table. It's a really good hand selection to do it with. And a nice way to just get up to near 15 million here as the blinds go up to 200,000, 400,000. And you have to wonder, how is this drama going to unfold at the button, small blind, big blind?
Actually, they tried to unfold
hand.
as an option, and it didn't really work.
Huge hands here. A 2.5x. You have to imagine Komarov is going to be putting in a lot of chips here from the small blind with 12 bigs. And
can you please explain why nines is a good hand?
Well, I think we're about to find out, because I don't think Russ Virus has a fold of nines here in late position for just 20 big blinds. We're talking about a $635 bounty. Russ Virus is licking his chops.
And Optimus
calls
does
it
call
off.
in as well.
Decided
King
I
eye
like
flop.
Oh, no spade.
And
No ace, no
that
king.
is wiped out for both Komarov and Optimus. All of their chips and all of their bounties going to Russ Virus.
KO. Double
Russ
KO.
Virus up to 36 million in chips. That's second on the leaderboard. Still behind Gus QLS from South Korea, has got almost 70 million somehow.
Double KO.
Sen Hordomi says it's a ducking comedy show. I'll take it. For somehow holding. Blumen says Ace Jack suit is a clear fold. IMO. It felt like a fold. There was only one bounty they could win, so
Felt like a fold. Felt like a fold.
felt like a fold. It felt like a fold.
It did.
Like a
Yeah,
fold.
you're right.
Suited though. I mean, come on, suited. So, suited.
4 spades by the turn. I don't think we're talking about whether it's a clear fold if you hit that spade in the river.
Correct. It's actually probably still, but
Better than Phil. Somehow holding.
holding and getting the free showdown. More importantly,
That's just a nice pot to win. You know,
Mm-hmm.
it's just nice. It's just like kind of sneak in there for the extra big blind and the big blind. They check it down. You dodge so many cards. It's nice. Get over 15 million, and then sometimes you get pocket aces the next hand. Guy shoves all in for like 8 big blinds, $238 bounty. You're doing things right.
better than Phil. Isolating despite having the pre-flop nuts. And there goes Mercury, 2670.
Acey deucey, sometimes Lucy.
Down to 45 players. And the bounties are getting nice and juicy at
Now,
this stage.
poker 2350, a nice opportunity to gain some chips. Not going to find calls with those hands behind. You're going to increase your stack by 1.3 million.
See a little ace jack suited for better than Phil. 8-10 suited, a hand people like to mess around with a little bit, sometimes in position.
Yeah, but if Q Clin wasn't willing to shove the 18 big blinds with 4s, I don't think it's in the range of outcomes for them to shove the 10-8 suited, especially in a bounty where you're going to get more calls. Now, this is going to be a fun little classic race for the 888 man, Dominic Nietzsche. Going to get a quick call of these 12 bigs. And we're off to the races. Off to the
Eight's holding.
Racing
Eight's holding.
Oh, aces, no kings.
Eight's hold. One more, please. As in one more, please, bounty for Dominic Nietzsche. Back up over the 22 million mark.
Don't get cocky now, Dom. Let go of that jack 6.
And we could see another huge confrontation here. Ace
Joe.
King versus Ace Jack. All in. Snap call. Domination Nation.
In the rotation.
And
Boom.
We lose poker 2350 down to 43 players and more chips for Russ Virus, still second on the leaderboard. Now with a large bounty, a 4-figure bounty. And no one at this table could bust him anyway. Yeah, someone on the line?
Yeah, Ma, I'm going to be home for dinner, Ma. Yeah, it's going real quick.
Don't ruin this for us.
Better than Phil here. Limp in. I like this check back here from QK Lind. You don't want to raise and get shoved on here, and you don't really want to shove this many chips with ace deuce. And you're going to get bets on the ace high boards from hands like this.
Oh, baby. Oh, baby.
And kind of a bad card for Better Than Phil, not just because it improves Q-Climbed, but it might radicalize him to bet again. Target hands like 4 and 9x, because you've now picked up some equity in the event that your opponent, if the turn's like a, the turn's like a 10 or something, you're sitting there with your 7-5, you're just like, But like,
You can give up.
when you can make the nuts, you're kind of like, And,
This is a not give up card.
Yeah, but
Now you give up.
Q-Clind elects to protect, which I don't love. I really would have preferred to see a call, not just because we can see the cards and we see that would have, potentially gotten a river shove, but because, it's more likely that Phil has a semi-equity kind of bluffing hand that you might get that fire on the river. Not a lot of hands that you're going to get called by. So, bit of a mistake, I think, from QK Lind, but I think that they're happy with their near 10 million chips now.
Relatively happy.
Yes, came from behind asking, how is he not drawing dead with 7-5? Because a 3 would have made a straight.
What about just the one straight draw?
Just the one. Yeah, it was ace 9 4 2.
Oh,
Do it.
nine,
Count it.
sure.
Count it. Yep.
Fives out flopped by a pair of jacks, but turns a open-ended straight draw.
Yeah, and max value here for Winters so far, which is nice. Got to expect Russ is willing to call again.
Ooh! I forgot about the closed-ended set draw. Not really the out you want to hit, but happy to take that at
happy
showdown.
to take the 3 of a kind, but no huge incentive to bet there. I think he figured out why.
We do plenty of smoke blowing toward Dominic Nietzsche, but I do want to mention that his name comes up a lot when we are doing these massive field Sunday million / WCOOP streams. It's always, there's plenty of times that we see recognizable names, but we see his just as often as anybody else's. And that is really, really impressive for anyone to have survived to this point in a tournament with a starting field this size.
Wait, I don't understand. I thought you were going to, not blow smoke up his...
No, I'm saying we should blow up even more than usual.
Oh, okay. Let's give another, just really... Okay, yeah. He's great. He's a really good player. Oh, no. 20 million! What have you done, Rythor?
And that is going to be another double up for QK Lind. Relthor relegated to the fewer than 10 big blinds zone, a.k.a. danger.
Looks like Thor's lost his hammer. Whoo! Ace-3 suited at the cutoff. Can Grossard find a 14 big blind shove? Gonna be tough with Bunatato limping the hijack there.
What about Russ Virus?
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, but decides to take the free card and a very juicy flop all the way around. A piece for everybody.
Bottom pair and a gut shot for Dominic. Top pair, best kicker for Russ Virus. Grosser. Top pair outkicked, nut flush draw. Wow.
And electing to go big here. And Russ Virus is not going to be thrilled by this position. The problem is that even if an ace is good here, you know, there are some nut hands that Grosser can have. Queen 10, King Jack. The board isn't going to get
what
much
bluffs
better.
is Grosser going to be making there, I guess, would
that's
be my
the problem.
question.
Yeah. Yeah. And a big
Oh,
fold from
Dominic.
Taro, and I think that's a sizing thing. You know, you're really having the bottom of your sort of Broadway range there with that 60% pot, deciding not to continue. And
I guess he rolled low on that one. Looks like we are going to go check, check. This pot's going to end in a chop, and you know what they say.
everyone loves the chop pot.
Oh, put a little extra flourish on that one. Better than Phil with the Rockets. We're getting a lot of 6 out of 10s on that one. Those are my least favorite. I'd rather get a 2.
Even with my karate hands?
I think especially because of your karate hands. Oh, Winter.
Okay. Better than Phil. Okay, so Winter with a bit too many chips to just call and trap here. So I think better than Phil's going to pop her up.
There's the pop. And gets the fold from Queen Trey. Pocket Kings under the gun for Dominic.
You know, there is something to be said when you get 3 regs on a table of a $50 buy-in that had 26,325 entries.
Yeah.
Considering how much they've been willing to spar with each other, it's pretty remarkable that they all sit. You know, I mean, if you combine Russ Virus better than Phil and Bunataro's stack, oh my God!
Better than Phil, running better than God right now.
Counted for the 1,238 people on Twitch right now.
Overpair for Dominic Nietzsche in a spot where better than Phil is going to be putting chips in with a lot of hands that Kings are doing well against. This isn't one of them.
So, depending on how better than Phil plays this flop, really could dictate how big it gets. I mean, Dom is sick right now because this is incredible strength. We're talking Queen Jack suited, 9-10 suited, pocket 8s. So we'll see how Dom maneuvers. See, now just an SPR stack to pot ratio of about 1.2.
It's actually, no, go on.
Oh, but better than Phil's actually effective stack is just one to one. Wow. Okay, so this is really quite a bit messy for Dom. I think able to find a fold here. If you break, oh, does call. Okay.
Does not find the fold. Does not hit a king on the river. Double up. Better than Phil. Dominic Nietzsche left with crumbs.
It's tough. It is tough.
Quite the cooler. Bunatiru left with just a few big blinds and an $850 bounty.
Yeah, really tough, you know, at these sort of lower effective buy-ins as well. I think that there are scenarios where someone like Dominic Nietzsche is just going to, you know, not fold the big value hands, really. You know, I think that there are scenarios where maybe be able to find a big fold in a situation like that, and maybe a bigger buy-in, but maybe at this level, especially with that big bounty, to consider not folding.
I love everyone assuming Dominic's getting it in here in the big blind, and all this crazy action kicked off with Jack 10, Ace 6, and he's just going to be able to get away from 9-3 here. Grosser does not call it off. It's Domination Nation. Relthor in peril. And what a hand that would have been for Grosser. But it's Yoon 07 who busts Relthor. Yoon up over 21 million now.
Certainly some ace, queen, and queen 10 hands that Better Than Phil could have had as well. Tough spot there. But still in. Just over 2 big blinds. And I've seen Dom come back from worse.
Ace Queen still doing very well against these fives. Everyone playing a bit cautiously at the moment. Not anymore. Hune goes for a lot of it, gets snap called by second pair, which improves to trips on the river. Time for Hune to give it up.
Yeah, and you gotta wonder sometimes, like, what's the narrative? Hune maybe just why bet on the turn there? I think it's a waste of 3 or 4 million, and it's pots like that that are gonna really hurt you in the long run.
Hune with pocket sevens, raising again. Could someone introduce Benger to the concept of green screen? It's a nice futon in the background, but come on, man, lol. That's from Booyah. How about somebody introduce Booyah to the concept of ya band? Thank you for your comment.
Hey, I'll take one of those PokerStars backgrounds whenever you send one to me. PokerStars. Nice squeeze here from Clint. Recognizing the weakness of the Better Than Phil flat. The active play so far from Hune. And this is going to work.
Is it? Is it?
I said it's going to work.
Nice little pickup there for QK.
And Better Than Phil opening the 9-6 off. And this strictly has to do with that $848 bounty that Dominique has. And actually, Dom going to be getting it in good against that particular hand, but certainly a continue from Ruth as the lady steps in to the office, kicks that door down.
Making an appearance. Lady.
And now a king, ace, or 9, and it spells disaster. We do see 2 9s folded for what it's worth. Come on, Dom. I don't want to give up on you, man.
8 is safe. Dominic is going to triple up.
And Better Than Phil thinking about betting to get that 146 on the side, but does check. Did kind of feel like free chips.
So Dominic back up to 6 big blinds. 7.
Go, Dommy. Go.
Griffin said he's seen Dominic recover from worse. So far, the road to recovery is open.
And you look, and you know how those Dominics like the open road. All you need is family.
Like, is there a reference I'm missing?
It's Fast and the Furious, man. Come on. He's Dom.
Oh.
Dominic Toretto. I don't know. Like
I live my life a quarter pot bet at a time. Grosser all in. Better than Phil looking to hit a queen or a 7. Nah, that's a double up for Grossard. Have you seen F9 yet?
Yeah, it was my favorite since Fast 5. I
Oh,
really
that's great.
liked
That's
it.
cool to hear
Yeah.
because my Fast 5 is my favorite. I've liked them all very much since Fast 5, but none of them has been as good as Fast 5 to me. So,
Yeah, for me, it was like, I feel like it was since Fast 5, because that's kind of like the rejuvenation of the franchise. I would
Right.
say I would go 5, 9, 6, 8, 7. But I liked 9 way more than I thought I was going to. It was such a raucous experience in the theater. It was great. I saw it in IMAX, and it was just...
Now, did you see You saw F9 in IMAX, is what you just said.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is a big pot here.
Yeah, we got the ace high. We got the nut flush draw against 2 pair, and Grossard gonna get the rest in with top pair and the flush draw. Excuse me, I neglected that part. 2 pair now, and the spade on the turn.
Take your pick. They both win. Tell him what he's won, Joe.
He's won exactly the number of chips he's put into the pot. Double up for Grossard.
This is gonna be a fun pot too, because Bunataro is gonna peel that min raise. Oh, and you made it min for him. That's so nice. I mean, I think Bunataro would have called 1.6 million anyway, but let's see. 3. Give it to Dom.
The old stop and go likely to happen here.
I'm all in.
There's the stop.
Yeah.
And here comes the not quite the go.
He's coming back. He's gonna win.
Has to fade the aces and 10s. I only see 110 folded.
Oh, and look, Dom doing a little time banking for the pay jams. You'd love to see it. No!
Oh, no!
No!
Certain doom on the turn. That's going to be it for Bunatiro, a.k.a. Dominic Nietzsche. Always a pleasure to watch. Very impressive finish. Congratulations.
Rip.
To Dominic, out in 34th place, just 2 away from a pay jump. Something tells me the $200 pay jump maybe not going to make or break Dom's year, but a deep/frustrating run. Thanks for your presence in the chat, Dom.
Good game, Dom.
I think better of you than thinking that was a misclick, but whatever. Apparently, Griffin thinks you're an idiot. Who doesn't know how to use a computer.
I did say that. I said he doesn't know how to use a computer. He's an idiot. I did say that. Better than Phil. 2 queens in the pocket. Always nice to see.
Hasn't gotten a ton of action on his big hands.
No. Winter, is he coming? Is it coming, Winter? It does come with a raise to 1,125,000 chips into better than Phil's ace deuce big blind. You have to wonder, better Phil gonna find a 3-bet here or just a call? Just a call. Action flop.
Thank you.
I like it. I like it.
Thank you, poker gods, who have given us plenty of collisions on flops today. Winter gonna feel compelled to continue with this 2 hard flop.
It's a continue compulsion.
And better than Phil turns the boat, so heart's no longer any good. And of course you give the free card now. Winter, luckily, doesn't improve.
Do you think it's winter with 2 T's? Because, like, when he was writing it, it was, like, really cold in winter. And he was like, winter. You're really good at that. Thanks for the assist on that. On that,
you
like,
got it, buddy.
4 out of 10 joke.
What if I was just like,
You
no?
elevated it. You made it like almost a 7. That was great.
No. No, I don't think that's what happened. There's certain people I've worked with that do stuff like that. They're like, No. Bottom pair for Rust Virus. Domination rotation.
They're just like bit killers because it's
Yeah.
funnier to them to kill the bit.
Yeah,
Nice.
exactly. Let's go. I don't know what you're talking about. Think about it. Figure it out. Help me out here.
Help me out here. I'm throwing like, I'm asking for, an alley-oop here. I'm open. I'm by the rim. This is an idea that I have. I want to slam it home.
I will back up almost any joke that isn't like hasn't been done a million times, and that one hasn't. Right? That was new. So I was like, here we go. Let's do this.
Let's go. We are not move tables, but it's different. It's new. It's fresh. What's changed?
We're down to 32 players, Griffin, which means we're on a pay jump.
And 45 million guys just dropped by in Magrela.
Down to the final 4 tables. Tough board to get 3s to fold.
Yep, but some turn cards that Magrela might be inclined to barrel at. I don't think this is the kind of sizing you bet if you're not willing to continue the story later. And that's going to help with your story, Joe.
Is that one that you would maybe be able to
compel you to keep going?
Fire again?
Yeah, that's good. It's good stuff. But does check. No, you don't want to get crazy here and bet and get raised. Maybe show a little weakness.
Oh,
going to be tough to get value
every time
on the king.
Every time.
And checks again, which I'm a bit surprised by. Maybe want to try to get some value once that turn went check. Better than Phil. I think you're going to see a fair bit of this from Better Than Phil. Going to feel very comfortable. Oh, wow. Whoo.
Dude, I don't like... There's some people that just run like this. They just like make hands all the time. It's crazy. And I'm not saying that they're luckier than anyone else or I just mean like constantly, because sometimes that doesn't work out, right? Like you flop 2 pair like that and then your opponent like rivers a straight or something and whatever. Like,
yeah, but Joe, like, listen, I appreciate what you're saying, but it's like, this isn't a very big sample size of just watching this one player. And let me just say that, I feel like your experience watching that hand was like, okay, this guy raises 7-3 and he makes 2 pair of 7-3. Why doesn't that happen to me? Well, because you're not raising 7-3 suited at the cutoff with a big chip. You know what I'm saying? Like it's when you play a lot of hands every once in a while, you're gonna see it's gonna get weird. You're gonna hit some weird 2 pairs.
got weird right there for Magrela, unfortunately. Double up for Rumaton. That's right. Queen. Like when he flopped 2 pair and lost to the flush and the higher 2 pair. Exactly. Like all those people just like connecting with every card. It's crazy. Got a cooler shaping up here. Queens versus ace queen. Ace on the flop.
Queens. I'm obsessed with this anecdote from Larry Fine's Ghost. My stepmother could walk past the slot machine and it would hit. Stupid lucky. Some have that gene. Not I, unfortunately.
I have that gene for slot machines, for sports cards, I've won the literal lottery. The reason I own my car is because I literally hit the lottery the night I needed to be able to pay for my car the next day.
I remember that story. That was great.
So I have that gene, just not for poker. It's like so wild. Like I get insanely jealous watching people make hands at poker. Like it like enrages me, as you can tell. So 10-9 does not flop a straight this time for Better Than Phil. 1 dying for Grossard.
Yeah, not everyone knows you're winning the lottery story. Maybe you should, you know, tell it again.
Long story very short is that a vehicle was coming out that I really, really wanted, and I put down a $10,000 deposit on it. And when the vehicle came out, the dealer was like, "Oh, by the way, I'm jacking the price up on you by $10,000. Everyone wants this car. You're going to have to pay me $10,000 over the sticker price of this car if you want the car." And I told them to kindly F off. And I went home and I couldn't sleep, and I thought about it for days and days. And finally I called him back. And the guy called me. He goes, hey, I got another car. It was supposed to be the orange and black Challenger, right? The Hemi red Challenger. And the guy called me and he goes, hey, if you take the black version coming in next week, I'll only charge you $5,000 more than I should. And I told him again to kindly F off, but then eventually tailed between my legs. I was like, okay, I'll take the black one for only $5,000 more. Well, when I went to go get a car loan, ace high flop, top pair for Hune. Looks like we're going to lose Rumaton here.
Unless it starts getting queeny or deucey in a hurry.
Unless somehow the ace folds and then a queen or deuce hits. I don't know. 4 now, 2 pair. No shot, ace 4 is folding. No shot. 0 shot. Less than 0 shot, ace 4 folds. This is going to be it for Rumaton. How much more will Magrella lose? Probably none. We'll see, though. Yeah, none. And Rumaton's out. Okay, so when I went to get the car loan, they were like, no problem, you're approved for loan, but I can't loan you the $5,000 extra. If it's not on, like, the price of the car, I can't give you a loan for it. So I went home very dejected. I went to go see my best friend at work to cheer myself up, and my best friend was like, hey, I'm going to go out and buy some lottery tickets. You want to go for a walk with me? And I said, sure. And he asked me to borrow $5, and I said, here, make it 10. We'll double the chances, and if we split it, if we win, we split it. Well, long story short, we ended up late the next morning checking our lottery tickets, and we hit 5 out of the 6 numbers. If we had had 6 out of 6, we would have won $80 million. Winter flopping a set of 3s. Total miss for Russ. If we had had 5 out of 6 the other way, like a different combination of 5 out of 6, we would have won about 180 grand. But the 5 out of 6 we hit was worth $12,000. And you cut that in half for taxes. That leaves us with $6,000. You cut that in half because we split it. That got me $3,000. And it just so happened that my friend, who I split the lottery ticket with, had owed me $2,000 for like 5 years. And he paid me the $2,000 I needed, and I had the $3,000 from there. And I ended up, boom, being able to get the car I wanted. So I'm very lucky, just not in poker. I just don't make full houses with pocket 3s.
Yeah, and how is this pot so big? I was enthralled by your lottery story.
Bougie just asked, can we hear the car lottery story? Okay, so. Magrella tempted by the 6-7 suited.
The temptation is real.
9-10 suited also tempting. Will we continue to see collisions? Nope, no diamonds on this flop. Pair of 6s. Finally, a diamond makes an appearance. Up and down now for Hune.
And interesting to start betting now from Magrella. I don't really understand it. You're not going to fold out any, queens. You're going to get a lot of calls from hands like this that have now made the best hand. And that's going to be a small loss for Magrella.
People asking a lot of questions about California Powerball. Basically, there's like a super number, and depending on if you've chosen the right super number or not, that's like there's a big disparity in how you get paid.
So what?
Pocket sevens, pocket tens, queen 10, tens out in front. Yes, sir.
Taxes just it takes 50% of what you win right off the top.
They can do it that way, yes, and that's how I preferred not to do it. I preferred to do it, just so I couldn't get in any trouble. When it's a win that big, you have to go to the office. I mean, like our hands were shaking as we went to the office, thinking they were going to tell us that we'd read it wrong. I mean, we read it like 100 times, right? Are we sure this is it? Are we sure these are the right numbers? Seven's firing now. Will tens fold?
What's the for the people watching that can maybe comment in the comment? What's the experience like doing like lottery? Like, does anyone scratch cards a lot, and have they like won like often, but it's often kind of like medium amounts? Like, is it thrilling? Is it fun? I mean, you open those sports cards, right?
You've never done scratchers?
Nah, never.
We did a bunch of scratchers during the pandemic too. There wasn't a lot going on, so I would go out and buy like $100 worth of scratchers, and me and my girlfriend and my best friend would just,
Scratch.
have a little sweat. Yeah. I knew I was getting out of shape when I got winded doing a scratcher. I was like, how many numbers are on this? Oh.
And how do you think you did over, like, if you were to scratch 100, would like sometimes you'd win like $6 here and 7 there, or like?
Yeah, you always win enough so that like if you split them up, somebody wins something. I mean, you're never gonna. It's rarely profitable, but if you like give them as gifts, it's nice.
Yeah.
Russ Virus behind to the threes. Pocket jacks now for QK Lind. Q Klein makes it 1.32. 7-8's going to fold. 10-8. Juicy.
Yeah, happy
Defense.
to peel one off here.
One heart. One straight card. Really nice board for jacks to continue. Oh, baby, what are we repping here?
So Winter thinking that this is a decent board from the big blind to attack with a check raise against a standard continuation bet. Q Klein sitting there with King Jack, going to get pretty messed up by this. But just going to call and, oh, man, doesn't even
Six
hesitate.
isn't a great card, is it?
It's good relative to the fact that you are now, drawing to the nuts, but it's I don't think it's
no. I mean for the jacks. For the jacks, like 7-8 is a hand that might have.
I think you're pretty comfortable to just put the rest in here and
yeah.
Just like, okay, show me better. Like, oh my. Okay.
I mean, I can understand the rationale. You're like, okay, well, it's probably some goofy straight draw, and then a straight card comes.
And then you just get rewarded with kings the next hand.
Well, I won't call it rewarded until I see no ace hit the board here when Winter gets in with ace-5 suited. Well, this is one way to make sure ace-5 suited doesn't get involved. Rosero, that guy sure got pokered there. Sure did. Sure did. 4s now for Glenn Folsom. 6s for Gloha. That's how it's pronounced in French. Gloha. Oh, ace 4 suited in position.
Wouldn't be surprised to see a 3-bet here from Winter. Probably has a lot of confidence after that bluff gone through with the 10-8. You have a suited ace facing a late position raise, but does decide to fold. Got pretty close there. Close to popping one off.
Queen 9-8 rainbow board.
And not a happy board for either player. Now pair for Hune.
It's so annoying that you can put 6s in such a tough spot here. With 3s, it's way worse of a hand.
Yeah, it's not really fair. You're right.
Sucks. And Hune does bluff out the 6s. Oh, boy.
Oh, my
boy.
God.
Yikes.
Gosh.
Hold on to your butts. Raise. Re-raise. Fold.
I understood that reference.
Fold, fold, fold.
Q Clan going to shove so quick just in case the internet goes out.
Right, exactly.
I know you're scared. You folded the jacks. You're terrified. Get it in there. Stop wasting our time.
Oh, a little deception here.
Okay.
How much time bank is
my
it? Just a
God.
call.
Oh,
players
my God. Oh, this is such a tough spot. Let me just call. So obnoxious.
Oh man, that is a big old pot-sized bet.
If he goes into his
Grossard.
time bank here, I'm out of here. Come on, man. Like, he just bet 60% of his stack. Just put it in. Let's go.
Oh boy.
Thank you.
So gross. And no chop. Double up for QK Lynn Grossard, left with less than a big blind as we head to the break. Time to welcome back our friend, our neighbor, our sometimes countryman, James Hartigan.
Thank you, Joseph. How awesome to have to sit for 5 minutes waiting to come back with one small blind. But hey, all you need is a chip in a chair. Great philosopher once wrote that. I think his name is Joseph Stapleton. So, 26 players remaining in this 50-50 series, WCOOP edition main event. Back to the action within the next 5 minutes. Very quickly, Joe, before we move on, I know you told the story there about buying the car, about the lottery win that you needed to pay above RRP. Please tell me that this is one of those rare cars that actually appreciates in value, which justified you spending more than the actual retail price of the car?
I mean, no car appreciates in value, but mine has lost value much more slowly than the rest. I still have the car. I still drive it. It is a first edition, so it does have like a little number plate on the inside dashboard on the passenger side. I think they only made like 6,500 of them that year or something, and I got number 4872 or something. So it will have classic status sooner than you think, by the way, because that's a 13-year-old story I just told. And luckily, because I moved to England for a few years, because I lived in New York for a year, and because there was 2 years of a pandemic, I actually, despite the car having being 13 years old, only has about 66,000 miles on it. So as long as I can maybe within the next year or two kind of get it garage and get it covered, it may actually appreciate in value at some point, yes.
Yes, that's what we have to hope for sure. Thank you for being with us this evening, by the way. Appreciate all of your contributions. Granted, we mostly stay across Twitch. I know many of you are watching on YouTube and posting questions and comments there, and there's probably stuff going on Twitter as well. I have to be honest with you. I kind of keep half an eye on Twitter these days, especially when it comes to the poker world, where call it controversy, call it drama, I just cannot be bothered. Joe, you are still, however, a keen Twitterer.
I do a lot more reading of Twitter now than I do of interacting. I'm trying to stay out of all the drama myself. Really, I am. It's very rare, not rare, I would say, but what it takes for me to get involved now is something a lot more. I don't even joke, honestly, because like it seems like even joking is misinterpreted on Twitter at this point, which is, I'm glad you brought this up, James, because I was reading Twitter today and I saw that Lon McCarran had quote tweeted Norman Chad, and Norman Chad, it said this tweet has been deleted. And I was like, oh, I wonder what it was that Norman had deleted. And I go and click on Norman's tweet and I'm blocked by Norman Chad. And I immediately get this pit in my stomach. Like, I feel bad. You remember when I was blocked by Helmuth, like, I genuinely feel bad. Like, I don't want to be blocked by people because it means I've done something to upset them. And I couldn't, for the life of me, figure out what I had done to upset Norman Chad. Do you guys have any guesses? What I could have possibly done?
I have one guess, which is that you are quite publicly good friends with a Canadian poker player who's not Griffin Benger, who will not be named, who has had a number of rather nasty verbal confrontations with Mr. Chad.
That's a good guess, one that I hadn't considered, actually. Luckily, I've stayed out of that, both privately and publicly. When those two go at it, I don't even behind closed doors support either one of them. I don't. If I had a relationship with the Canadian poker player that where we were seeing each other all the time, I would definitely get into it with him too. But because we don't, I just stay out of those things. That's a good guess. Griffin, do you have a guess?
Daniel Negreanu.
Well, I can tell you that there is. I got to the bottom of it, luckily. Already.
Yes.
Misclick?
It was. Do you remember on this stream? I can't remember if you were on or not, James. I'm so sorry. Do you remember Norman Chad hit me up for money in my DMs one day when we were on the stream?
And you basically said that Norman had clearly been hacked.
Correct. And so what this hacker did was went and unfollowed a bunch of people, followed a bunch of different people, and then blocked a bunch of people too.
Oh, of course. So it wasn't Norman who blocked you, it was the hacker.
Correct. So I spent like the first 3 hours today.
Boring conclusion to the story, isn't it?
Yeah, only if you don't see it for what it is, James, which is a fake story, so he doesn't have to explain why he really blocked Joe.
Okay.
Read through the lines, man. It's in the script here.
So yeah, rather anticlimactic, but I had like a hot tummy this morning before we went live. I was like, oh no, Norman Chad's mad at me. And the worst part is I'm so complimentary to Norman Chad all the time because people always try to pit us against each other, right?
Yeah.
You're funnier than Norman Chad. I'm like, I don't like that at all. So I'm always like, hey, Norman Chad's also a very funny poker commentator. So I thought maybe I'd like the wrong tweet or something.
Joe, you're on break. Griffin, we need to get back to the tables because the players have returned from their hiatus. And as you can observe, our friend Grossard R is forced all in here.
Yeah, I don't love this hand selection here in the big blind, but sometimes you just got to go with it. Just 0.25 of a big blind here. Womp womp.
Yeah,
and actually gonna get it in good though.
Has RUS Virus dominated, so could get more than a double up. I mean, significant pot built by the antes alone. And here we go. And spades are a factor, but it's a king on the river. Kings with a jack kicker. More than $1 million now for Grossard.
Hey, you go from 0.25 of a big blind to 3. You love in life, and you get a hand here that is going to be in a fair fight with what I presume to be the button, but the hijack ace-6 is actually going to go for it. A lot of opportunities here against that ace-4 suited, so we'll see what happens.
It did occur to me, by the way, Griffin, that during the last break when we were discussing the WCOOP live streams, the reason why Joe is most excited about WCOOP starting is he knows that's when we open the concession stands in the PokerStars arena. On a Monday night, for these once-a-week streams, they don't see the ROI, so the hot dog vendors remain closed. But for the big series, he knows he can always get a jumbo dog, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is a chop pot. You know what they say, Griffin?
Everyone loves the chop pot. Ding, 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 ding.
And that means Grossard R survives again.
I missed the ding, ding, ding after the... Miss it a lot.
Well, again, just like the hot dog vendors,
Mm.
all of those bells and whistles will be back in force for the World Championship of Online Poker. We have to save them for the special occasions, have to save them for the marquee events, Griffin.
Wait a minute. You telling me we're going to get some Griff Graff in like a week?
Maybe.
Let's go. Okay.
So here we go, 26 players remaining right now. So that will tell you that there are 4 tables left right now, because this is playing as an 8 max event.
Question from Twitch. Griffin, is that Ace-3 Isolation from Better Than Phil for the 788 bounty a good play? Do we want to go for bounties at this stage? You want to be going for bounties on all the stages in this this tournament, man. Half the prize pool goes to it, so
Yeah.
it should be priority, you know, maybe priority 1, stay in the tournament. Priority 2, get some bounties. They're delicious. We've seen some very loose plays
Ooh.
from some. I mean, if you think the Ace-3 was loose, I mean,
What
look
the
at
hell
this
is
jack.
happening here? I mean, I
This
guess
is the
I
perfect example. Yeah.
get the shove with Ace-Jack. Not so sure about the Jack-6. Ace on the flop, and this is going to be another triple up
Hey,
here for
Back in
Grossard.
the game.
As the blinds go to 350,000, 700,000. So Grossard still doesn't have a 10 big blind stack. Obviously, Margrella has the chips to play. That's a big bounty, $985. Margrella started today as chip leader. This is a Brazilian player who is a mid-stakes player, who is a PKO specialist in the Bounty Builder series last year. Came second in a 109 event for $20,920. That is Margrella's best online result to date. Could eclipse that tonight.
Juicy flop here. A top pair with an excellent kicker. A very under-repped hand, just calling in the big blind here. But a nut possibilities for Russ Virus. And a hand that, with that much equity, you might see Russ Virus... Oh, actually facing a raise here. I was going to say might get really aggressive on future streets with that equity, but now we're seeing a raise from Better Than Phil. I'm going to surely see a continue. Did get a question in Twitch, James, about how many players are left. And if you want to do me the honors of just pointing on the screen to how many players are left, maybe giving us a little finger in the little corner there, a little... Hit that 2-6.
I did the eye acknowledgement. It's right up the top of the screen.
See right. I just. Oh,
I mean, look.
No. Okay.
For the most
Now I'm
part,
picking his nose. Now I'm picking his nose.
get your hand out of there. Oh, 9 on the
Oh
river.
my God! Look at the pot size. Oh no! Better than Phil. No. Oh God. Oh God.
Will
Oh,
Phil
no.
recognize that that is
Oh,
a pretty
no.
horrible river card?
Oh no! 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 I just answered your question. No. I mean, it's so hidden. 8-6 off. It's like thinking about the kind of value hands, and I will say there's something to be said about. Oh no! You saw
All
how
in
quickly Better Than Phil called him on the
call.
river earlier with the Jack 10 against the Jack 9. You just got to put him on a bluff, and like what bluff? It's just Nice
Wow.
fold.
Better Than Phil folds the river. 52 million chips now for RUS Virus, playing from Russia, who is the 3rd biggest stack right now. Waterboy 1921 from Germany sits in 2nd. And Gus QLS from South Korea, still chip lead, 80 million that player has right now, Griffin.
Did you say a player named Waterboy from where?
Germany.
Do you think that he's just like a big fan of the Adam Sandler movie Waterboy?
No one is a big fan of that movie.
I don't know. Might be that German poker player, James.
Anyway, just to go back to the question, I mean, obviously we try wherever possible to include as much information as we can in our matrix. And you can see at all times the number of players remaining from the starting field. That 26,325 entries, by the way, that was 16,848 unique players, combined with 9,477 re-entries. This event is the 50-50 Series WCOOP Edition main event, a $50 buy-in. That is the theme of the 50-50 Series. There are 50 tournaments, all with a $50 buy-in, $1 million guarantee, but with this huge field, actual prize pool in this event is close to $1.2 million. And you can also see the payouts for the players at the final table. But of course, Griffin, that tells half the story, because those payouts do not include head prizes in a progressive knockout format. Of course, every time you eliminate a player, real money, and that is sizable. KO a lot of players, that can really make the difference between a decent payout and a life-changing payout.
Okay, James, I have a quick PokerStars trivia for you. I hate to put you on the spot here, but I feel like you're gonna know it, and maybe you won't know it, but don't be embarrassed. We're all friends here. What is the tournament in PokerStars history that had the most amount of players, and how many players was it?
There was.
You can even get an approximation.
Okay, I want to say
guess.
back in like 2013, they did like the Guinness World Record event, which had like it was a $1 buy-in, I think, and I had like 125, maybe it was 125,000.
That's so many. I mean, maybe that sounds like a reasonable number. I mean, I was thinking in the I mean, if you can do 26,000, surely you can do 100,000 with a $1 buy-in if you advertise it as such.
I'm pretty certain it's very easily Googleable, because as I said, it was at the time, it was in the Guinness Book of Records for the biggest real money online MTT of all time. So it had to have a cash buy-in. So I think it was a $1, and I think it was. I think. Now,
what do you think? What do you think the first prize was? Because that would create a prize pool of. Would that create a prize pool of 1.2 million, right?
I want to say
that math right?
I want to say that it had money added as well.
Okay. All right. Well,
according to Simple Mind, it was 225,000, which is absurd. Wow, I thought it was half that amount.
I'm glad I asked.
At least I was right about the year in the buy-in, though. I got a little bit of information correct.
$300,000 the first. Find me that man. I want to interview that man or that woman. I need to know. 300,000 from $1. Oh, that's awesome. That's a lottery right there. As action here was a raise on the button with the Jack-7, a 3-bet from the small blind with the suited king, and Russ Virus recognizing that both of these guys were mucking about. Tossed in that 4-bet with ace-jack, got it through. Russ Virus is absolutely on fire. 62 million chips, but might lose close to a third of that. If we're looking at who knows stack here is not even 30 big blinds. Russ Virus sitting there with, it's ace-3, pardon me. I thought it was ace-jack because I was still stuck on the last hand. He's going to find a fold with ace-3. Oh, John Delano corrects it. The prize pool is 300K. Okay, that makes sense. I still want to meet the person.
Well, John says that the winner was Mr. Slava Pro from Russia, and the first prize was $25,000.
That's way less cool than 300,000.
Still a huge event.
Nah, I'm not impressed anymore. I don't want to talk about it anymore.
Well, let's get back to this one then. 25 players remaining means we're one away from the final 3 tables. And it's still, I know we say this every week, whatever we cover, whether it's the Sunday Million, whether it's a WCOOP, whether it's a scoop, in these massive fields, and this week more than most weeks, with 26,325 total entries, it's so absurd, right, to have made it to the last 25, and yet the most significant money jumps are still to come. And most of that prize pool, most of that $1.2 million is still to be awarded. Oh, hello.
Ooh, and a cheeky limp here from Q-Clind, and we get a flop that both are going to be very interested in continuing on.
And this, ladies and gentlemen, is a street flash board. And there is the standard flush for Margrella with a redraw to street flash.
Oh no. Q-Clind just electing to go with a kind of blocky value bet, expecting to get some calls by like King X with a diamond and then able to easily check back river. But facing that check raise, I think Hukeland is going to feel very comfortable in folding. Certainly the individual that folded the pocket jacks on the 9-4-3-6 board isn't going to be wanting to continue against a check raise on a 3-diamond board.
So average stack right now with 24 remaining. Notice that it's just ticked down, so we are now at the final 3 tables. With 24 remaining, average stack is 27.4 million. Blinds currently 350,000, 700,000, and going up very soon to 400,000, 800,000.
Pretty fair fight considering the flop, but Hune as the aggressor with a continuation bet big enough, I think is going to find Winter mucking that Jack 10 off. That is a relatively smallish standard kind of C-bet. We're looking at about 30%. Winter might decide to peel off here because of that Jack of Spades, but instead goes for the aggressive route, which does surprise me, but it's probably going to work against the actual hand of Hune here. Nice hand from Winter. Actually been playing pretty aggressively, trying to push as many edges as possible. Been pretty impressed with the way Winter has played since getting to this table.
So Margrella flatting on the button with Queen 10 of clubs. Pretty dry board, and it's Ace Jack high that's still ahead.
Yeah, pretty fair fight here too. Fun little Broadway hands, combo hands. Margrella is going to take the lead facing a check, and I think that, you know, I think it's best if you take a check line with Ace Jack here, you do check call. But we have seen QK Lind do some unorthodox folding, and this time goes with the unorthodox raise. It plays a bit stronger than just your standard C-bet, and that's how it works. So nice play there by QK Lind, finding a little aggressive action, which I think has been much needed by the player considering what we've seen lately.
Yeah, QK Lind has been at this feature table since the start of play and is a top 10 stack, 8th overall. We've got the player who is currently 2nd in chips on this feature table. That is Rust Virus, with just shy of 60 million. And a reminder that on one of the other 2 tables, there is a South Korean player called Gus QLS70 who has close to 80 million chips. Actually 78.6 million right now. Number 1 overall with 24 remaining.
Surprised to see Winter folding Ace 10 of Spades there to the under the gun open of Better Than Phil. Better Than Phil had the Ace 5 of clubs. But, you know, playing sub 20 big blinds, a strong player. Winter maybe just deciding, I don't need to get involved here. But you think about, you know, the bounty equity as well. You got something like Ace 10 suited. You're in position. I think you should probably peel one off pre-flop. Oof. Better Than Phil here.
Was checking out one of the other tables, Griffin, to look at Gus QLS, the current chip leader, and no real surprise that they are currently the single biggest bounty. They have the little red target worth $1,900, but of course that $1,900 not available at the moment because they have every other player covered. But we have got some 4-figure bounties at this table. Better Than Phil, who is on the short side, $1,300.
Yeah, and be curious to see if Better Than Phil elects to bet versus check here. I think that what might be going through Better Than Phil's head here is thinking, well, okay, if my opponent was just c-betting on the flop, a lot of the times they're going to have a hand like Ace Queen, Ace Jack, which will value bet this river, and then I can check shove for value with my 2 pair. And we do see the representation here of that hand with the 2 10s. You know, Q Clind obviously knows that they're going to be beating better than Phil when they have a 9x, but most of the time it's going to be something like King Jack, King Queen that might have to find a fold on this river, but instead, but better than Phil. Would have gotten a fold had they bet, and now can just shove comfortably. And really well played. I've been very impressed with the play of Better Than Phil all day pretty much today. Gone toe-to-toe with Dominic Nietzsche and now back up to 22 million.
So would you say that this is an appropriate moniker, that Better Than Phil is actually better than Phil?
Depends on the Phil, James. We talked about this. Until we find out which Phil, it cannot be said.
Well, any of them, Galfond, Ivy, Helmuth, these are all world-class players.
I mean, listen, maybe he just works with a guy, you know, in an office named Phil, who he just like, you know, they play little games together, like, you know, they play Yahtzee, and he just needed to tell everyone that he's. We don't know, you know, we just don't. Unless he wins this tournament, and then we interview him, we can get to the bottom of it.
Lines going up very soon, which is not good news for Grossard, who's just waiting for an opportunity. Before the break, so about 25 minutes ago, Grossard was on the receiving end of a brutal cooler, ran kings into aces and was left with one small blind, managed to triple up, double up, quadruple up, but since then has just been kind of chipped away at and will be forced all in again relatively soon.
And the raise call here by Better Than Phil for a significant amount of chips, but that is a wheelie.
Yeah.
Boom, daddy.
Domination rotation, and we see the KO of Nana's makeup gone in 23rd place. And that is going to take us down to 22 players. And Phil is getting back into this game as an above average stack once again.
And now with those blinds going up, Q Clind here with the 9s, 30 big blinds at the cutoff against a very active opponent, is just going to go with the flat call. And interesting to say, James, what Grosser does here, does elect to fold, but with just 3 big blinds, maybe it would have been a nice spot to get it in there, and would have made a very strong hand with the King 10.
Yeah.
I don't think Better Than Phil can really continuation bet on this board. Going to expect a lot of hands that are on base here to continue. It's really the worst case scenario here when you're Better Than Phil to see this board against a flatter at the cutoff.
Another KO on one of the outer tables takes us down to 21, so 3 tables of 7 now. This is an 8 max event.
Oh my God.
Too unbelievable. The river deuce, the full house, really is better than any Phil out there. No one rivers cards like this.
Ducks fly together. Ducks fly together. And Phil willing to go big here because of that range breakdown we just talked about on the flop. QK Lind should have hands, you know, something like Queen 10, you know, something like King 10. King 10 maybe would have bet by now, so it does go big, but gets the fold.
Yeah. So yeah, final 2 tables will be when we're down to 16, and as usual, we'll go hand for hand at 10 on the final table bubble. We'll play with a 9-handed final table, and we will play down to a winner tonight. This is a 2-day event, started yesterday. It will conclude tonight with the winner receiving 51.5K roughly, plus bounties. And of course, for those of you not overly familiar with the progressive knockout format, questioning why, oh why, first and second pay the same, the difference will be the head prizes. The difference will be that final head prize from eliminating the second place finisher.
Q Clind electing to go for the 3-bet here. This is going to look very strong to Better Than Phil, and does get away.
Poor old Grossard, 7 deuce, just waiting for an opportunity to get their chips in. Instead, it will be Start of day chip leader Magrela, who opens here with ace jack of clubs, 1.6 million. Blinds are now 400, 800. Winter is coming.
Oh, the ambition.
Re-raising to 4.2 million.
So ambitious.
And what a flop for Margarella. Top pair, flush draw, Winter with a wheel draw. I'm trying to be optimistic here, Griffin, but 15% equity and continues for 3.4 million.
Yeah, you're going to want to continue your story here. Your opponent's not always going to have something like ace jack. Oh, my gosh, this is it's
wow.
over. Like,
Wow.
It's such, yeah.
Winter turns straight and is drawing dead 8 million into the nut flush with a redraw. Actually, the 3 of clubs is dead, so no redraw to the straight flush. And this is committing as well, right? If Margarella shoves here, Winter can't fold. Well, we get to the river, 33 million in the middle. Winter's got 13.6 behind.
Yeah, and it's a situation where Winter is going to. Oh, interesting. I mean, Winter's got a call, but
Winter is going because that is another KO. That sees Margarella win a 60 million chip pot, claim a bounty, move up to 75 million, second place on the leaderboard, just behind Gus QLS from South Korea, who's got 78 million. What a gift!
Yeah, I mean, I was impressed with the level of aggression that Winter was willing to use to acquire chips, but I sort of felt that one happening in slow motion. It's like, listen, you know, Queen 3 suited is not good hand selection, and you know, you were kind of mid position-ish in this, like, you know, scenario wise. It was sometimes you get a bit punished when you're playing out of line like that, and it's just unfortunate that 2 of clubs, it was just the gin card for for Magrella.
Yeah. So down to 20 players now. Everyone has cashed
Grossard, James.
for at least $1,000. Oh, Grossard.
Could have put the King 10 in with 3 bigs. There was a raise and a call. And he folds. Oh, no.
And now gets dealt 9-3 offsuit.
And
with
he's folding
roughly
James. James, he's not going home to mama to say, I busted with 9-3 off, 10-4 off. No. No. If he's going to go down, he's going to go down pretty. Okay? He's going to have a nice hand.
Just need to remember some of these folds, Griffin, when we're calling the heads up and Grossard has like the 5-1 chip lead.
Exactly. The humble beginnings of the hero, Grossard.
I mean, not being funny, I'll be impressed if Grossard can make it to the next break. Well, that's more than 25 minutes away.
Tech asks, is there a pay jump, or why do you fold with 30 of your stack in? I think I already went over it, Techie. Okay? Some people don't want to bust with bad hands. They don't like it. It doesn't feel good.
Here's the thing. Busting a poker tournament means you can't win it.
Yeah, can't play anymore. The dream's over. Game's over. No, I'm not putting the rest of my chips in 10-4. You can't do. I can do what I want with my chips. I'm not putting it in. Not doing it.
Jack 10 versus Ace 5 suited.
What your odds say, your advanced stats, okay? I'm a cerebral player, and it's not 9-3 off.
Artisanal Sourdough still the best hand, and Huna's going to bet. Gets a call.
Ooh, I like this cheeky lead from Russ Virus and gets the quick fold. Russ Virus is playing great. Great poker.
So a reminder that... Oh, hold on a sec. What have we got here? 7-6, opening the button. Cheeky.
Wait a tick. I like it. I mean, listen, Magrella's not going to get a lot of opportunities to be in position.
Oh, open-ended straight draw versus trip 8, Griffin.
Yeah, and the thing that's going to be really annoying, James, is that he's going to Magrella is going to continuation bet. It might get raised. And then you're sitting there with your straight draw like, ooh. And that's why I love this minimum bet. Oh, and I love the straight. Let's go. Let's break some hearts. Come on.
Wow.
Let's ruin some days. Huny. I'm sorry, pal.
1.99 million into a pot of 6 million, and Herner calls, and the board pairs on the river. Full house, but does Magrella slow down now, Griffin? Surely that straight shrinks when you're looking at a double paired board.
Yeah, I think Magrella's sitting there like, oh, I kind of think he has like a 5, but now you just let it go and you check. And you know what? Hooney, let's throw around the ball one more time.
Wow.
Oh, no!
Went for
Magrella!
all on the river. Little bit spewy, and Herner gets the double up and is now playing 24 million.
And hey, James.
Grossard's all in.
Look who just got ace-10. Who
Come on,
waited for a
Grossard.
good hand.
Come on, Grossard.
What hand is Grossard going to be up against? Ace-3. Maybe
And
pocket
deuces.
2s. The legend. Look, King 8's getting in there. Let's quintuple him up. Let's quintuple him up.
I love it, Phil
6X?
Kerr. Grossard gang. We are all in the Grossard gang.
Watch. Better than Phil's going to shove. Watch. Like a boss. Watch. Do it. Do it. Make it weird. Make it weird, Phil. You made it weird. I told you he was going to make it weird. Let's go. Team Grossard. Better than Phil knows.
It's the Grossard gang, Griffin. Don't rebadge it.
Let's go. Grossard gang. I'm into it.
Ace
Look at how
10
big this pot is.
versus
Look at
ace 3.
this.
10 high flop. Yes, boom. On
It's
the
over.
turn. Done deal. That is, let me do the calculations here.
Make it weird.
That is what? More than a triple up?
Hey, 2 big blinds in a dream, and he's going to do it again. You see, get that bad hand of the big blind. I'm out of here. I'll wait for my ace 10 plus.
That's significantly more than a triple up. It was all in for what, like 200K?
300, yeah, 236, I think.
That's an octuple up.
Yeah, it's an octuple up.
Okay, Grossard gang, we continue to watch the fate of our guy or girl. Grossard playing from Belgium, still the shortest stack of the 20 remaining players in this 50-50 series WCOOP edition main event, kind of a prelim for the World Championship of Online Poker, which starts on Sunday. We'll go through our live streaming schedule again later on for those of you who missed it earlier on, but crucially what you need to know is that for the next 4 weeks, we're going to be on air on Mondays, Tuesdays and Wednesdays with final tables of some of the biggest events of this year's WCOOP.
I would love to see a raise here from Q Klein. You never want to just sort of get it all in here against an early position open and find yourself up against kings, but you got the best hands so often. And, you know, it's not outside of the realm of possibility that Hoonay calls. I mean, it kind of looks like Q Klein has, you know, a big flush draw, maybe something like 6-7 of clubs, ace-4 of clubs, queen jack. This is, of course, Q Klein in the big blind, so it's not likely that they have a much better hands. It does call. Here we go.
And
Huge double up for Q Klein.
is a massive pot, and that is going to leave Herner on fumes. Herner's basically got the same size stack as Grossard now.
Now, here's a question for you, James. Is Queen Deuce good enough for Grossard here? Technically the best hand against Magrella as well. This is going to be interesting.
You got half your stack in there. You have to.
No, you got to
Grossard.
fold it and flop
No.
up air. Grossard
No.
doesn't play by your rules, James.
I don't care. I'm
Hasn't
still
read the Hartigan handbook.
a fully paid up member of the Grossard gang, but not being funny, I'm the biggest net on the planet, and I would have got it in there.
Grossard etching his name in PokerStars history, refusing to die with anything but the best.
kind of feel that that was Grossard's opportunity.
Oh!
Now, of course, it looks
I'm
inspired.
sorry. Would Grossard have been eliminated here, or is he a straight-up genius? Grossard gang, GG.
Yeah, now we can all say, great fold, amazing play, destined for victory, final table appearance assured.
Also, yeah.
I mean, you know, one big blind. What can possibly go wrong?
Quattrogio 91 just blew my mind. The King 10, we all were like, oh, I can't believe he folded. He would have lost on the river. Remember, it filled up deuces full. You were here for that? That was us, right? Yeah. Oh, my God. 7 deuce. I think we all know where that's going, everyone. Right in the muck. And we're back to 280K. How quickly it falls.
No, all in.
Oh, my God. You went with the 7 deuce. Oh, I can't believe it.
I have a bad feeling about
the
this.
one he chooses.
I have a bad feeling about this Grossard gang.
I can't make this stuff up. How is that the one? Oh, my God.
Has made some, shall we say,
King.
conservative folds.
Goat. He's like,
oh, 2-pair Griffin. 2-pair, 7s and deuces.
Oh, no diamond. No diamond. No diamond, no 9. No diamond, no 9. No diamond, no 9.
This is absolutely ridiculous.
For the gang. For the gang. Oh, my God. Please. I need...
Oh,
no!
Barry
No! What does it
Greenstein.
mean? Who has better?
Hurner.
Why 0?
Aces and 9s.
No!
A better 2-pair. Hurner was all in as well and is going to survive. And Grossard, bad news Grossard gang, finally KO'd, having clung on for the better part of 40 minutes. But that is hilarious. Made such disciplined, conservative laydowns. Then 7 deuce offsuit. I'm all in. Let's go.
Wow.
Well, that was an awesome roller coaster ride of emotions.
You either die a hero or you live long enough to see yourself become the villain. And Grossard died a hero.
18 players remaining, 2 away from the final 2 tables.
Filthy Cure with the most important question of the day. What's the point of watching the rest of the tournament? He's the people's champ. He really is.
Oh, because you're going to get hands like this where better than Phil proves that he's better than everyone with hands like aces.
American Airlines. Russ Virus might attack Q-Client here. We're getting a little short-handed. We're just going to open up the door nicely for better than Phil. Could also see a call from Russ Virus here. Does elect to go with the aggressive route. And if better than Phil didn't have aces, especially against this sizing, I think Q-Client would be inclined to fold pocket 5s, only playing 40 big blinds. But better than Phil.
Okay, so basically there is a feeling that we need a new people's champ. And I'm all about tech suggestion that we now have Hurner's Heroes.
Yeah, that's a pretty good, I mean, sometimes you just, you know, it's like businesses that are started because you think of a cool name, you know?
Oh, no.
I mean, that's a good, oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Nick Tolick, ace king with Margarella picking up aces. Second hand in a row, we've had aces at the table. Yeah, we're watching Hurner 07 with interest. This is a player who was also on fumes, also on life support, and just got pretty much a quintuple up after that pot, which saw Grossard eliminated. But this is going to be the end of Nick Tolick. And this is worth $1,100. That's Nick Tolick's bounty, Griffin.
Yep. Oh, that's trouble, man.
Hugh Key Lind could have had a full house. Instead, it's Margarella who wins another pot. KO's a player. Margarella, start of day chip leader, back in the number 1 position. 95.9 million chips at the start of this hand, and is now the single biggest bounty with more than 2K up for grabs for eliminating Margarella.
Where's Hooney's heroes at? They're right here, baby. Let's go. Let's unite. Getting it in good. You know Margarella's going to call. Not a good start. Hey, we got clubs. We got backdoor straight draws. Backdoor flushes. Any queen, any king. We out here.
And I think we could be seeing the exit of Herna 07.
Could we?
Yes, we are. That is a KO. That is Margarella up over 100 million chips. And that is us, ladies and gentlemen, down to 2 tables. So let's go across to Margarella's new table. Joining the player who has the second biggest stack, Gus QLS70 from South Korea. And here's, I've got a suggestion. Let's stop selecting a player as the people's hero, because I'm just going to put it out there. It's not working out for them.
Okay. That hand was awesome. I know we were focused on no longer having heroes because James is dead inside, but that guy just 4-bet the other guy with 9-7 offsuit. What appeared to be early position, but might be visually skewed by the fact people were just joining. It could have been like a, cutoff button scenario. But that was pretty damn impressive. So I think this is a good table to jump over to. We got a couple of our guys we know, like Margarella popping over,
yep.
Russ Virus, heavy hitters. And then we're showing up and we see who is this Gus with a, true PokerStars man with the PokerStars avatar, 71 million. Pargo, 4-betting 9-7 off. This is a heavy hitter table. This is going to be fun.
Griffin's loving it.
I mean, look at Gus, 4 deuce. Let's go. Straight draw.
I mean, look, that's one thing I'll say, Griffin, is that for the most part, people have been wanting to play. Their opening ranges have been wide, and people just want to get in the action.
Yeah. I mean, it's got to feel like a bit of a free roll at this point. I mean, you've beaten out 26,309 players.
Yeah.
Okay. Go off, kings and queens. Now, Gus, if they're willing to open the 4 deuce, pocket 4s are an upgrade. But a 4 has been folded, and Pargo's got pocket aces. So this could be a very interesting pot.
Astute observation, and Pargo 3-betting quickly called by Gus.
Oh, yeah.
I'm already liking the way Gus plays. A lot of hands and plays really quickly. I don't think this hand's going to work out for them, by the way.
Yeah, what are we going with? Gus's geese? Oh my gosh, Gus goes half pot. You couldn't have just checked it back or...
Great. So now we've got Gus's geese. So Griffin has successfully boxed another player by getting everyone to rally behind Gus.
Listen, Gus is going to splash around and his geese are going to follow. You're like, where are we going? Gus, not going to love that river and probably going to check. Pargo, though, might just decide, I'm going to go all in.
You can't go here with 4s.
Well, you also can't call, but we don't know what's been going on this table. We got to this table, James, and Pargo was 4-betting a guy with 9-7 off. These guys could have a crazy dynamic spanning, hours. We don't know.
Gus has dropped down to 5th place on the leaderboard. Margarella still out in front, 100 million chips at the start of this hand. Margarella from Brazil started day 2 of this 50-50 series main event as the chip leader. Has the number 1 position right now. Other players in the top 5 include Russ Virus and Pargo 18, who is currently 2nd in chips.
And 3x with 8-4 off. So Pargo, mean, listen, we got to this table. We saw the 4-bet with the 9-7. Willing to splash around. Dougie with 10-jack suited in the small blind. A bit too good not to continue pre-flop here. Pargo probably going to continue the story on the ace-high board, but should get some resistance from Dougie Dayan. It's always interesting to see how hyper-aggressive players like Pargo take range advantage spots like this one on an ace-high board and whether they continue firing. The problem with that 8, James, similar to a pot played earlier with that rivered pair for Dominic Nietzsche, is, you know, now you're beating King Jack and King Queen and Queen Jack. Do you really want to bet here with what you previously had was air, now you have a pair. You went from air to pair and does check.
Filthy Kerr making the astute observation that these bounty tournaments, these PKOs, bring a ton of action. It's very entertaining. Yeah, always play very aggressively. And I've enjoyed what we've seen so far, down to the final 2 tables, playing down to a winner tonight. 15 more eliminations until we have the champion of this main event. Blind's currently 500,000 and a million. It's been opened by Gus with 10-8 of diamonds. Immediately we get the re-raise from Pargo 18 with Jack 10. Margarella with 9s folds.
And this is the power of the 3-bet, the power of being that second person into the pot. If you think that your first opponent could be raising pretty wide, you can push out hands that are most deserving of this pot, which is the pocket 9s in the small blind. You are so jailed there in that small blind facing this action. And look at this. It's going to be a nice pot for Pargo and get all the way up to nearly 90 million. So listen, to get through 26,000 players, you can't just sort of stick around. I've talked about this before, sitting there with that 11 to 17 big blind range, hope to double up. You need to be this kind of hammerhead. And Pargo is proving that it can really work out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the noise you make when you have the Rust virus.
Nice.
Top pair
Pretty
versus the diamond draw.
Flop, yeah.
Meanwhile, KO at the other table, it was Stum Wonkas who's just been eliminated in 16th place, so we're down to 15 now. And Ross Virus still has the best hand.
Yeah, and very thrilled by this run out. You know, Russ Virus is gonna have some bluffs here, and that's what really they're counting on, hoping to get called by, you know, some hands like pocket pairs, 9s, 10s, jacks, that thinks that Russ Virus could have missed diamonds or 6-7 or something. But against Queen 9 high, not gonna get action. Wow, Jack 3 suited, and it should. And really, the story since we've gotten here is the.
What is Pargo's deal? Pargo 18 from the Netherlands.
What is Pargo's deal indeed? And a pair and a flush draw here between the two of them.
So Pargo's already won $2,600 in head prizes.
Oh my gosh! And goes for the check raise. Like, yo, these guys are playing hood. Like,
what is happening in this? These two in particular, Griffin. These two just will not stay out of each other's way. Pargo v Gus, I'm loving it. And it's trip jacks on the river. A bet of 7.9 million for bluff/value. I'm not entirely sure.
Oh, it's a bluff. It's hoping to fold out a king or something, but not gonna happen. Imagine Gus calls. Be so funny.
No.
Gus, blow all the doors off. Go all in. Come on. Do it for the geese.
Oh, wow. And Pargo now chip leader with 105 million.
And hey, listen, who was I to judge? Maybe just really wanted to play against Gus, and it worked out. I mean, that is such a poor check raise and a very, very poor river bet from Gus, and the geese are not happy.
No, I cannot see Gus being eliminated by anyone other than Pargo.
Gem Poker saying, Leon Krinchik used to be a professional footballer, but is that really him? Maybe?
Isn't that a picture of Daniel Day-Lewis?
It is. I mean, it might just be a dude with a mustache and that haircut, but it does look like DDL. Did he retire from acting after Phantom Thread?
Hasn't he retired like multiple times in his career?
Okay.
Margrella opening with King 10. Russ Virus with 4s. A shove from Gus with the Snowmen's. Num num. Gus is worth $1,900, by the way. This is a sizable bounty.
I mean, this is a great shove, and I don't think Russ should call half of their stack here. But there is temptation because of the size of that bounty. I think if it was sub 20 big blinds, you've already put in 2. Even still at this stage, maybe probably not a call, but anything 15 and under, I would have expected to see a call from Russ Virus.
Well, blinds have gone to 600,000, 1.2 million. We've got Margrella opening here with ace-5 suited. Olista, who is the shortest stack of the 15 remaining players, all in with kings.
Oh, yeah. And Russ Virus might be tempted here and does make the call and probably won't get an isolation from Margrella, but you never know. These guys have a history of playing against each other from the previous table as well. This doesn't look particularly strong from Russ Virus. So maybe Margrella just says like, nah, and puts in, 18 million all in. Who knows? Probably just going to call, though.
Margrella calls as well. So we go three-way here. Olista all in and set for more than a triple up with top set. And obviously the straight draws now for both Margrella and Russ Virus. But Olista is safe. 16.5 million will be going their way.
Yeah, gonna have to be feeling really good here as Olista, even before the cards are turned up. And a huge triple up there to almost 15 big blinds.
And still at 15 players. We've got 8 on our current featured table, 7 players on the other table. Field will merge when we're down to 9. That will be the final table, and then they will play down to a champion.
Pargo finally showing some passivity in a way, just limping the ace-9 suited, but because it's blind on blind, it almost takes the form of a trap. King 4-8, 1 spade out there, deuce 3, got nothing.
Heading towards the next scheduled break. And ace high is still good.
Yeah, Pargo just gonna have to hope their hand is still good here. Dougie Dan is sitting there with the stone nut bottom of the range, playing the board on a King 8, Jack Queen 4 board. So maybe might decide to represent a queen and does go for that near pot bet. A little bit unbelievable, but also difficult board to call with just ace high. You're losing to pretty much everything. Is your opponent good enough to bet this big with a queen and does call with the ace 9 high?
Wow.
Par go. Par, more like par let's go. Beautiful
Pargo
call with ace high.
consolidates their position at the top of the leaderboard. 112 million chips now. Ace queen
Brilliant
suited.
work. Brilliant work from Pargo. And it's all about thinking about what story your opponent is trying to tell. Dougie Dan, would that player really bet nearly pot with second pair for value? Probably not. So what are they repping? 2 pair? Well, would have heard from top pair a while ago. So maybe, but you know what? 9-10 for a straight. Well, I have a 9 in my hand. So less likely it's that. Puts on the stone cold bluff, and excellent, excellent work from Pargo.
So Margrella flatting here in the small blind with king queen. Ace 10 calls in the big as well. King high flop. Margrella near enough 90% favorite.
Yeah, small blind, always difficult to play with these middling Broadway cards, facing an early position raise, because you think, well, I think that I'm kind of ahead, maybe break even with the range of the end of the gun player, but I don't really want to 3-bet this kind of hand and be up against that under the gun range when they want to continue. But when you just call, you're kind of advertising that you have this kind of hand, because you so often do. But is going to get that king high flop. Getting that jack turn might get some action from Russ Virus. I think Russ will probably have to call half pot, especially with the ace of spades, because it gives opportunity on a rivered spade if Russ Virus wants to get a bit weird and maybe bluff raise, representing that nut flush.
And Margrella looking at a pot of 16.8 million bets. Just over 11.5 million, and with second pair top kicker Russ Virus with the decision.
I think Russ is going to very comfortably find a fold here. Not a lot of bluffs there, especially with the ace of spades in your hand, so that your opponent can't have ace 5 of spades or anything like that. So good fold from Russ Virus, playing really well today.
And that's going to take us to the break. A 5-minute hiatus, which sees Pargo 18 take the chip lead in this 50-50 series WCOOP edition main event. Pargo 18, the Dutch player with 111 million chips right now. 15 remain, playing down to a winner tonight, and we will follow the action every single hand. Cards up until we have our champion. So back after this short break, right now we're going to bring Mr. Stapleton back into the mix, and I want to give a quick shout out to 2 very special people. I want to give a shout out to Raksha and to Wreck-It Robin, who spent some time last week with me and StatTrick, bringing us up to speed with the wonderful world of Discord and the PokerStars Discord server. And Joe, this is a very exciting development, and we'll talk about this more on the next episode of the podcast, which will be released on Thursday. Poker in the Ears has been on an 8-week summer break. Joe and I are recording our first new episode of the season on Wednesday. It'll be out on Thursday, and we are going to have a presence on Discord. We're going to have dedicated channels on the PokerStars Discord server where you can talk about the show, where you can apply to be a super fan, where you can ask specific questions, where you can come up with ideas for topics we should be covering, guests we should be interviewing. And I really like this because I know we often shout out for tweets, but I love the fact, Joe, there's going to be a place where, with the help of StatTrick, you and I can drive the conversation, get the audience, get the fans talking to each other, and kind of create a real podcast community.
Yeah, well, you know, it's something that we've lacked a little bit for Poker in the Ears, or EPT Not Live, FKA. So, you know, just one place to find everything. If you guys are a little intimidated by Discord, you're not alone. I find it a little overwhelming myself, but I haven't had a really good reason to get in up to my elbows to learn how to use Discord, learn how to, you know, use it to its fullest potential. So Poker in the Ears, to me, is a great reason to start doing that.
I think the key thing to say is that you can access Discord via a web browser. You don't have to download any software if you don't want to. And as ever, if you're familiar with our PStars links, our abbreviated URLs, it's pstars/discord. So that's psta.rs/discord. Alternatively, if you're on Discord, you can search for the PokerStars server and apply to join. And look, it's not just about the podcast, and this is why I'm so grateful to Raksha and Robin, because they opened my eyes to the fact there's already a huge community of poker fans there already. We've got a dedicated thread to software updates. There's a dedicated thread to Twitch. If you're a subscriber to any of our ambassadors or our Twitch channel, the conversation is going on there 24/7. And of course, PokerStars School has a big presence there as well, and its own burgeoning community. I kind of feel a little bit embarrassed that I haven't jumped in, that I haven't waded in sort of up to my neck over the last couple of years. So. Yeah. Thrilled to be a part of it, and definitely will be in there joining in the conversation. But yes, we will talk more on this on the podcast on Wednesday. We will also, and this is one of those things where you think we must have spoken to this guy at some point, but Mason Pie Face Poker has never been on the show. Someone recently pointed out, you guys need to speak to GJ and Pie. Well, look, they don't come as a package item. We will speak to them both individually. The reason why we're prioritizing Pie is that GJ has already been on the show. Georgina was a super fan back in 2017. So she will come on in time as a guest, but Pie has never been on the show in any form before. So we'll definitely have Mason on as a guest this week. Talk about the life of Pie. Talk about the mixed games movement, and also talk about those replay streams that he and Georgina will be doing during WCOOP, which starts on Sunday. Streaming starts next Monday. And at the next break, in case you missed it earlier on, we're going to run through that schedule. But the real headline detail, the real takeaway, is to know that we will be streaming Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays throughout WCOOP 2021. That includes the final table replays that will be on in the afternoon and the live streams that are going to be on in the evening. Griffin, you've been doing some sterling work. You're not done yet, but you are going to get a break now. You are going to take a hiatus from the booth. Joe and I are going to return to our featured table in this 50-50 series, WCOOP edition, $50 main event, 15 players remaining. And right now, there's a few players we are watching with keen interest. We've got the two biggest stacks at this table, Joe. Those players being Pargo 18 and Margrella. But there is a lot of support. Nice try. There is a lot of support right now for Gus. We had the Grossard gang. We had Werner's Heroes. Now it's all about Gus's geese. The fans want Gus to make a comeback. Lost a lot of chips during that last session, but Gus is the hero we need right now.
I mean, I was watching a little bit on the last, enjoy Pargo, by the way, during the last session. And we are rarely say someone did something bad. But I heard Griffin multiple times say Gus did something bad. We want Gus to redeem?
Yes. We're looking for redemption. We're looking for a comeback.
Okay. Well, it's awkward. I wore my Pargo shirt today. Finally, they made a deep run.
Do you ever look back on your life and think, why did I spend so much time in North Dakota?
No, I mean, only because North Dakota was some of the most easy and fun work trips I ever had. So, no, I look back on all those trips really fondly, actually. You know how, like, on other TV shows, James, the presenters, let's say, well, we'll just say other TV shows. The presenters get wined and dined and sort of treated like royalty and really above what they should be treated.
I mean, that's why I do the job.
Well, you and I, we're not treated poorly by any means, but we don't really get that treatment, right? We don't get that treatment. But when I would go to Fargo,
of decent treatment over the years.
Decent treatment for sure. Decent treatment. I'm not complaining. What I'm saying is when I go to Fargo, I am treated like I'm on a network sitcom. And I like that.
Well, Gus with Jack
10. Leon.
Just quads. Just quads.
Wait, it's a full house on board. Chop it up.
Gus, this is not really the comeback we were talking about. This is not really the way things were meant to be going.
Yeah, we definitely need Gus to run better if they're going to get it in bad?
My favorite story relating to Joe's time in Fargo, and apologies that it's a story that kind of shows you in a slightly bad light. It was the first time Joe had ever gone there for this TV gig. Well, let's just see what happens here, because Gus has decided to just get it in. I guess for around 20 big blinds with ace-8. And I guess it's going to get through. Pargo unlikely to call it off here with king-6. By the way, an elimination from the other table. Waterboy 1921 has just been eliminated in 15th place. So one player from this table will be moved. That player has gone. It's a lister. And we are at 2 tables of 7 now. So it was the first time Joe was doing this TV gig in Fargo. And it was the first time we were doing the podcast from Joe's hotel. So we had done a kind of line check the day before, right, to check that the internet was good enough. Because, you know, hotel internet can be really flaky, especially when it's free, super fast broadband. And then the next day, there was an incident where Joe overslept for the podcast. And Joe's phone was switched to Do Not Disturb. So we realized that the only way we were going to be able to get hold of Joe was to actually call the hotel. I did not know what hotel Joe was staying at in Fargo, but I figured there can't be that many decent hotels in Fargo. But more importantly, when we'd done the internet test the day before, I remembered very clearly what Joe's room looked like. So we Google image searched every kind of like 4 to 5 star hotel in Fargo, recognized the room.
Sorry, let me interrupt for 1 second. Every 3 to 4 star hotel. There are no 5-star hotels in Fargo.
Based on a Google image search of the rooms at the hotels on our hit list, first one, found it, rang reception, got through to your room, woke you up, we were able to record the podcast.
Now, strictly speaking, you were correct that I overslept. However, I didn't realize we were doing the show at all that day. It wasn't just that, like, I didn't wake up in time. It's that when you're like, talk to you tomorrow, like, to me, tomorrow was another day, not 8 hours from now or whatever it was. Yeah. But that was very smart on James's part. And I'm glad he did that, because I think I missed the podcast one other time. And our boss wasn't super happy about that. And so I'm glad he saved me from it happening
I'm
sooner.
glad that for once, the pictures of a hotel on the internet actually matched what the hotel genuinely looked like.
That's true.
So we've got aces and jacks versus just a pair of jacks for Pargo. And as far as stacks are concerned right now, Pargo obviously still chip leader, but better than Phil, the Canadian player we've been following for most of tonight, who's at the other table right now, is second in chips with 100 million.
You know, it's been a while since the Canadians taken down a win on one of our streams. Been a lot of Brazil and Austria.
Go Canadian.
A lot of Russians left today.
Yeah, Kyle Gordon Stanley pointing out that Niffler is about as good as we can do. Vanessa Cade, of course, who took down that special anniversary edition of the Sunday Million that we streamed. That was back in March, right?
Yeah, it's been about 5 months.
Just before Scoop. God, was that really 5 months ago?
It's all very strange. It's all very, very strange. Like, I you know, obviously me complaining about running bad in my home games has been a running thread of all of this. I had a little run where I cashed a few times. Like, I had like a second and then a third and then maybe another second. And I realized that feels recent to me. That was in January. That's the last time I cashed. Was in January.
So yeah, got the biggest bounty in action right now. Margrella opening here with ace-8. Margrella has won nearly $5,000 in head prizes. It's currently worth nearly $2,500.
Man, and that is a lot of bounties, right? When you're talking about only $25 per player.
Yeah.
Went into the bounty.
I mean, it's already a superb ROI on a $50 buy-in, and there's some serious money still up for grabs, especially if you can make it to the final table. 5-figure scores for the top 6 tonight. Current payout with 14 remaining is just shy of $1,500. Gus has got the bond, 7-5 of spades, and is all in.
Wow. I mean, look, this guy definitely is the people's champion. We assume it's a guy. We're going to just because of Gus.
With ace-jack folds.
Oh, is that how we're saying it? I think it's like this. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. There you go. Yep. And so Gus folds the king-jack suited. Oh, there's a raise. Okay. All right. And it was dominated. Cool, 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 cool. Cool, cool, cool.
Fives still good.
Still good, but really just an awful board. It's hard to have a board this bad that has no paint on it. You're not going to get 2 overs to fold. You're not going to get any sort of pair to fold. You're not going to get any sort of straight or gut shot to fold, draw. Now you can maybe get some things to fold. Yep, very good.
Blinds are up, 750,000, 1.5 million.
Dougie Dan. If Dougie Dan knows how out of line Gus gets pre-flop, we could see a 3-bet here with the ace-4 in the small blind. Nope. Got the flop up and down draw. Gus just does not care. The Honey Badger don't care, and neither does Gus QLS.
How you feeling now, Gus?
8 high.
Gus's geese do not want you to call this off with 8 high.
Reminds me of one of my favorite online poker names of all time, Feed the Geese.
Okay, we're all in with Queen 10, and I would like to point out that Dougie Dan 678 from the UK has ace-king on the button, so this shove is not getting through.
Man, this is the kind of person that's fun to watch. Really annoying to lose an all-in here with ace-king. More and things. Gus's goose is cooked. Here we go. Run it. Do the cards.
Oh, it's over on the turn.
Later.
And Gus QLS 70 is KO'd. Another one of the people's champions eliminated. Gus out in 14th place. And we are down to 13.
So Gus had the PokerStars spade avatar. Does that mean Gus is a sponsored pro?
No, that's not what that means.
Okay. Because I could see it. Speaking of which, we can save this for the podcast if you want. Did you watch the Battle Royale?
I have. I was treated to a sneak preview before it was released.
I only watched the first few minutes, but it looked interesting.
Oh, hello. Potential conflict here. Margrella opens with fives, and we've got with kings.
Exactly, yeah. He was playing like Spraggy. That's what made me think of it. No, Crazy Carl, you can't be a sponsored pro, but you can be sponsored in general. Like if you want to go to Alcoholics Anonymous or anything like that, we can find you a sponsor. Oh boy.
Yep. Pair of nines and a straight draw for Pargo. Not a great flop for fives.
Wow.
And Pargo now with the heart draw as well. Street flash poker, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh yeah, Street Flash indeed.
Just saw the big splash of the KO from the other table. That is Garristy out in 13th place, down to 12 now. The Grafton. Wow. Russ Virus folded 10-9 suited. Somewhere a bearded man in Brazil is shaking his head and saying, nah, bro.
Does Sam play poker anymore?
Oh, yeah. He's a bona fide Brazilian player now. He legitimately has the Brazilian flag against his name on stars.
There are definitely worse places to be.
Pargo pairing their queen. Margrella getting a lot of these small pocket pairs that just aren't connecting with the board.
Yeah, this can be, very costly too. One of the things that pairs versus overcards, right? They're like a pre-flop flip, but it's a lot easier to know where you're at when you hit a queen with king-queen versus a 7-8 jack board with 2 4s.
$4.7 million chip bet from the chip leader, who's now up over 117 million. Better than Phil, who's at the other table, still second in chips with 105 million. We've got Russ Virus opening here with ace-6 of hearts. Pargo's got kings on the button. And there is the re-raise to 7.7 million. Should get rid of Dougie Dan and Margrella. And gets the fold from Russ Virus as well. Nearly 125 million chips now for Pargo, who's got sixes. Blinds right now, 750,000, 1.5 million. Next level, 1 million, 2 million. Should we raise the blinds? I'm sorry, Mr. Bond, but you do not get to dictate the structure of this tournament.
So I'm currently working on a side project I'll be able to tell you guys about more now. And one of the things that's going into it is a long rant about Casino Royale and how messed up the poker is. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
As you know, Joe, and we've had this conversation many times, and I'm not going to whip a deceased Equus right now, but it's not just the last hand. It's every single hand of poker. And the last hand is not even the most egregious in the entire movie.
No, and that's why. So I keep getting, I keep missing. So the people I'm writing this for keep asking me where it's at. They're like, just do it like you improvised at that time when we were on a Zoom. And I'm like, I can't. I need to go back and watch the whole movie to get all of it, and now maybe won't use all of it, but like just watching that last poker scene isn't enough. Like there's little microaggressions anytime poker's mentioned.
You must have thought I was bluffing hand is the worst hand in the movie, worse than the last hand. By the way, there was a KO from the other table while that hand was playing out. Alistair got balanced earlier on. Now Alistair 19 is out. 12th place finisher. We are down to 11. We have a table of 6 and a table of 5.
Alyssa Flockhart will now no longer receive her Ally McDeal. I don't know. Okay. I'm working on it.
Yeah. Thanks for that. Always love it when you workshop live on air.
Five, 5-2. I'm calling it 2 for a little while. Oh my goodness, we're down to 11. I know you just said that, but it just, the gravity of it just hit me.
Yeah. That means we're 1 elimination away from hand-for-hand play. When we're at 2 tables of 5, they will go hand-for-hand. We will be on the final table bubble.
It's going to be weird when we go back to live poker and we just, like, don't have anything to say to fill all the time, like, in between hands. Or when there's, like, we can't ever miss something like the final 3 tables happening because there's, like, always a 20-minute pause for it. I love that no matter how many times we talk about Casino Royale or Rounders, there's just always a conversation to be had. Like, we could do an entire podcast, not an episode, a whole podcast of just discussing Casino Royale and Rounders.
Yeah.
Every week.
I want to do a series of podcasts reviewing old James Bond movies. I don't think...
Does anyone do that yet?
There must be, but I refuse to believe there isn't. There must be some kind of 007 retrospective podcast. It's weird. You think I'd listen to it, right? But
you should figure out, you should see who does it, and if you can bring something different, why not? You know, if it's like one of the Broccoli's, maybe not, but...
I just think I'd want to do a limited series. I just want to watch through the entire franchise from Dr. No through to No Time to Die and just do kind of retrospective episodes on each movie.
Well, my lady friend and I were talking about maybe doing all the James Bond movies. And I assume we could slip some of it into Poker in the Ears.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think this is something for a poker podcast. This would be like a sideline project. I don't think I could legitimately utilize a PokerStars production to just rant about Bond movies.
That'd be amazing. You're back in the London office and you're just like popping in, never say never again, like in the DVD player, feet up on the desk. Sorry, guys, this is for the podcast.
That's a good question. Should Never Say Never Again be on the list? Not an official Bond movie. You know, would you do that? Would you do the 1967 version of Casino Royale?
For a limited series, of course.
Yeah, no,
maybe it's like a bonus episode at the end.
Exactly. So we've got trip 8s here for Dougie.
Pargo does have outs. Nikki says, poker seemed good to me in Molly's game. Any thought, Joe? I think the one hand where someone folds the nuts to a bunch of table talk, for the folks that have issues with that particular scene, I get it. Actually kind of works for me. But if you just can't forgive that movie for someone folding the nuts, I get that, but for the most part, I thought the rest of the poker was pretty good in Molly's game. Obviously, Rounders has very few. None that I can even think of, right? I'm sure they're in there, but like Rounders just doesn't really have a lot of bad poker in it. I've watched Rounders twice in the last year, I'd say, and it's just such a tight movie. Like even if you don't like poker.
King Queen versus Ace 7, and it's a pair of 7s for Russ Virus, but it's top pair for Dougie, who is indeed, as Chris points out, building a decent stack here. Dougie sitting 5th in chips right now with 11 players remaining.
I mean, this is the dream flop for King Queen. Oh. This is a weird move, especially against someone like Russ that has been playing really, really well. I don't know what kind of mistake you can get. Wow, okay, never mind. I take it back. I'm dumb. We all knew that, though.
Russ with pretty much pot behind, right? We've got 29 million in the middle. Russ with 31 behind. And with the second best hand, and Dougie decides to shove the turn, gets the fold. Dougie up over 85 million now.
Boy, I don't know. I'm a little baffled by Dougie's play there. Of course, it worked out. They got a big call there on the flop, but that shove on the turn, is Queen Jack calling you? Is Queen 10 calling you? Maybe, I guess, if they call the flop. It seems like a narrow range of hands, though, for you to get paid on.
Well,
panic shove. He almost timed out. Okay, maybe. We've all done that. We've all just clicked whatever was closest to us.
just to keep an eye on the short stacks, Leon is the second shortest stack with 9 million. Hyder 1980, who's over at the other table, is the single shortest stack right now with 7.2 million. Blinds will be going up to 1-2 in the next 60 seconds. Russ Virus all in with the Snowmans.
Is Alex making a reference to money playing here, James?
Did you see the dealer on didn't do a fop on plane? I don't know. But I have not yet seen Money Plane, but based on the Honest Trailer / pitch meeting video that I watched on YouTube, we definitely need to see it, and we definitely need to do a poker movie Monday recorded on a Wednesday, released on a Thursday. Ace-9, Ace-King, all in.
Chop?
It is a chop, and Joe, you know what they say?
Everyone loves a chop pot.
Oh, the sickest and classicest of races is about to occur. Dougie down with queens, with Ace-King.
Okay, you know, we're getting a bunch of nice scores here, 7 out of 10, 10 out of 10, and then someone comes in with a 3 out of 10, you're banned. I mean, that's just obviously not true. You're banned. Thank you. Thank you for your rating.
Ace-King at risk. King high flop. No queen on the river, and that is doubling up through Dougie Dans. There's still 11 players remaining.
You got to admit, play that one better. Still at 11, huh?
Yeah. And still have 2 short stacks. Queens for Pargo, who is pretty much tied with Better Than Phil for the chip lead right now. Better Than Phil bossing the other table. We are at 2 tables right now.
And a flop that no one can possibly like.
Well, there weren't going to be a lot of flops that 9-6 of clubs was happy with.
That's true. I guess one club is something. No longer a sweat for the backdoor club draw.
Nope.
No longer a sweat for the bottom end of the king high flush draw. Excuse me, straight draw.
So Leon looking for an opportunity. Leon with fewer than 4 big blinds. And should point out that Hyder, the other short stack, recently got a double up. So Leon is the player who is in the hyper danger zone right now.
Hyper danger zone. I just remembered. Uh-oh. I just remembered. I got to add this to the podcast. I'm not going to tell the story now. You guys got to listen to the podcast. I have a funny Nate Silver played in my home game last week, and I have a funny Nate Silver story to tell. Stick that in my notes real quick while I'm thinking of it.
I'm impressed your home games are still running, Joe. I know that a lot of these games are falling apart right now with people actually returning to work.
We took a hiatus. We took almost all of July hiatus and the first week of August also. And I think our August game is a one-off. I think it's going to turn into like once or twice a month instead of weekly, which is good because I'm quite literally broke. My Play Money account completely spent. Do you think bankroll rules are the same with Play Money? You usually should only be playing with 5% of your bankroll at a time.
Dougie down with 9s. Margrella with king, queen of clubs. Flats on the button. Leon just being chipped away at. Posted 2 million, 5 million behind. But queen 3 offsuit, folds it. And it's top set for Dougie Dan.
Top set on a board that I wouldn't be super crazy about giving a free card on. But if you're going for a check raise, definitely understand that. I mean, Dougie Dan was the pre-flop aggressor, right? And he's just, I mean, look at that. What a terrible, terrible turn card. You love a situation where you can, like, boat up and still not sure if you've got the best hand.
An inconsequential Greenstein and a set of 9s still good for Dougie.
That right. Excuse me. Unmasked Henya. That board. Agreed.
And Dougie Dan up to 64 million. And Dougie Dan gets dealt 9s again?
Back-to-back stars nutses.
Well, this time...
What?
I don't think Leon is going to be able to resist. Pargo getting a little bit over-aggressive with the Jack Deuce. Dougie Dan will at least call with the 9s, may choose to re-raise. Does, yeah. 12.6 million, and Leon has to take a stand here. All in.
Pargo, get in there for the bounty.
And a set of 9s again. The ace, no good. Leon is KO'd. Let's quickly go across to the other table. We are down to 10 players.
Ooh.
Better than Phil. Shoving on Hyder 1980. 5s against King 10. We are off to the races. A 5 on the flop, a set, and no flush for Hyder. That is going to do it. Better than Phil KO's Hyder. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is going to take us down to 9 players. And that means we have reached the final table of this week's Sunday Million.
Hell yeah. Nothing. Boom! Final table. No hand for hand. That's right. Filthy cur.
Let's get to that final table straight away. We can see that it is Pargo 18 who comes into the final table as the chip leader. However, better than Phil, just behind them. In fact, better than Phil has the slight advantage. I take it back. Better than Phil, Pargo pretty much tied for the chip lead, but it is Pargo. It is Pargo who's second right now.
I mean, this is pretty sick open here. Jack 10 offsuit from middle position, arguably early position. At a what are we at? Nine-handed final table. Jack 10 off. First hand. And pretty tough to stick around here for
So, just to be clear, these are the final 9 from a starting field of 26,325. So now we can clearly see what every payout is. They're all advertised on the screen. Plus, of course, there are the head prizes. There are the bounties, which again, you can see the little target symbols next to each player. Underneath that avatar shows you what they're worth right now. Better than Phil, the single biggest bounty up for grabs right now, $2,876. Phil with aces here, facing the raise from
I mean, this is a really bad spot for Savick.
Oh.
Combining James's love of both Kirstie Alley and James Bond.
Here's a trivia question for you then. Who replaced Kirstie Alley as Lieutenant Savick in the search for Spock and the voyage home?
I know she was replaced. I couldn't remember if I was remembering the first Savick or the second Savick.
Wow, Savick just calling there. Probably saved themselves some chips.
Yeah. It was a very Vulcan move to just flat there. It's another name actress, but not as big a name, right?
I don't know if it is. I don't even know if it is a name. I can't remember her name. I don't recognize her from anything else.
Okay. So I can look it up.
Phil extending their chip lead. 157 million now. Whatever happened to Kirstie Alley?
Oh, you don't want to know, buddy. Robin Curtis is her name.
Curtis,
yeah, wasn't in much else after that. Kirstie Alley also continued on the sci-fi trend and became a very prominent Scientologist.
Right.
So, just sort of stayed on brand. Still a lot of aliens. Ah, right, the new character played by Kim Cattrall. That's right. That's what I was thinking of. Thank you, Nondescript.
Yeah, which kind of was yet another female Vulcan who could have been Savick. And I think it would have been a nice plot twist, actually, because Savick is a known character, being the traitor in inverted commas. That was in the 6th one, right? The Undiscovered Country.
Yeah, I like that one.
And the Kim Cattrall character, it turns out, is basically part of this alliance that's trying to keep the conflict going.
Queen 7 misses with the averagest of hands defending from the big blind.
I guess now that we're down to the final 9, Joe, we should do our usual tour of the world. And don't really see this escalating at all. We get the bet from Pargo of 12 million. Ace high for Q-Clind. A player, by the way, we've been following since the start of the day. Starting at the bottom and working our way to the top. Russ Virus, as the RUS would suggest, is playing from Russia, as is Q-Clind. Is in Belgium. Royal 99 is Deutsch.
9-9.
Savic 007 is the third Russian player at this final table. Margrella, start of day chip leader, is from Brazil. Dougie Dan 678 from the United Kingdom. Pargo 18 from Netherlands. And Better Than Phil is Canadian.
Pulling for Canada, just because we haven't seen a Canadian winner in a while. I don't know if we've had an actual Russian winner in a while, have we? Pocket queens with the re-raise. Ace-6. Suited's nice. Ace-6, obviously the worst ace. Just terrible. It's like the queen jack of aces.
Are they representing Russia, or are they representing the Russian Poker Committee?
Oh, well. That's a good question. I think Russia as a nation still exists as far as poker is concerned.
I do like the fact that Pargo continues to play aggressively and open a lot of hands, Joe. 7-3 offsuit here. Now, obviously, with the benefit of hindsight, when you realize your opponent has 10s on the button, it looks really stupid. But if you just have to get through like Jack 8, and say, for example, King Deuce, it looks inspired.
Yeah, I mean, people are still defending Jack 8 and defending a little bit wider than that, too. So, I don't know. People are usually going to make these raises with hands that have some equity. Oh, I'm loving these blinds. Are going to be huge by the time we're done with this final table. This is going to be hilarious.
Well, you might remember, Joe, at the start, my prediction is that this will get to either the 5 million, 10 million level, but more likely the 6 million, 12 million blind level.
Are there a billion chips in play? There are, right?
Close to it. So 26,325, 25,000 chip stacks.
25 times 25 would be a billion, right, or no?
I think it's short of a billion. I mean, I'm not going to be able to do it in my head, obviously.
I'm doing it. No.
It's 658,120. Sorry, 658,125,000. Yeah. Yeah, Joe's status as the human calculator was kind of like questioned there for a moment.
Just because I wanted it to be true, that's all. It wasn't.
What you want and what you get, ... So, Jack 8 versus King Queen, the two big stacks, Better Than Phil and Pargo 18.
25 times 25 is 25, James. That's the part I forgot about. Look at this. Pargo is really trying to muscle his way, their way, through this final table. We had the Jack 10 open, the 7 tray open, the Jack 8 continue here. And another barrel's probably going to get it done.
I mean, I have to say, Woolie's got a point. If we're rounding to the nearest billion, and you consider that they have more, that we're above $500 million, then yes, there's a billion chips in play.
That's what I should have gone with. Can Pargo fire again here? Nah, just checks it. And Better Than Phil obviously has some chops. Griffin identified this player as a reg, a long-time reg. And obviously the play we've seen of them thus far since we started has been pretty impressive. So, yeah, it was all leading up to, hey, maybe Better Than Phil takes this opportunity to not face a river bet from Pargo.
I mean, if Better Than Phil can continue to dominate this final table, if Better Than Phil can win this and best a field of more than 26,000, I'm going to say that they are indeed better than all Phils in poker.
Oh man, I'll give you 2 Phils.
Any two?
But no, one of them, neither can be Galfond.
Gruesome.
Yep, fine. You can have
Lock.
Gruesome. Oh, Lock's going to be a tough one for me, but I said anyone but Galfond, so. I can't think of a bigger waste than watching Phil Lock play online poker. Like, just absolutely, just everything great about Phil Lock. No goofy costume, no silly hair, no personality. I mean, just what would be the point?
Lanting says, what about Phil Ivey? Never heard of him.
I think he means Horatio. Jimmy Batsy says, Hellmuth! Okay.
Sternheimer.
Oh, Sternheimer. I think Phil Sternheimer has a second child now.
Phil Gordon. That's a good one. Remember interviewing Phil Gordon.
Shoving the button. Putting the pressure on. What about the Philosopher's Stone?
Oh, weak.
That wasn't even my joke, so.
I didn't think it would be because the movie had a different name in the US of A.
What was it called in the U.S.?
Sorcerer's Stone.
Oh, this. Did they think the word philosopher was too smart for Americans? Really? That is amazing and accurate. Better Than Phil flopping very, very well here, guys.
I believe it came from the publishers of the original book rather than...
Oh, because they knew.
The Warner. I think it's because they were concerned that, like, Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone sounds like a story of magic, right? But Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone sounds like it's a story about that it's kind of, it's too mental, right? That it's all about education and debate and.
Also, it was the first one, right?
Exactly, yeah. And the publishers.
Yeah, so I think maybe later on you could have got away with calling it Philosopher's Stone once people knew what the whole thing was.
Once you're selling hundreds of millions and billions of books, you can call it whatever you want.
Right.
Royal 9-9. Confusingly with the Canadian flag. Folds the bond.
Well, there is the Royal Canadian Mounted Police.
Right.
So they could be a Mountie fan.
Ah, everyone loves a Mountie.
Kind of do. All right, finally we got an ace-king. Someone opening a hand that deserves it.
Margarella makes it 5 mil. So we've got a couple of shortish stacks. In fact, 2 players with, well, Q Clind is around 10 big blinds. Russ Virus just shy of 10 big blinds. They are the players at the bottom end of the leaderboard right now. Better Than Phil opening with King 9 of diamonds. Roll 9-9 with Ace Queen.
All right.
All in. So we had back-to-back eliminations to get us to the final table. No hand-for-hand play. Lost 11th and 10th about 20 minutes ago. And since then, this has really been the Better Than Phil show. Close to 200 million chips. Number one with 9 players remaining.
Yeah, you know, the whole day was pretty quick. And I hate to tell you, but this may not be the only slow part.
Yeah, and that is the kind of, when you lose the speculative players like Gus, although Pargo still has it in him to kind of spice things up.
Yeah, Pargo's definitely playing with some abandon right now. Everyone else playing a little bit more straightforward.
Well, there's a very good chance here that this pot is going to go in Better Than Phil's direction, and that is going to send Better Than Phil over the 200 million mark.
And Magrella with the straight draw pair curse. Oh, it's going to fire anyway. Oh, man, it's going to be tough to get queens to fold for this amount.
Phil giving it some thought. Maybe a little bit worried about the king. Maybe worried about the 9.
Definitely something to be worried about. It's very value-sized. And I'm leaning toward Phil calling only based on what we know of Phil thus far, and that they're a pretty tough, sticky player.
Yeah, makes the call, and Better Than Phil now has more than 220 million. In fact, Better Than Phil has near enough a 100 million chip lead over Pargo 18, who sits second on the leaderboard.
100 million chip lead. That's fun.
And now we get the all-in from Margrella with ace-10. Pargo opened with the snowmen's. Num Num could be off to the races here. Or maybe Pargo elects to fold.
Yeah, this is for a lot. This is not, I mean, this is more than a third of Pargo's stack. Eight's very close. Nines, I think we see a call a little more often. Tens almost never folding. Eights, yeah, eights are, you know, eights is one of those hands that's right on the line.
Yep. Savic 007 opens under the gun with 8-7 of spades. It's a 3x open.
Huge bounty, though, right? I kind of wasn't considering $2,500 bounty, which, you know, you can really get yourself into like a leveling situation, right? Where you're like, okay, like I think I'm supposed to call just based on the bounty, but they know that, so why would they get it in with a hand much worse than eights?
Open-ended straight draw for Savic, gut shot for Phil. And a bet from Savic, a continuation bet of nearly 10 million. Gets the job done.
Have we had a showdown?
That's a really good question. If we have, I reckon you could count them on the fingers of one hand, even if you had 3 fingers missing.
We just had one with the
yes,
small river bet, but other than that, we may not have had a showdown.
And no all-in flips yet. We've got the ace-9 here for the second shortest stack at the final table. Q-Clind tanking with ace-9 after Pargo opened with deuces. Giving it serious thought.
Yeah.
But
There it goes.
elects to let it go. So now round to the blinds. Better than Phil. King 3 of diamonds. And Savic 007, 10-8 off in the big blinds.
Come on, you're just up against deuces. Ah.
So there's a very strong chance we're going to be heading into the break with all 9 players at this final table.
Is Phil going to shove again? Just a raise this time. Wants to give himself some room to fold to a shove, I think.
I think this is going to be the last hand of the session as we get opening with 6s. And roll 9-9, ace-8 in the small blind folds. Dougie Dan 6-7-8. 10-8.
Is it the same 10-8?
Yeah, lets it go, and that is going to take us on the break. 5-minute hiatus time at the final table of this 50-50 series WCOOP edition main event. $50 buy-in, near enough $1.2 million prize pool. Started with 26,325 entries. 121 players came back for day 2. They played down to the final 9, and we'll continue to bring you cards up coverage of the final table as they play down to a winner tonight on the other side of the break. Right now we're going to bring Griffin Benger back into the mix. And guys, another chance for us to talk about what we're going to be doing, not just next week, but for the next 4 weeks, because this is really a prelim for the World Championship of Online Poker. WCOOP 2021 is about to get underway. It officially starts on Sunday. That means more streams coming your way from the PokerStars Arena. If you missed this earlier on, the schedule looks something like this, kicking things off next Monday with the final table of the 5K high roller. There is another 5K high roller the very next day, which is a PKO, same format as the MTT we're covering tonight. There's then a 10K high roller the following day, and that is really the theme of our streams. Big buy-in events, high rollers, and main events. The 25K super high roller is going to be a standout, as will be the main events at the conclusion of the series. You've got the 5K No Limit Hold'em main, you've got the 10K PLO main, but along the way, you've got some interesting little events. And I use the word little in inverted commas. You've got the 2K Super Tuesday Special Edition. You've got the 109 Sunday Million Special Edition as well. But that is very much the theme. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. And Joe, some of those events, mostly they're 2-dayers, but there's some of those events which we're covering on the Tuesday will be 3-dayers. That 2K in the second week, the 109 Sunday Million. 3 days of play to win a WCOOP trophy. That's not insignificant.
No, not only will, I mean, look, 3 days, you already can tell it's going to be a big event, but it needs 3 days because that's how many runners it's going to have. It's just going to have an insane field to get through as far as taking a shot at winning a massive first place prize for $109. You really cannot do much better than this. It's the kind of thing that, you know, I don't encourage people who are trying to be professional poker players to play above their bankrolls. But if you're a recreational player and you got $109 in your account and you're going to take a shot at one thing, or if you're going to play one satellite, this would be the thing to do, right? Like you just, all it takes is like a couple of days of running good, and it's just going to have an insanely, it's going to be life-changing money for most people who play it.
Yeah. And Griffin, I used the T word there for the second year running, trophies for all WCOOP winners and the player of the series as well. And just to be clear, it doesn't matter whether you win a low, medium, or high buy-in event. If you're a WCOOP champion, you get a trophy. And players love trophies. You've got a few of your own.
They do. I have a couple of 3 PokerStars ones up there. We got the Shark Cage. We got the High Roller of Berlin. We got a little one from London over there. You guys make great trophies.
And of course, to complement our live coverage, we have got those final table replays of Hold'em variants. Pie Face is with us this evening. Mason Pie and Georgina James. GJ and Pie are going to be hosting those replay streams exclusive on Twitch, covering events like Horse, 8-Game, Raz, concluding with a good one. We mentioned earlier that whilst we're covering the high buy-in PLO main event, those guys are going to be able to do a final table replay of the medium buy-in PLO main event, the 1K PLO. So those streams are going to be on in the afternoon, and they will probably run and conclude a few minutes before our live coverage starts. The start time of those replays is going to vary. The one thing that is fixed is the start time of our live Cards Up coverage, Mondays, Tuesdays and Wednesdays for the 4 weeks of WCOOP, 1:30 Eastern, 6:30 p.m. UK time, 7:30 p.m. Central European time, Twitch and YouTube. 4 weeks of WCOOP coverage. We are going to be here for it. I say we. Obviously, the three of us are going to be part of that team. I've already mentioned GJ and Pie, plus Nick Walsh, Sam Grafton, Maria Ho. Joey Ingram's going to help us out with the PLO. Maybe some special guests as well. Our WCOOP correspondent, Howard Swain's very much going to be in the mix. We're looking forward to that starting next Monday. But before that, we need to see this bad boy through to its conclusion. So I'm going to take a brief break from the booth. I will leave you in the company of Joe and Griffin. Let's get back to this 9-handed final table.
All right, my babies, welcome back. Cards back in the air shortly. Joe Stapleton, Griffin Benger. Late stages, final 9 players out of over 26,000 entries. And Pargo, who decided to kick off the first hand of the final table, raising from middle early position with Jack 10 offsuit, and has continued raising fairly wide throughout the course of this final table thus far, is gonna wake up with aces in the big blind, and Magrella, unfortunately, saddled with the pocket jacks, and these two have played aggressively against each other thus far.
Yeah, it's really a tough break for Magrella. I mean, when you're up against an opponent as aggressive and erratic as Pargo 18, you get dealt something like jacks. Even if you're in chip position of what it appears to be maybe 4th or 5th on the leaderboard here, you'd like to ladder up. You'd like to move up and then sort of be forced all in with hands like pocket jacks for this amount of chips. Against an opponent like Pargo, I think you just kind of have to go for it, unfortunately. This might be a situation that Pargo would want to trap and does, and that's actually going to save Magrella's life. I don't blame Pargo. I'm probably going to scare off some hands by raising from the big blind. It's the strongest seat to raise from, so it really looks like sort of nuts or air, and it would be kind of erratic to go with air here. So I think Pargo's going to probably get at least one pretty big street here, as you see betting that half pot amount on the turn. We'll see how much Pargo goes with on the river and whether Magrella is inclined to call it off. The flush now coming in. Magrella, no club blockers. Not a good thing to have here. You're losing to every part of the board here. Any king, any 6, any deuce, any club. This would be an incredibly impressive fold, but can't do it.
No,
12
cannot.
bigs.
Blinds up, 1.5 million, 3 million for the big blind. Pargo with 158 million. Magrella down to 30 million. Now, Griffin, if I was to call QK Lind and Russ Virus, Rihanna, do you know why I might do that?
I don't. But
because they are both under Magrella.
Wow. All right. Final table.
That's right. Ella, A.
Magrella, Ella, A, indeed.
Pocket
Professional
tens for
comedian
Magrella.
Joseph Stapleton, everybody.
10 big blinds.
Yeah, that's going in. But it looks like it's going to get through. There's nothing that could maybe run in the way of these pocket tens. Oh, my God, this guy's got queens. Oh, my God, Donkey Dan's going to fold a 10.
Really got to look at the rest of the table before I say that.
You know me, I only look at the first 3 guys. And that is it right there. A one-outer. It never comes, does it, Joe?
Not this time.
Today.
Glad I got that Magrella joke in. Adios,
Yep.
Magrella. Out in 9th place for just under $4,000, but way over $4,000 in bounties, nearly $5,000
So
for Magrella.
Chris Has Wings has an interesting question, which will probably get him banned, but it's, do you get paid per bad joke by stars? Actually, they pay per every 100 bad joke, and that's why there's so many of them.
Another all-in. Clubs on the flop. 10 on the turn. Lights out for Russ Virus. Back-to-back eliminations. We're down to 7. Russ Virus collecting $5,600.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I bring my cooler machine? Did I bring my cooler machine
Griffin
over
was
from
cranking
break?
it yet again.
Was I cranking it for the last hour?
On the break.
Was I cranking it?
Then we got to talk about that off air. Never mind. Moving on. Not under the gun. Just an open. I'm all thrown off because of something I almost said on the air, and I shouldn't have. And I'm glad I
Probably
did.
had to do with cranking.
Had to do with some noises I heard coming from your headset last time we did a stream together.
Okay, I want to hear it.
10-8 for Pargo. The same
Sounds
hand that just
inappropriate.
eliminated Russ Virus.
Sounds naughty. Really time banking it up here. Waiting for eliminations on the other table there, Q Keeland.
Yeah, what are you doing?
What are you doing? You're wasting my time for the last time.
I told you Pargo was a little aggro here with the opens.
Par going for it, right?
Yeah. Better be careful, though. Just the wrong timing, and you are par gone.
Literally one person covers him, Joe.
That's right. Oh, yeah, Pargo is doing that thing where they just want, like, giant overcompensation, stack representation.
Is that the kid from the
Man,
show?
man.
If you had to make a guess, like gun to your head, how many episodes of 2.5 Men have you watched? What would you get? What would you say?
Maybe like 15 to 20. I actually didn't hate the show. I genuinely, I mean, the writing wasn't my favorite, but Charlie Sheen really made it work.
Okay, nice. I don't think I've ever watched an episode.
I did not mind it. It wasn't something I made it a point to watch, but like, you know how like when a plane's landing and you can't start another movie?
Yeah.
I'd be like, all right,
Okay.
I'll just watch like 2.5
2.5
episodes
Men.
of 2.5 Men.
Yeah, because that's actually the doctor prescribed amount that you're supposed to watch.
Right. I'm gonna prescribe 2.5 of 2.5.
Yeah.
Call me on Monday.
And 2.5 creams with your sugar. That's a lot of cream, doctor. I said what I said.
That's right.
A 3x here for the.
It used to be 2.5 cigarettes.
Yeah, it did. Yeah. 3x and take it down for the king queen. Got the better ace x suited to fold in the small blind. I think that's pretty fair all around. Neat. Royal 9 might get into some big trouble here.
Oh,
You're
yeah.
tempted to shove the 11 big blind stack at the cutoff. Big fold from Royal 9. Dodging the ace queen and the ace jack, and that might create a huge clash of clans here between Dougie, Dan. I guess clash of Dans. This guy could be a Dan. The quick
boy.
3-bet.
The 3-bet out of the big blind, too. Now, against the button open, it is a little bit looser, but people don't re-raise out of the big blind with that much air anymore.
The real question is, I mean, this would usually play as a shove for Yahum, but now that the 3-bets come in, I think there is an outside chance
Get away.
Yahum elects to fold. I mean, this looks very, very strong. You don't expect your opponent to see, and does find the fold, so very interesting decision to elect to 3-bet fold. I would have preferred to just call or shove. I think that, you know, you're not leaving all that equity on the table with a hand like ace-jack suited. You don't want to be 3-betting there and having pocket 10s or pocket 9s or pocket 8s shoving in your face, and then you lose all your flip equity. So, but all things considered, I mean, I think it was the, you know, second best route to take beyond just calling, and it worked out.
The first best route would be to suck out against ace queen.
Yeah, to flat and then outflop, or you
Yeah.
know. I mean, listen, just as easily could have just called. It could have been ace high, called down 3 streets to be eliminated. So, ooh, QK Lind gonna get an opportunity here with
so
a
annoying.
stop and Gizzy.
This is so annoying.
And
Could
gonna
not
need an
lay it down
ace
with
or
the
a
bounty on the
queen
line.
here.
But no ace, no queen. Q Klein doubles up. It's still just 10 big blinds, but still alive. That's the important part.
Royal 9 had the discipline to fold the ace-8 at the cutoff. Should definitely find the same discipline come in handy with the queen-jack off. Dougie Dan now with the ace-queen. Pretty big holding. Went really well for Dougie Dan just 2 hands ago on the button. And should find a bunch of folds here. I think an outside chance better than Phil elects to take one off here with the king-6. Going to be playing against relatively scared money, but it is on the weaker side, so does decide to fold, which I think is fine.
And especially when you're just going to get a chance to bust on the very next hand.
Well, you know, there's going to be a lot of action behind here. I think Dougie Dan might come for an open. Yahim's going to have a tough position here. This is a very interesting spot for better than Phil. You know, you feel pretty comfortable getting in against Yahim.
I like a call too, though.
Yeah, contextually, as long as Yahim isn't trapping, but
it's Dougie Dan that you're more worried about. You don't know what they're opening.
Exactly. You don't want to just open shove here into 33 bigs and Dougie Dan just have the Cowboys or something. Now, this is very, very interesting. Dougie Dan, I think, needs to find a fold, but even though this looks like it's just sort of a 3-bet, it's effectively Savick saying, I'm all in for 14 big blinds, and that's where the hesitation comes from Dougie Dan, thinking that Yahim is probably not trapping. Maybe I can get a flip in here and take all that dead money from better than Phil and Yahim. But now Yahim might think, okay, let's just go for this. But if it does come back to Phil, I can promise you he's putting the rest of the chips in, and we will have a pretty big race. Having said that, I see a lot of queens and aces folded here. So Savik's in real good shape in that respect.
Good game, Savick.
And
straight eyes for Savick. 0-0-7s. Savick back up to around 100 million. Right back in this thing. Better than Phil. Drops down to 184. Still leading.
Jack 5 off, man.
I told you Pargo is getting a little OOL here. Also, by the way, there is a gamble going on with channel points. Is better than Phil going to be the chip leader by the next break? 70% of people, I think, said no. I wagered 7,000 channel points on this, guys. I said no.
Quite a wide open here from Yahim, but maybe just recognizing not going to get a lot of open opportunities. It looks pretty strong on that stack size. Couple of blockers. So nice spot to get it through. This might lead to a song, Joe. It is only 9 big blinds into the big blind of the chip leader.
You're so cute.
Pardon me, second in chip.
You're so cute you think this is going to be a chop.
Well, you got spades for days or what?
You're so cute you think this is going to be a chop.
Wow, fold. Okay. Interesting. Interesting.
Final result was 58% to the believers. Over half the people voted that Phil was going to be the chip leader at the end of this. All right. Better than Phil, I should say. Could also
the chip
be
leader
Phil.
at the end of what? Once we reach the final table?
No, just the, well, we're at the final table. So the next break. Raj attack. Holy, they just want peeps around to rob the rest of the table.
What's that in reference to?
I think to the ace-jack fold.
And look at this. So much pressure from Pargo. Go from folding ace-jack for 9 big blinds to 3-betting the 10-6 suited And quite frankly, it should work. Dougie Dan doesn't really have a defense against this except a very loose 4-bet shove. And it's great ICM pressure from Pargo, and that's really where it's coming from. You know, I think Pargo's probably recognized that QK Lind has been pretty tight. Might not even put in a hand like Ace-9. Ace-10 probably, but that's only one hand that Ace-Jack was ahead of. So potentially losing those 30,000 chips, we saw it would have, well, probably been a chop. You know, wasn't worth it for Pargo, picking up a lot of chips in other ways, and stick to your strengths, I guess. Now, can QK Lind find a shove against a potential open by Dougie Dan? I could see Dougie actually finding a fold here as well, though. He just got shut down by Pargo and had no defense against that 3-bet. Ace-9, a similar hand, worse position here. And into better than Phil's big blind. Still goes for it. Now, QK Lind, do you have it in you, buddy? Do you have it in you? Enter the dragon, my friend.
You gotta be cute to be Klein.
Oh, and that just has fold written all over it, Joe.
Yeah, it does.
I've seen this happen too many times. Too many people I love.
Bruce Lee, meet Cliff Booth.
Oh, QK Lind. What you gonna do, man? Does fold it. Like laundry. Like a cheap suit.
And what a disappointing flop for 5 high. Pretty good flop for a 9. Dougie Dan firing about 5 million.
What is better than Phil's avatar? Is that the thing from Kung Fu Panda?
It looks like Kung Fu Panda. Ish. I mean, you know, that sort of animation.
Yeah, that's not a panda.
Zootopia, says Ladalgo. 9, 10, 7. Okay, just a pair of 10s. Queen, Jack. Nope, nothing there.
Great flop for better than Phil here. A lot of shared outs between Pargo and Savick. Don't expect Pargo to ever want to bet this board. Too much bad can happen. You think about the kind of calling hands better than Phil has. A lot of them do include something like pocket 9s, 8s, 7s, 6s, even pocket 10s would call here from the small blind. And then we're not even considering the big blinds range. So I think this is a mistake from Pargo. I think this is a leak. Over aggressive c-betting strategy. We've seen so much good play from Pargo that these are the kind of spots where you know, I think some mistakes are being made.
Something amazing just happened.
What's that? You figured out the sounds that I was making last time we were on air?
No, but James guessed that this avatar was from a movie called Zootropolis, which I don't think is a movie. I think we got him. You guys, we got him. We finally got him. No such thing as Zootropolis. It's called Zootopia. Oh, man, how embarrassing. Oh, he must be so mad right now.
So, can I just say something that's actually going to embarrass you? You know what? I don't want your permission. That movie is called Zootropolis in certain parts of the world, probably in the UK. It's been called both in different places, so... One more clap for James. James always right, Hartigan. Nice try, pal. But guess what? Guess what? James has soldiers out here, bro. He's got people. I'm just one man, but we got 1,899 out here. Defend him to the death. They're all saying it. They're copy-pasting some things about Zootopia, Zootropolis. You never stood a chance. Now, Royal Nines.
Here we go,
got
guys.
A chance.
Back to the poker for a second.
He's got aces.
Q Klein is inclined to go broke here.
See, now why shove the sevens against under the gun with 3 people behind when you could have shoved the ace jack?
Because it's always coming 7, Griff.
Oh, yeah? Savick says it's not. It's only 20 million more for Dougie Dan. I mean, you're not feeling good here, but there is some bounty equity to consider. 20 million is only, well, he does make a call.
3 jacks on the flop. Doesn't change
and
anything.
Ace jack.
Full
quadrupled
house for Royal 9. That eliminates QK Lind out in 7th place. $7,870 plus. Oh, not a huge bounty for QK Lind. Just $1,100 in bounties. The smallest at the final table, actually.
Royal 9 here, right after those aces with just about 24 big blinds. I like this as a shove against Better Than Phil's range. You're not thrilled about 3-bet calling off, but does do it anyway. Should get a fold from Better Than Phil, but you would hate to get shoved on here by a pair and then find yourself eliminated in 6th place with those 2 other short stacks. So I would have maybe preferred to see a shove from a hand like Ace Queen suited, but Royal 9's on a little bit of a heater.
Royal 9 sounds like an indie band from the mid-2000s.
But that's not the name. His name is Royal 99.
Well, you just said Royal 9s.
I know. I was testing you to see if you would think that that's what it was.
You know what? Why don't you take a hike over to Zootropolis?
Sorry, I only have residency at Zootopia.
Also, Zootopia, if I may comment on the film. The trailer for Zootopia had me crying with laughter. Like, hilarious. And the drop off from how funny that scene was to the rest of the movie, I was bored to tears in that movie. Did not care for Zootopia.
Well, they didn't bury the lead. They showed the best scene in the trailer, and it got the butts in the seat. Like you're,
totally.
One. I mean, I remember when I started hearing the reviews coming out, I'm like, oh, this is going to be like a knockout, brilliant animated movie, and then it just didn't do much for me. I still liked it. I just didn't like it as much as I thought I would end up liking it.
Gets an 8 out of 10 on IMDb. Anyway, does that answer the question? Is that character from Zootopia? Doesn't appear to be anyone from the poster.
I mean, oh, wait, maybe. Is it supposed to be like a mouse or something? I feel like there was a mouse in it. I don't know. I mean, it's not the, it's not the main fox. And
no.
It's not the main rabbit.
It does look like one of the other cops, maybe. Other people are saying it's from The Secret Life of Pets.
Oh, very strange.
Try
I've never
that
seen
one.
those movies. Can I get a consensus in the chat as to whether I should see The Secret Life of Pets? My girlfriend and I really like animated movies.
It was fine. That one was better than Zootopia. Your boy Louis C.K.'s in it, I think. Yep. Have you watched the new Masters of the Universe, Griffin?
No. I never watched the old one, and I don't know. I feel like that's one of those kind of like, got to appreciate it for the nostalgia aspects and stuff. Shoved on here for 21 bigs. Savick against the button open from Better Than Phil. I think Better Than Phil hates this because there's a bounty.
He doesn't have aces.
Flipping so often.
Yeah.
But I don't know if it's worth giving up almost half your stack with just King Jack. So much more work can be done with this amount of chips. Ace Jack suited, I think he would call. Ace Jack off probably would call. King Queen suited, maybe, but King Jack suited, I think he's talking himself into recognizing that it's the line that he can't cross. What about Masters of the Universe, Joe? Good?
No, I just auditioned for one of the parts in that, so I was going to tell you which one it was if you had seen it.
Oh,
but
nice.
Since you haven't.
That's great. I didn't know you auditioned for, like...
It's very rare. Every once in a while, I'll get like a real cartoon audition, voice audition, but it's probably only like maybe 3 times a year.
Have you ever gotten anything?
No, believe me, you guys would know about it.
Yeah, it's true. It's like I've been holding out on you guys as I was a regular character on Castlevania. It's like, no, I think we would have
Do you
known.
think there's any chance I would ever have waited until 2 weeks after it was released for me to be like, oh, by the way, I play like the little floating wizard on Masters of the Universe?
Yeah. So that was the character you auditioned for?
Yeah, I forget the guy's name. 3 diamonds on the flop, both players with a diamond.
I heard that there was some, there was a bit of controversy with Masters of the Universe about how, like, it was, I don't know, I don't want to spoil anything, but there's not as much He-Man as people would have
I
liked.
tried to watch it. I actually found it lost He-Man. I was just like,
I can't deal with boring animation
Yeah.
stuff, and like that's why I have trouble sometimes watching anime, because as much as I like the sort of some of the better ones, it's just the filler stuff and like the particular brand of humor. It's just like, oh my god, just what I actually would do with anime, because I do like the sort of the best of the best when it comes to anime, is I'll go on like IMDb or like one of the anime rating sites, and I'll just look at the episode, like highest rated episodes, and I'll just like try to get to that episode. Like if like there's a bunch of 7 to 8s and then there's one that's like 9.7, episode 17, I'm like, I'm gonna get to there, and then if I'm like in, then I'll like stick it out, because I did that with like Demon Slayer, and Jujutsu Kaisen's really good.
I believe that anime is good, and I believe that people, there's a reason why it's not for me. I just can't do it.
Yeah.
So no straight for
odd.
Dougie Dan. Pair of 5s will be good at Showdown.
Very interesting pot that's developed. Look what's in the middle here. We're all yapping it up about anime. And shoving in, it's a weird shove. It's like,
wow.
I mean, it doesn't feel like it's for value. I mean, the thing is Royal 9 knows that Dougie Dan should not have an ace. An ace probably would have shoved to the raise pre-flop. But this is a lot of button clicking, and it's worked out for Royal 9-9, but it's not a pot you want to put on your resume if you're trying to get in any sort of staking circles. Very weird one.
And Dougie Dan really, really, really short now. 5 bigs. Not in a bounty tournament. Not showing there. King Queen could be an issue. Let's see what Ace 10 does first. Just limps. Oh, dirty. Dirty, filthy Savick.
Yeah, Dougie Dan, I think alarms will go off here, but it's still just 5 big blinds, and you have King Queen. You kind of just want to take the flip. But it's opening up the door here for Pargo to get in that dominating Ace King and get another elimination and quite a significant bounty. I can't see it behind the stack, but I assume that's something in the 2,000 range, which is one of the bigger ones.
It is. It's 2,700.
Oh, yeah.
King Queen needs to hit. No queen for Dougie Dan. Dougie Dan is not Lucky Dan. Does not win, place, or show. Out in 6th for $11,000 and $5,500 in bounties. And just to reiterate, guys, this is a $50 buy-in. When's the last time you won $16,500 in a $50 buy-in tournament? Huh? Never. That's when.
Better than Phil here with over 40 bigs. Probably just going to call and keep the bad hands of Pargo in. You know you have the best hand most of the time, but no need to get crazy or chip leader on chip leader. Let Pargo blast away with his 3-high. Their 3-high, and just always betting.
Did you see what shirt I'm wearing today, Griff? I knew Pargo.
Pargo Fargo, baby.
It's just Pargo. With my internet connection, it looks like it says Fargo on the screen too, so. Set of 8s, huh? Is there any way Pargo can bluff this? Oh, man. Oh, man.
He just can't resist, can he?
Pargo putting in a pot-sized bet on the turn.
And you know
Drawing
what's
to
so
a
funny?
chop.
If Better Than Phil calls here, which I think that he will. Oh! my God.
Oh! The chop on board. I'm not even sure who this is more unfair to. Probably the eights. Definitely the eights. Never mind. It's very unfair to the
Yeah,
eights.
but it's the card Pargo needs to bet on.
Right.
Because Better Than Phil shouldn't have a queen in his hand. Queen 10 folds the turn to pot size bet. Queen 9 folds. So the only hand that calls is like Queen Jack, you know, kind of like one combo. It's just, I mean, half pot. I think he just maybe got a call, but it's facing a shove. I think he got a fold. So Better Than Phil, I think, getting a bit lucky here to be able to chop this. Now, if Better Than Phil shoved, that would be awesome, wouldn't it? I don't believe him. I'm all in. Do it, do it, do it.
Oh, that's pretty sick. Yeah, that would be amazing.
I mean, maybe Phil folds. No, calls.
Just the call. This
He's
pot
the
ends in a chop, and you know what they
great
say?
Everyone loves
a
a chop pot.
pot.
Ding, 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 ding. Big hand here for Better Than Phil, but I think it's going to play as just a call. You don't want to be 3-bet getting in here for those 35 big blinds, second and third and chips. Opening up the door for Savick to peel it off for another 1.5 blinds. Pretty nice hand to do it with.
Ace, queen, 8, 2 hearts, top pair for Royal 9-9. We got good reviews on that chop pot song, Griffin. Nice job, buddy.
Oh,
I finally learned you.
I stay. I look. Yeah. I don't worry. I got my eye on it.
10s get out of the way.
How'd you learn me? Oof.
I learned that I
Stinky
got to go a little bit quicker than you, just by like half a beat. So I learned how long you pause for, and now I pause for like half that amount of time.
Okay. Awesome. Pretty stinky peel here from Savick. So stinky.
I like to call it optimistic. It's a turn peel that you can say there's lots of good turn cards for me.
Yeah, well, someone should have told him that Better Than Phil folded 2 10s. Am I right?
Nobody folded any spades, though. All right, my babies. Blinds up yet again. 5 million chips for the big blind. 5 million.
I would love to see Savick shove here, especially if Savick is watching the broadcast. You're going to know Pargo is opening bloody Jack 5 off, let alone Ace 3 off. And this is the kind of hand you can shove and get it through, but elects to fold, and I hate it. Even with the ICM implications of Yahum, I think you're going to get a lot of folds from this shove here.
Stinky peel notwithstanding. You know how many starting stacks the big blind is, Griff?
You tell me.
20, 10, 200.
20, 10, 200.
200. I don't know why I started saying 20. It's 200 starting stacks. 200 players. Someone just said not interested. I don't know if someone has clicked that. Okay, good luck. Looks like some deal talk was getting kicked around. Not sure who it was initiated by. Maybe it's just the box checking going
Nice check
on.
there. Nice check there from Pargo. An opportunity to maybe try to get a little more value from that pair of aces that they checked back on the flop, but very wisely avoided the ace-7 kicker playing for Royal 9. And see, now with the Queen Jack, you know, if you're willing to shove Queen Jack off, why not shove King 10 suited when it's dead money raising? Now you're getting yourself coolered and finding your ass kicked to the curb in 5th place.
5, 6, 7, 8 is not a chop. That's an ace high win for Royal. 9-9. Adios, Savick. 007.
9-9.
$15,489 and around $2,900 in bounties for just under 20K. Well done, Savick. Next player eliminated. We have got 4 players to go. Next one out gets over $21,000.
Ooh, go for it, Royal Nines. Great 3-bet.
Yeah, and well spotted by
Okay.
Lidalgo. Just like that, 9-9 is top dog.
Very good.
The first player within sniffing distance of the 300 million chip mark.
Tough spot for Yahim here with 5 big blinds. Got to think you're probably about breaking even with the opening range of the chip leader here. So maybe you just want to go for it, but wants to find a better hand, maybe an open shove spot.
Ace Queen suited for Pargo. Queen 10 suited for better than Phil.
Oh, yeah.
And just limps the button.
I like this a lot. You know, you're finding yourself getting 3-bet by these players and you have no defense because of Yahum's stack. Better to just limp, hope to get a free flop, but...
Limp fold?
To the 3.5x playing almost 30 bigs. Now I think he's just going to peel it off. Yeah,
Ooh,
let's see
baby.
a flop. I'm in position, you know, little 8-9 Johnny. Little 8-9 Johnny for the road. And Royal 9 taking the lead, but look at those percentages against Pargo.
Wow. Pair of 8s. Doing pretty well up against this overcard flush draw situation. Better than you would expect. Queen 10's going to be forced to head for the hills. And lock it up on the turn for Pargo.
Yeah, not a lot of cards that makes Pargo's hand here that will be able to extract value from Ace-8. So it's great that Pargo's gotten there, but shouldn't expect any more chips from the likes of Ace-8 offsuit here.
Yeah, I don't know how you get paid in this spot. Checking seems obvious. Betting seems obvious. Betting a little seems obvious.
Yeah, but I love the sizing still. It's like, you know, just giving a little, you know, you want to stick around here. You got a king? You got a king over here? You want to call? Want to see what happens on another back? This might be the opportunity here. I mean, Yahum
shoving
7, but does put it in with the
is
10
behind
back.
a queen high. Not a terrible flop for Yahum. And it holds. Yahum survives.
I like this shove from Pargo. Don't give Better Than Phil an opportunity to mess about.
And we're going to go over now what little information we have on these final 4 players as Pargo flops the nut flush draw, pair for Royal 9s. Actually, these are the 2 big stacks. Let's wait a second, see what happens in this
Hold
hand.
on tight, Royal 9, because unless you improve, Pargo is going to hit you with a big barrel on the turn here.
Diamond is not an improvement.
Don't be surprised if you see something in the realm of
40 million?
something in the realm of 40 million, yeah.
Ace 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. Oh, 52 million.
Overbet. 10, 10, 10. Nice. I understood that reference.
And there's the fold from a slightly better hand. Pocket 10, 10, 10s now. All right, so starting with Pargo, the most aggro at the final table. They're playing out of the Netherlands. An experienced PKO player. They play a lot of hyper bounty builders. Or hypobers, as I call them. Best online result. What is wrong with me today? Best online result
I think that Pargo's going to 3-bet him here, to be honest.
Well,
This
that would make
pause
sense.
is kind of like, oh, a 5x 3-bet, saying like, yeah,
But
you're
they're
not
gonna
going to be
get
able to do
shipped on
anything
here.
with this.
I was about to ask, do we think Pargo is going to step in it eventually? This feels like a step-in spot.
Yeah. I will be calling it a night if he folds. Okay. Thank you so much for having me, everyone. I'm
Later, Griff.
I'll see
Guys,
you
the
later.
rules are rules, and Griffin said he was going to bounce after that. So we're just going to send him. Wait, he's already home. Just to finish up on Pargo, who pulled a ridiculous move there, and it worked. In 2016, they won a $215 Battle Royale PKO for $28,000. So they do have plenty of experience in this format. Better than Phil with the Ace-King here.
Happily shipping it, and now Royal 9 is just going to have to, I guess, fold for the 20 big blinds after you put in 6. So slipping up here a bit is the Royal 9.
And better than Phil, playing from Canada. High stakes reg, as Griffin pointed out hours and hours ago. Best online result. Now, they're not going to be able to beat that today. They've got a scoop title in a $1,000 buy-in event for $190,000. So
It's not bad.
yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good, I'd say. Look at Pargo. Look at Pargo go. Better than Phil. All in. Pargo's going to have to let this go. Let's focus on Royal 9-9.
Doesn't believe you.
Royal 9-9 playing from Germany. A low-stakes player. Best online result. They beat that when they beat 9th place here. Well, they beat 10th place. It was 5th place and $11 rebuy for $3,500. Go 9-9. Hell yeah. Biggest score of their PokerStars career already. And finally, not making a lot of noise right now, is the name I like to pronounce as playing from Belgium. Also a low-stakes player. Best result was in the $22 Mini Monday in 2018. They got a second place for $1,960. So they've also blown their previous high score out of the water. Blow my best score. King Queen is leading. I wouldn't expect Pargo to let this get to showdown super easily.
Oh.
Oh, man.
And you know what they say.
Well, we've seen Pargo try to
And you know what you say.
steal the chop before.
And you know what they say. Everybody loves
Careful,
a
careful.
chop pot.
Careful. You know what that pot does end in a chop, and you do know what they say, don't you, Griff?
Everyone loves a chop pot. Ding, 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 ding.
All in.
All in, and I call. Couple of threes. Oh,
Eight on
there's
the turn.
Show.
And yet another
Wow.
double up for. By the way, that all in.
We got some knockout
That was
reviews.
the best reviewed. I mean, I've never seen
Whoa.
audiences unified like this. It's like the reviews for
Whoa.
Get Out.
Yeah.
That was pretty nice.
Pretty nice.
I'm glad Griffin didn't walk off like he threatened to. Milady 287 asks, is it chopped pot or is it chop pot? Griffin, do you know the answer?
You banned. Not a true super fan. You should already know.
What Griffin's saying is he doesn't know either. It's chop pot. Chop pot. No PED. No PEDs on our streams.
No, yeah, no performance enhancing drugs. shrugs, I guess. What you say? But you always shoved. Well, come on. It's Pargo.
It is Pargo. I'm not mad. I'm disappointed.
Life
And I'm
on
not
part-time.
disappointed in you. I'm disappointed in the situation because I want you to do well.
Life on part-time says, if this is live, can't those guys see all these cards? It's called the honor system. Be honorable
Correct.
like everyone else, okay? You're not capable? Huh? Don't
To
cheat.
our knowledge,
Don't
no
cheat.
one.
No PEDs.
I mean, look. If someone was looking at all the hold cards, it would be obvious.
Yeah.
Right?
And
They
then
just never make a bad decision.
We'd book you. We'd book you. We'd send you to the feds.
All in with jacks. Ace-6, not a stellar ace. The worst one, TBH, and does let it go.
Oh,
Five's all in. Ace-jack suited. You're going to have to make the call here.
Phil, come on, Phil. Come on. Phil, you're better than this. Don't fold this.
Phil's not folding.
They called me. Oh, no. Yeah.
Pargo, gonna let it go. And we are flipping a jack on the flop.
Johnny.
And a jack on the river is a full boat for
Double
better
Johnny.
than Phil. Eliminated in fourth place for $21,729 plus $3,333 in bounties. And we're down to 3.
That's it.
And
this is 3.
better than Phil back in the chip lead. So everyone who wagered their channel points on Phil having the chip lead at the break, you want Phil to hold right now.
And better than Phil, probably going to play a little bit cautious with the erratic Pargo. That's why I like this check back with the ace-6, knowing that Pargo is capable of, limp raising with nothing. Better than Phil, staying under rep, getting a bet here from just the 5 high, but that's going to be a very difficult card to face any resistance. And we know that Pargo has that overbet gear in them. We've seen it earlier in a pot against Royal 9. And with that turned equity, I would expect to see a pretty big bet. And there is the slight overbet. And better than Phil now with the ace-6.
This guy is so annoying.
Thanks. I mean, I'm just doing my job, Joe.
Not you, Pargo.
But look, the call from Phil, not a believer. You're only repping an 8. I don't believe you have an 8, Pargo. You probably turn more equity with a hand like 4-5. I call. Oh, you give up? Oh, yeah. Send the chips. 350 million.
Oh, man,
Okay.
that is going to be good news to the true believers in better than Phil, who's approaching 350 million. Royal 9-9 in getting into worse and worse shape as the blinds keep going up. 6 million chips is the big blind.
Best hand so far for Royal 9, but a lot can change on the turn.
And wouldn't you know, it's Pargo with an air ball. Betting it to 2 opponents. Better than Phil. Looks like he's figuring out how to adapt.
And you know what? With that call, I was good.
Oh, baby.
Okay.
Now that puts a whole new paint job on things.
Okay, kings and 4s.
Royal 9, you gotta let Pargo bet again, please. There we go.
Yeah.
Pargo rarely passes up an opportunity to fire, and bets big again. Snap fold from bottom pair.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! 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 No!
And Royal 9 Royal 9-9, excuse me. It does look like Royal 9's the way it's written out. Royal 9-9,
Yeah.
understandably.
Not much of a par go here. More like a double bogey go.
Yep, that makes sense. And Pargo and Royal 9-9, pretty even at this point. Not much separating them. Pargo just never saw two cards he didn't like. Top pair for better than Phil. Bottom pair for Pargo.
I mean, listen, in fairness, I'm in the kind of style you need to win a 26,000 player tournament. I think Pargo is great. I'd bet on Pargo all damn day. Finding those like betting sort of inflection points, over betting when you need to, understanding ranges, and being a bit too aggressive. That's kind of like a good way to win these big field. Trust me, it's way better to be too aggressive than too passive in a field like this, and that's how he's able to.
Well,
they were able to gain them many chips, but this could spell disaster.
Here,
Joe.
Griffin? Do you want to continue
This
with that
could spell
statement?
disaster.
Better be too aggressive. Remember, Griffin Benger. Remember.
Difference between third and second and first so vast. But how do you not limp shove with ace jack for
It
26
does.
bigs?
Snap
You
call
get
from
called.
the Kings. But it's an
Oh
ace
my
high flop.
God.
Kings in very, very bad
Oh.
shape. Kings cracked by the ace jack of Pargo, who retakes the tournament chip lead. 313 million.
Par. God damn.
No justice. No justice whatsoever.
You come for the king, you best not miss. Pargo with the ace.
Just flats, 9 high, 1 club. Is Pargo a pro? He does appear to be a professional poker player.
I'd say the dead giveaway are the letters PRO in their name.
We don't know if they're professional, but they're an experienced PKO player who plays a lot of hyper bounty builders. So maybe not a pro, but definitely experienced.
And hey, a regular at that stake is going to be pretty good at bounties. And that is what is being played here. Nice shove.
Pargo continues adding chips to their stack.
Pargo can't resist. 10-5 off. Let's go. Should see it continue from Royal 9, though. That is a bad flop for Pargo. The 10 would make a straight for Royal 9, so needs to find a couple streets of betting here and a fold from Royal 9. Not going to get it on the flop, especially with that king of diamonds in the hand.
We've got Southside Squash threatening Southside Squash in chat with violence. I feel like even though it's against yourself, maybe don't do that. Thank you for your comment.
Maybe one of the few rivers that Pargo, the sort of the inherent problem with that river is it's so obvious to bluff that card that Royal 9 might be inclined to call with something like a jack. We see that Royal 9 just has king high. If Pargo knew that, would probably come out big firing, but
Pargo
here,
don't
goes
care.
for it anyway.
Pargo
You
don't
know what?
care. This is
Got
so
a jack or a
sick.
queen. Let's see if you're willing to call.
I
You're
have not, honestly, I haven't seen anyone play like this in so long. Like, this is ridiculous. Just, you can't call. You can't call.
No.
You know what it reminds me of? Rest in peace. It reminds me of Lane
Oh,
Flack.
no.
Oh,
Joe.
no, indeed.
And the frustration boiling over for Royal 9.
Better than Phil.
Oh,
But
and
flops a deuce.
the deucey.
And better than Phil gets sucked out on again in a
Wowza.
dominating situation.
Wowza.
I hope this player handles getting bad beat better than Phil. Otherwise, they're likely to be sitting out sometime soon. I get no pleasure out of watching these sorts of beats take place.
It's a sick game, Joe. It's a sick game. It doesn't matter how well you played. You might argue better than Phil. I mean, listen, we've been on better than Phil's table. Wouldn't matter which one it is, almost pretty much all day. Would you agree? Pretty much the entire day. Played some flawless poker. Get to the final table, get sucked out on a couple all-ins. And now Royal 9, chance against pretty much drawing dead Pargo here. Get some back.
Remember, Royal 9-9, one of the two amateur players at the final table. Best online result comes from an $11 rebuy in 2011. So this has been a long time coming for Royal 9-9. And is Pargo finally going to step in it here?
No, I think that the relative hand strength is going to leave Pargo with a pretty easy call, turn, fold most rivers scenario.
Stepping in it. Right on top of it. That's a wet one. That's not gonna be easy to get off. And the flat call from Royal 9. Pargo has rarely given up.
If Pargo goes all in here and Royal 9 folds, I will be taking my leave. And I mean it this time.
I mean, I have no idea what's going to happen. Pargo's going to have to check back eventually.
I'm just saying there's a chance Pargo goes all in.
Pargo could go all in. Royal 9-9 could call, and Royal 9-9 could fold. Finally, a check back. Royal 9-9 is going to head into the break. Second in chips, just barely behind Pargo 18. It's better than Phil, the most experienced of the player who has suffered through multiple bad beats, multiple situations of getting it in good. Oh, hey, guys.
Hey, guys.
Do you think this is, hey, guys, do you want to do a deal, or just, hey, guys?
No, I think he's talking to us.
Want to continue? All right, well, we are taking a break. And by we, I mean them. They got a lot of money to play for still. The tournament is taking a break, but actually, we are going to give you 1-to-1 commentator to player ratio. Please welcome back James Hartigan.
Thank you, Joe. Pargo 18 keen to push on through the break, but better than Phil has to eat. So the players are going to take a hiatus. We will do the same. So crucially, during that session, we have seen Pargo take the slight chip lead over Royal 9-9, better than Phil, 2 pots, and now the short stack at the table. 3 players remaining representing Canada, Germany, and the Netherlands competing for this 50-50 series WCOOP edition main event title. But the most important thing that happened during that session was we did establish that the avatar that Better Than Phil has is from the movie Zootopia/Zootropolis and not The Secret Life of Pets.
Confirmed!
Confirmed, yes. It's the character of Finnick. I did a Google image search and everything. 100% confirmed. Pi can testify as well. I think he did the same research that I did.
This is how James Hartigan spends his breaks, by the way. Staying on the chat, keeping an eye on everything.
That is a break for him.
That's Googling
vacation.
Zootropolis animals on Google search.
Eating some granola, looking up movies. It did also get me thinking, though, about these instances where movies' titles change from territory to territory, and that's obviously a big one. And I think Disney knew going in that they were going to have copyright issues, so effectively they had to record a lot of the dialogue twice. Obviously, all the signs, all the imagery in the movie had to be changed. I think my favorite, though, in film history, and I guess I'm cheating slightly here because it involves 2 movies, but they're connected. The Luc Besson movie Nikita, which for reasons I still do not understand to this day, was retitled in the US market La Femme Nikita. They took a French movie with a 1-word title and somehow tried to make it sound more French in a market where French things don't normally sell. Joe, can you explain that one to me?
I can't, except for in my own mind, La Femme Nikita sounds more interesting to me than Nikita, and I would contend that for a 1990s, 80s, whenever it was, late 80s, early 90s, American audiences, Nikita might have actually sounded too Russian.
Interesting.
And so maybe French was better than Russian is the only thing I can think.
Okay, hence the addition of La Femme at the start of the title.
Right.
But of course, that movie, like many European movies, was then remade by Hollywood. And in the US market was called Point of No Return. Bridget Fonda and Gabriel Byrne were the stars of that film. It was pretty bloody awful. And I think partly based on its critical and commercial failure in America, was retitled in Europe as The Assassin. This a really plain, boring, but nonetheless a kind of Ron Seal approach in that the film did what it said on the tin. It was about an assassin. But yeah, that vanilla title I kind of feel speaks to how plain the remake was.
I've never actually seen La Femme Nikita or Nikita. And I like Peak Besson, like when he's at his best with like the professional and stuff. Maybe I should see it. I don't know if it's...
Yeah, I think that era, I mean, he made Subway, Nikita, and then obviously came to America to make Leon, another movie which was then retitled in America as The Professional. And yeah, I agree. That is peak Besson for me. Those are three really, really solid movies. I think Nikita's great. And I think it is very much a film of its time. And like all Besson movies, it's very much style over substance. But I think it still holds up in the sense you'd watch it now and you'd still get a kick out of it.
Great. Well,
I had a huge crush on Bridget Fonda back in the day. What was the movie that really I was in love with her?
What was she in? Was it Single White Female?
I wasn't allowed to see that.
She pops up in Godfather 3.
My mom calls me to remind me.
It might have been... I guess it was... I'm looking at them all. Oh, it was Jackie Brown. It was Jackie Brown. She was so hot with the... She was like the bikini babe or whatever.
At that point, though, I would say that Bridget Fonda... Oh, final tables resume. We better get back to the action. But just to continue...
Let's go!
We're in the middle of something here, James.
But just to continue that thought while we watch the poker, bearing in mind that it all could kick off any second with the way these guys play, I think Bridget Fonda was already kind of like harsh to call it the descent, but peak Fonda was like early 90s, right? Single White Female, Godfather, The Assassin, that was all like 92, 93. Jackie Brown was like 97. So by that point, she was already, her star was already starting to fade slightly.
Yeah. I don't know what to tell you. She's also the girl that Ash kisses in Army of Darkness at the very end, which was one of my favorite movies at the time.
Jackie Brown, I think, is awesome and is definitely one of my top 3 Tarantino movies.
Did she retire from Hollywood? Like she just stopped working? She's still like... Well, she hasn't done anything since 2002. I think it's a pretty glaring...
Sounds like a retirement to me.
That's 20 years. I mean, she's only, what... well, she actually, she's 1964, 21 years older than me. So she's like... she's only 57.
And a good postscript note here from Buggy22. Harold and Kumar Go to White Castle was renamed Harold and Kumar Get the Munchies in the UK. Reason being, no one in the UK would have a clue what White Castle is.
Wow.
No one in America knows what White Castle is either, though. Actually, it's not true.
That movie is quite specific. Well, in Canada, we don't have White Castles, I don't think, or at least didn't back then. But we pretended to know because we wanted to go see the movie.
Okay, we've got top pair here for Better Than Phil.
Also, just quick button on Bridget Fonda. A Simple Plan from back then, too, was one of my favorite movies of that era. Sam Raimi.
Oh, here we go. All in.
Oh, boy.
And
there's a 10 ball. And that's it.
Pair for Royal 9-9, and Better Than Phil is eliminated. KO'd in third. Huge bounty, by the way. More than 4K on Phil's head, and that is now in the pockets of Royal 9-9. We go heads up. It is Royal 9-9 from Germany versus Pargo 18 from Netherlands. And Thirst Hannah heads up. Ace King for the German. Raises to 15 million, and Pargo responds with a re-raise to 66 million.
I'm just going to pour some out for Phil real quick, guys, because he really... Oh, I drank it all. But he really took the business end of the bad beats there. GL says Royal 99. Guess what? Not going in here, buddy.
Quite an unlikely pairing to be heads up. I mean, the entire broadcast really has been dominated first by, Dominic Nietzsche and Better Than Phil, then really Better Than Phil, and then Pargo. So you kind of it felt like, narratively speaking, James, we were supposed to get Pargo and Better Than Phil, but the poker gods sometimes they choose.
It's the nature of the game, and here we have a situation where Pargo has 10-6 of spades, and Royal 9-9 has paired their 3 on the flop, and this hand goes to the turn. I was going to say, you look at the stacks and you look at the blinds, and often in this case we'll go, wow, this could go the distance. The way these guys play, and I'm looking at you, Pargo, I could easily see this actually being done in like half an hour, because they have not been passive at all. Very aggressive pre-flop, and also willing to make huge bets like this with pretty much nothing on flop turn river.
So this is what I'll say, James. I agree with what you're saying, but I think this is going to go one of two ways. If Royal 9 is able to call down light, as we see in this hand, like this, then this could be over very quickly. However, if Royal 9 isn't making hands or not willing to hold on, I think this is going to be a slow burn, and Pargo is going to chip away at all of Royal 9's chips. So this is a great microcosm for what we can expect. If Royal 9 folds here, Pargo's going to be up, but didn't pull the trigger.
Yeah.
And now we'll see how it goes. Just 30 big blinds.
I mean, how great to be in a heads-up position where like the best way to play against your opponent is to call down with anything. Like,
yeah.
So Royal
But
9 flops
easier said than done, too.
Again, top pair, backdoor club draw, bets 12.6 into 31.5.
This is like swinging at the first pitch. Like, why would you ever lead into Pargo? Like,
well, in position here, you want to get value from the hands.
Got checked
like
too.
Jack
but
7.
Pargo never checks.
He did. He checked it. That's why Royal 9 bet.
Yeah, because Royal 9 had the lead.
Excuse me. Yes, sorry, guys.
Yeah, sometimes you're gonna, the aggressor is gonna still, things are gonna play by the rules.
Play and flow, yeah.
So Pargo now with the spade draw to go with the straight draw. And there's the ace of spades on the river, the ultimate Greenstein that's going to give Pargo the flush. 120 million in the middle, Pargo with 111 million behind. And if Pargo goes for all here, Griffin, is Royal 9 going to potentially hero for the win with just a 10?
So I don't think that they're supposed to, just as theory-wise. Having that 9, you block the 9-7s, the Jack 9s, the Queen 9s, the 9-6 backdoor hearts, those kind of hands. So theoretically, I mean, you really shouldn't call with this combination. A lot of the time your opponent's going to have that 8 or something like backdoor spades. Having said that, Royal 9 has been playing with Pargo for a while here and has seen a lot of pretty crazy erratic stuff. I think that they need to let this one go. Regardless of opponent, this is a spot to fold. But I don't know. You flop top pair.
We just said the way to win this heads-up match is to call down with everything.
I know, but it's that particular scenario. I mean, you have to be facing a stone bluff, and it's hard for Pargo to have a stone bluff there.
So now the stacks are a lot more equal, and it's Pargo with the advantage. 340 million playing 306 million. And the blinds are 3.57 million. They will go up in 14 minutes' time. Pargo putting a little bit more distance between them. Well, here is an opportunity. Ace-10 versus 4s.
Does Pargo have the discipline to just call here? I could just see Pargo shoving here, in fairness. There it is! And Royal 9 is a hand good enough to call. I mean, they're not playing for a crazy amount in difference, right? What, it's about 6,000. They've already locked up the 51,000. Maybe Royal 9 will just decide to go for it. Why not? You know, do you really think he has
up being more than 6,000 when all is said and done? But you're right. It's not like a 40,000 difference.
So explain to the viewers at home what to expect from the amount. If it's 2,700 for Pargo and 4,100 in the bounty for Royal 9-9. What would be the amount?
Well, I guess you're right, Griffin. Sorry, that one way it is going to be about 6,000, I think, and then the other way it's about 8,200.
Okay, gotcha.
Oh, plus your own bounty too, though. So wait, so it'll be like 10K,
Okay, yeah.
and then it's like 10 and 11, I think. James has to do this for me every time.
I mean, it looks like he's looking up Zootropolis animals right now.
Oh, that guy's gone. He's dead to me. I mean, that conversation is over. It's now all about these two.
Royal 9-9 back in the chip lead.
And Royal 9-9 picking up decent hands, opening with ace-king, the fold from 8-3.
It's 14,000. The chat's figured out.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the 5,300 already on Pargo plus the 8,600 already. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong guy. That's why I was getting plus the 8,200 on Royal 9.
Royal 9 with a draw, but just 7 high right now. Bets 24 million. Pargo folds. And Royal 9-9 opening up an advantage again.
And
Pargo.
here comes Pargo.
Yep.
Is Royal 9 gonna take a page from Pargo's book?
Royal out of line.
Nice. I wouldn't recommend playing the game that Pargo wants you to play. Now, another scenario where Pargo is probably going to elect to play an aggressive line. And how will Royal 9 react to 60,000 here? No, does elect to just call.
And the diamond draw for Pargo, who is the slight favorite. It's near enough 50-50. Ace high still the best hand right now. Action checked to Royal 9. He checks it back. Now better than a 2-1 favorite with 1 card to come.
What is Pargo doing now? By the way, I wanted to ask, Pargo, we know, has been playing this from the very start of the final table, but I don't remember them playing like this before that because I was on break. What were they doing before the final table?
Pretty loosey-goosey
throughout.
Dude,
we got to Pargo's table. The first hand we saw, they were 4-betting 9-7 offsuit.
Okay, all right.
As soon as we got to the table, and it was like early position. So we got a sneak peek right away of what to expect from Pargo. Oh my gosh! And Bet calls the raise with ace high, recognizing Pargo is only representing a 4 or 5-7, and knowing the kind of bluffs Pargo could have, something like diamonds, something like a 5x, 7x, and checks, gets the check, and Royal 9
gonna
be up to over 400,000 chips. Wow.
Yep.
Okay. Now we play in poker.
Okay, and now we're in a situation where Royal 9 has close to a 2-1 advantage over Pargo. King 10 versus 9 deuce here. Pargo's opened on the button.
He's learning. He's adapting.
Upgrades.
8-4, 8-3.
Good fold. Good fold. Good fold. Little queen here. Pargo is such a sicko.
Pargo gets
Pargo
re-raised. And
Want to
these
see 3.
bets are so huge. Makes the call in position with 6-5. Doesn't
This
really
could literally
connect.
be the last hand right now.
Royal 9 with top pair to go with the 7s on board. Pargo with backdoor possibilities on a paired board.
I mean, probably just not enough flexibility with the stack. You can see just a stack to pot ratio of about 1.5 or 6, but he found the raise, James. Where did he find it? Where does he find it? How does he find a raise here?
I don't know.
Maybe, you remember how Annette 15 played that tournament with like her hold cards covered up? Maybe the fold cards are covered up for Pargo. You got to give it up to Royal 99, by the way.
Yeah, battling.
Biggest score of all time is $2,100, and it's just poning Pargo heads up.
Blast it in. All in. This is Royal 99 territory now.
Yeah, a lot of pressure being put on Pargo right now. Oh, interesting. Change in strategy for Roll 9-9. Just limps the button, gets raised by Pargo with a dominating hand. Ace-9 versus 10-9 here.
Do the cards.
This was the best route of action. You don't want to just open fold 9-10, and it's too many chips to shove. So just limping in, I like it. I don't know if I'd be thrilled about calling the 3x raise, but does do it. And oh, wow. You stepped in it. Pago still got a couple moves for you, 9-9. Got to be careful.
Yeah. Still has more than 500 million chips, though.
Oh, you were just waiting to say that, weren't you, James? It's just got a nice ring to it.
I'll call it off with King 9 here against 5 high. Please.
$500 million.
Please. Sorry, I don't want to sound like I'm rooting against Pargo, but this is just too fun to watch.
6-4 of spades versus the bullets. The pocket rockets of Pargo. Roll 9-9 raises to 15.4. Pargo.
Does Pargo actually, okay, continues with the same.
Ooh, that sizing is so tempting.
Strat.
Oh,
Yep.
he got him. Oh,
2 spades.
Ooh, aces and kings versus the flush draw for roll 9-9.
Okay. And the sizing so blade from Pargo, just making it 19,000 more on top of the 16,000. You can't fold. And now does Royal 9. Oh no, doesn't have the discipline.
The flush draw, gets called.
To take the cheap card spade.
Gets there.
Oh!
Rivers the flush, our final KO, our final knockout, and it's Roll 9-9 who takes it down. Roll 9-9 from Germany is the winner. Total prize money, when you include that final bounty, of $73,275, beating their previous best of 3.5K. For the second place finish, Pargo 18 cashes out for a total of $56,772.82. And we have another MTT in the books here at the PokerStars Arena. Wow. We said that heads-up battle could be fast. Griffin, it did not disappoint. So much aggression. And I find it ironic, I guess, that Pargo actually ends up going out on a hand where they actually had the goods and their opponent got lucky, because Pargo made some pretty bold, aggressive moves with middling, shall we say, not exactly stellar hands throughout that final table.
Yeah, you know, for me, it's almost like, narratively speaking, Pargo was kind of the villain. He was just re-raising people all over the place. Better Than Phil was like the hero of the story, the Obi-Wan, if you will. And there comes Royal 9-9 out of nowhere, the unlikely hero's journey in the end, out of nowhere, pulling off these great moves, seeing right through the villains, all the plots, all the schemes, and taking them out in the end and becoming the champion. It's great.
And Joe, I love that final stat when you've got a player whose previous best score was like 3.5 grand, and they've eclipsed that by some margin. More than 73 grand for the win for Royal 9-9. And I kind of feel this is almost like the perfect kind of prologue to what we're going to be doing for the next 4 weeks.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's really what we love to see. If we see a lot more of that, why we like things evenly split in this business, right? We want to see the pros proving that it's a skill game, but we also want to see people who are making probably life-changing sums of money, right? Maybe not for this Canadian person, but how, 2011 was when they made this score of a couple grand. They got more than that just in bounties alone in this particular event. That's the kind of stuff we're here for. That's the kind of reason why most of us are playing.
Absolutely, and there's more of that to come. I'm alluding to the fact, of course, that the World Championship of Online Poker starts this coming weekend. That means we've got 4 weeks of streaming for you. Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays. Cards Up coverage from the PokerStars Arena. 6:30 UK time, 7:30 Central European Summer Time. Griffin's going to be part of the crew. Joe and I will be here every single day for those streams. Plus, the Poker in the Ears podcast. Back from summer break this week, there will be a new episode featuring Pie Face Poker for your listening pleasure on Thursday. Thanks for joining us this evening. Hope you enjoyed this awesome 50-50 series main event. We're back for WCOOP next week. But for now, from Griffin Benger, Joe Stapleton, and me, James Hartigan, it is good night from the PokerStars Arena.